Check. Check.
Very good morning to all of you. Welcome all our esteemed scientists as well as participants. We will start our inaugural session soon. I request our participant to kindly join, and shortly we will start our inaugural session. Once again, sir, we welcome you, and we are waiting for our guests, and within a short spell of time we'll begin our inaugural session. Thank you, sir.
Hello. 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 Check.
Honorable Chief Guest, respected guest of honor, invited dignitaries, guests, delegates, students, farmers, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to all of you. First, I would like to request all the dignitaries, our guests, to kindly come on the dais. Sir. Honorable Professor D.P. Ray, respected Dr. P.K. Agrawal, Sri S.K. Subudhi, Director Sir Dr. B.N.S. Murthy, Dr. Vikramaditya Pandey Sir. Kindly take the seat. On behalf of Central Horticulture Experiment Station, Bhubaneswar, a warm welcome to all the guests to the inaugural function of National Seminar on Fruit Production in Eastern Tropical Region of India, Challenges and Opportunities. यह एक त्रिदिवसीय राष्ट्रीय विचार संगोष्ठी है जिसका आयोजन भारतीय कृषि अनुसंधान परिषद के तत्वाधान में दिनांक 22 मार्च से 24 मार्च से 26 मार्च सन 2022 में किया जा रहा है। भारतीय कृषि अनुसंधान परिषद नई दिल्ली किसानों की प्रगति के लिए समर्पित संस्था है। अपने विभिन्न संस्थानों के माध्यम से नित्य नई प्रौद्योगिकी तकनीकियों का आविष्कार करते हुए यह कृषकों की प्रगति का मार्ग प्रशस्त करता रहा है और करता रहेगा। अतः सुनते हैं भारतीय कृषि अनुसंधान परिषद गीत जिसमें इन्हीं सभी पहलुओं का सम्मिलन है। I request Dr. Manas Ranjan Sahu, Principal Scientist, CHES Bhubaneswar, kindly play the ICR song.
जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की, सुखद प्रतीक हरित भारत की। कृषि धन पशुधन मानव जीवन, दूध मत्स्य फल यंत्र सुवर्धन। वैज्ञानिक विधि नव तकनीके, पारिस्थितिकी का संरक्षण। शस्य श्यामला छवि भारत की, जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की। हिम प्रदेश से सागर तट तक, मरुधरती से पूर्वोत्तर तक। हर पथ पर है मित्र कृषक की, शिक्षा शोध प्रसार सकल तक। आशा स्वावलंबित भारत की, जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की। जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की।
हमारे देश भारतवर्ष में अतिथि देवो भव की परंपरा आदिकाल से चली आ रही है और इसी परंपरा का सम्मान आदर करते हुए और पालन करते हुए we would like to welcome our esteemed guests by presenting them a bouquet of flower. मैं निवेदन करना चाहती हूँ हमारे आदरणीय डायरेक्टर IIHR बेंगलुरु डॉक्टर B.N.S. मूर्ति जी को kindly welcome Honorable Professor D.P. Ray, Chancellor शिक्षा ओ अनुसंधान भुवनेश्वर। पुनः मैं निदेशक महोदय से निवेदन करती हूं कि वो एक पुष्पगुच्छ के साथ हमारे अतिथि महोदय डॉक्टर P.K. अग्रवाल VC OUAT भुवनेश्वर का भी स्वागत करें। प्रेमपूर्ण बहुत बहुत स्वागत अतिथि महोदय। Moving on, I would like to request respected Dr. G.C. Acharya, Head Center Horticulture Experiment Station, to present a token of welcome to Subudhi ji, Additional Director of Horticulture, Odisha. बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपका सर। पुनः मैं हमारे अध्यक्ष महोदय से निवेदन करती हूँ कि कृपया पुष्पगुच्छ के साथ हमारे डायरेक्टर डॉक्टर B.N.S. मूर्ति जी का भी स्वागत करें। Now, I would like to request Dr. Kundan Kishore Sir, Principal Scientist, CHES Bhubaneswar, to come forward and welcome our respected Dr. V. Pandey, ADG Horticulture Science, ICAR, Nai Delhi. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। मैं डॉक्टर कुंदन सर से निवेदन करूंगी कि वो हमारे केंद्र के अध्यक्ष महोदय का भी सम्मान पुष्पगुच्छ के साथ करें। Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a big round of applause to all our guests for gracing the occasion with their esteemed presence. Thank you very much to all our guests for making it possible. हमारे देश की एक यह भी परंपरा है कि किसी भी शुभ कार्य की शुरुआत में हमेशा ईश्वर का नाम लिया जाता है। दीप प्रज्वलन हमारी एक संस्कृति का बहुत ही सुंदर और एक अभिन्न हिस्सा है। Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin anything auspicious, we always light the auspicious lamp and take the blessing of Almighty. May I request guests and dignitaries seated on the dais to kindly light the auspicious lamp and symbolically inaugurate this program. A ray of light is a ray of hope. A single spark of light is enough to expel the darkness. आइए चलते हैं अंधकार से प्रकाश की ओर, अज्ञान से ज्ञान की ओर, पृथ्वी से आकाश की ओर, पदार्थ से सूक्ष्म की ओर, प्राणी से परमात्मा की ओर। सभी अतिथिगण दीप प्रज्वलन के साथ कार्यक्रम को एक शुभारंभ देते हुए संग्राम जी। नमन करते हैं परम पिता परमेश्वर को। Let us pray to God that we may continue to burn auspicious light that may bring in knowledge, happiness, prosperity, and healthy life to all of us. A huge round of applause for the auspicious proceedings which have begun. Thank you very much. Moving on, I would like to call upon our Honorable Director Sir, Dr. B.N.S. Murthy, for his welcome address. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Adarni Dr. B.N.S. Murthy ji.
सभी को नमस्कार. Very good morning to all of you. My dear farmers, you are the backbone. You are giving us the food. You are giving us the nutrition. I respect you people the most. Because of you, we are here. With these few initial remarks, I would like to welcome you all for this national seminar on fruit production in Eastern Tropical Region of India. Challenges plenty, opportunities are plenty. With that, we will try to put our hands together to solve this particular problem. Eastern region consisting of mainly Orissa, Bihar, Jharkhand, parts of other places and major states are highly potential for the horticulture aspects. People are now moving away from most of the cereal crops towards horticulture crops because they are really giving the farmers the value for their sweat, that what they are doing. The days have gone wherein the importance for increasing the production, but now we are looking forwards for monetization of the production that we are now having the problem. Marketing is the biggest challenge for the farmers that we have to cater. At the same time, we have to increase the productivity by reducing the cost of cultivation. For each rupee that is spent on the farm, we have to get maximum out of it. For that, technologies are available in plenty. Research institutions like Indian Institute of Horticulture Research or any other research institution that is in the country are focusing now towards that particular aspect. In this way, we are increasing the productivity at the lower cost. But many of the eastern region states having very high potential for adoption of horticulture crops. But when it comes to national productivity level, it's only about 2/3 of the productivity that we are facing. When the nation is looking for about 15 tons per hectare of generally all horticulture crops put together, we are producing about 10 to 12 tons per hectare. There is a great scope for increasing this productivity. To this direction, we have to put together our hands to increase the productivity and bring the farmers the smile that they require these days on their faces. This is the only agenda of this particular seminar today. And we are going to have these deliberations from 24th March to 26th March with the help of RKVA project, supported by RKVA project, and also Society for Promotion of Horticulture that is existing in Indian Institute of Horticulture Research. Here, I want to make sure that we won't differentiate between the main institute and the regional institution. And we are going to give full support for the regional institution because ours is a national institution and we need to take care of every aspect of regional stations also. Here, I'm very happy that few days back, about 10 days back, a group of farmers from Orissa had visited Karnataka. They are almost like 20-25 farmers. The way they express their happiness with which the particular CHES Bhubaneswar is working and they are supporting farmers, that is the most encouraging part. I almost appreciated the people here so that whatever the agenda that we have to promote the farmers, that is taking shape. And there are several schemes of Government of India that is available, and we should make sure that that reaches the right farmers in the right time. In that aspect, especially for perennial horticulture crops, planting material is one of the important one. For that, we have a seed village concept, and the group of farmers who visited Karnataka recently, they are taking up the seed production of released varieties of vegetable crops from our institute. We have a system there. Since we are catering only about 30 to 40% of the planting material that is required for the farmers, we have gone into a different mode of production of seed and planting material, wherein we identify a few progressing farmers. They will take up the seed production. They will be assured of buyback of those seeds so that we can give maximum to the other farmers who require the seeds in time and with the good quality that we are ensuring. To this extent, I congratulate the farmers of Orissa here for putting your hands together to increase the availability of seed and planting material. And for this particular aspect today, we have the honor of having our respected DDG, Anand Kumar Singh, as our president for this particular occasion. And despite of the busy schedule, you know that parliament session is going on. At the same time, there are a couple of meetings that has been lined up, and he has made himself available to give us the presidential remarks and also to address us, to take our directions. I honorably welcome him for this particular seminar. We have on the dais a noted and well-known horticulturist and also who was the Chancellor SOA Bhubaneswar. He is the person behind getting this particular land where we are sitting here from for the ICR system. Many a times I have heard him telling that he is instrumental in getting this particular land because of that, we are sitting here today, and despite of his health issues and other things, he has keenly participated in almost all the functions of the institute, and also chess. Even today, he will be, even a phone call away, he will be visiting us. And also, I am happy to share with you that he is the chairman of our regional advisory committee that we are having. He is showing very keen interest in the development and giving the directions of research in our institute. I heartily welcome you, sir, for this particular occasion. The other person, Dr. P.K. Agarwal, the present Vice Chancellor of OUAT Bhubaneswar, he is very familiar to you all. The work he has done when he was ADG in the ICR system is tremendous, based on his meritorious and also the attitude that he has toward development of the campus. He has been selected as the Vice Chancellor. Today he was sharing with me the way the funds are getting moved into OUAT system. He has almost within 2.5 or close to 3 years, he has doubled the resources that is coming from different sources. And he is proud. And also we are, after hearing him, we are also proud that he is bringing in an auditorium of capacity of 1,000 people, self-sustainable auditorium, and also many of the hostels for the students that is required. He is a very dynamic person. I welcome you, sir, on this occasion. Dr. P.K. Agarwal. And our own friend who was here earlier as the scientist, and now he has moved to the level of ADG, Dr. Vikramaditya Pandey. He has his heart here in this Bhubaneswar and working and physically in Delhi and giving all the directions. And even today, yesterday I saw him in CVRC meeting, the way his varieties were developed, and he has a lot of work he has to his credit. Initially, the phases of this particular station when it was developing, the way he has worked, that is the hardest part anybody can look into. With limited resources, limited people, he has, along with his other colleagues who are the heads of division of this particular station, also they got good support from the main institute, and he has come here all the way from Delhi. I welcome you, sir, for this particular seminar. For anything to happen, line departments are very important. We are getting a tremendous support from Department of Horticulture, and the scheme Mission Integrated Development of Horticulture has different components of the development of horticulture, starting from planting material production till the marketing. That is the system that has been developed in the country since 2004. And because of that one only, today we are boasting to have a production of about 320 million tons of fruits and vegetables, along with other horticulture crops like spices, flowers, and other things. And we have become self-sufficient, and we have moved from the production of domestic requirement towards the export. To that extent, our institution here is getting a very good support from Mission Integrated Development of Horticulture, that is looked upon by the Department of Horticulture in Odisha. And today it is getting represented by S.K. Subudhi, Additional Director, Department of Horticulture. I welcome you, sir, for this function. Here on the dais, we have head of the division, head of the station, Dr. Acharya, and the organizing secretary, Dr. Kundan Kishore. I welcome you both for this particular seminar. Physically here, we are working together in the ICR system. We have representation from OUAT professors, students, and also from ICR Regional Station, Directorate of Pulse Research, ICR Central Institute of Women in Agriculture, ICR Central Tuber Crop Research Institute, Regional Center for Organic Farming, ICR Indian Institute of Water Management, and many others who are joined together to take the system, the research that we have, to make it reach the farmers. I welcome you all for this particular seminar, and I request you to actually participate in seminar so that the agenda of this particular seminar is fulfilled to the core of this one. This particular seminar is being organized both offline and online, and to our satisfaction, we have so many people who have joined online. Most of the directors are there, project coordinators like Dr. Prakash Patil, our own colleague, Dr. Agora, and many of our scientists from heads of the division and scientists from Indian Institute of Horticulture Research. They are all here online participating actively. There are different people who are going to give the oral presentation and also invited speech. And to my satisfaction, and you will be surprised, we are allotting about 60% of the time of the seminar for young upcoming scientists and students. This is the special part of this particular seminar. I congratulate Dr. Kundan Kishore and Dr. Acharya for taking this initiative so that we can give opportunity for the younger generation who are the people who are going to have the reign of horticulture development in this country. Above all, I also welcome all the farmers, students, ladies and gentlemen. Please put your hand together so that we can work together for the benefit of farmers. With these few remarks, I welcome you all. And also, last but not the least, we are online. We are joined by Dr. S.K. Tikku and also Dr. K.V. Bhatt, our other members of the regional research advisory committee. They are also there. We will work together. Thank you very much for patiently listening to my welcome speech. Thank you.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद निदेशक महोदय. You have introduced our guests very beautifully and earnestly welcoming them. Moving on further, it is time for us to take a virtual tour of Central Horticulture Experiment Station, Bhubaneswar. May I request Dr. Manas Ranjan Sahu, Principal Scientist, CHES Bhubaneswar, to do the honor. Kindly play the video.
भुवनेश्वर स्थित केंद्रीय बागवानी परीक्षण केंद्र भारतीय बागवानी अनुसंधान संस्थान बेंगलुरु का एक क्षेत्रीय केंद्र है, जो भारतीय कृषि अनुसंधान परिषद नई दिल्ली के संस्थानों में से एक है। 1992 में स्थापित इस केंद्र का उद्देश्य भारत के पूर्वी क्षेत्र में बागवानी विकास के लिए अनुसंधान, तकनीकों का विकास एवं उनका प्रभावी प्रसार सुनिश्चित करना है। फलों और सब्जियों पर समस्या आधारित अनुसंधान करना, बागवानी फसलों के क्षेत्रीय जर्म प्लाज्म का संरक्षण और उपयोग करना और बागवानी अनुसंधान और विकास के लिए ज्ञान आधारित संसाधनों को समृद्ध कर भागीदारों के साथ साझा करना इस केंद्र की प्राथमिकताएं हैं। यह संस्थान प्रशिक्षण और प्रदर्शन के माध्यम से तकनीकी के प्रसार के साथ साथ कृषक समुदाय को गुणवत्तापूर्ण बीज और रोपण सामग्री भी उपलब्ध कराता है। केंद्र में अनुसंधान प्रक्षेत्र, फार्म मशीनरी, नर्सरी इकाई, टिश्यू कल्चर और विषाणु सूचीकरण सहित कई आधुनिक प्रयोगशालाएं, कटाई के बाद के प्रसंस्करण की इकाई, बीज विधायन इकाई, जैविक इकाई और कृषक प्रशिक्षण सुविधाएं हैं। 3 दशकों के कार्यकाल में केंद्र में फलों की 2 किस्में, सब्जी की 7 किस्में, पौधों की सुरक्षा के लिए 3 तकनीक और 2 कृषि उपयोगी उपकरण विकसित हुए हैं। आंचलिक जलवायु और बाजार के मांग के अनुसार इस संस्थान ने नई किस्में विकसित की हैं। अर्का नीलाचल केसरी आम की एक जल्दी पकने वाली रंगीन छिलके वाली किस्म है। यह किस्म मार्च अप्रैल में ही पक जाती है। यह किस्म गुणवत्ता में उत्कृष्ट होने के साथ साथ फल मक्खी के प्रकोप से भी मुक्त होता है। अर्का नीलाचल विक्रम सीताफल की एक किस्म भी इसी केंद्र द्वारा विकसित की गई है, जो अधिक गुदायुक्त, मीठा और स्वादिष्ट होता है। इस केंद्र के द्वारा सब्जियों की 7 किस्में विकसित की गई हैं, जो एक उल्लेखनीय उपलब्धि है। इनमें काकड़ की एक अधिक उपज वाली संकर किस्म अर्का नीलाचल शांति तथा उपज देने वाली अर्का नीलाचल गौरव किस्म विकसित की गई है। साथ ही कुंदरी की 2 उच्च उपज वाली किस्में अर्का नीलाचल कुंखी और अर्का नीलाचल सबजा भी विकसित की गई है। अर्का नीलाचल कुंखी का सेवन सलाद और सब्जी दोनों के रूप में किया जा सकता है। इनके अलावा मिर्च की किस्म अर्का नीलाचल प्रभा, बैंगन की किस्म अर्का नीलाचल श्यामा और परवल की किस्म अर्का नीलाचल कीर्ति को भी विकसित किया गया है। इस संस्थान ने कई पादप सुरक्षा संबंधी तकनीकें विकसित की हैं, जैसे कि आम और करेले में लगने वाले फल मक्खी के प्रबंधन के लिए प्रभावी फल मक्खी ट्रैप और आम में सूटी ब्लॉच या सतही काले धब्बों के प्रभावी प्रबंधन के लिए अर्का नीलाचल वॉश। ये तीनों तकनीक फलों की गुणवत्ता को बचाए रखने के साथ साथ उनके बाजार मूल्य को भी बढ़ाते हैं। केंद्र ने कच्चे कटहल का छिलका आसानी से छीलने के लिए एक उपकरण अर्का नीलाचल कटहल पीलर भी डिजाइन किया है। दूसरी ओर पेड़ों में उर्वरक के प्रभावी प्रयोग के लिए एक उपकरण अर्का नीलाचल फर्टी ड्रिल भी डिजाइन किया है। इन उपकरणों का सफलतापूर्वक व्यवसायीकरण भी कर लिया गया है। इस प्रकार केंद्रीय बागवानी परीक्षण केंद्र भुवनेश्वर बागवानी तकनीकियों के माध्यम से भारत के पूर्वी क्षेत्रों में किसानों की आय दुगनी करने में प्रयासरत है। वृत्तिगत रूप से बागवानी से जुड़े किसानों के हित के प्रति समर्पित यह केंद्र विज्ञान के नए आयामों के सहारे किसानों के सुनहरे भविष्य के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है।
I hope you all might have enjoyed this virtual tour. After this virtual tour, it is time to listen Dr. Kundan Kishore, who is the principal scientist of CHES and organizing secretary of this seminar. He will be giving details of seminar in brief. Dr. Kundan Kishore ji.
Namaskar. Very distinguished dignitaries on the dais. I briefly tell about the seminar technical sessions. With the kind approval of icar-iihr, New Delhi, we are organizing this national seminar on food production in Eastern Tropical region of India. And the basic aim is that through this seminar, we could able to devise a roadmap for the development of food industry in this region. In total, we have 11 thematic area in this seminar. And we have merged some of the thematic area, and we have around 10 sessions. All the technical sessions will be comprised of the invited lectures, lead lectures, oral presentations, and poster presentations. Important thing is that the distinguished scientist, noted scientist, we have requested them for invited talk. We have 37 invited talk in this national seminar under different sessions, 23 lead lectures in these sessions, 85 oral presentations in these sessions, and 46 poster presentations in the session. In total, we have around 191 presentations in this seminar, and this will be for 3 days. And one thing I'm telling, as our directors are also told, we try to give more opportunity to our young scientists as well as the students, so that they could able to present their work, and their work should be recognized also. We have a very lenient approach for recognizing their work. So I request you to present your paper in a very meticulous way, very briefly, but very meticulous way. You have the good chance of getting a best oral presentation award or best poster presentation award. So I request you to please try to present your paper in a very appreciable manner, very within a time frame. You should do it. And for oral presentation, we have very time limit. We are giving 5 minutes. For lead, we are around 8 to 10 minutes. And for invited talks, we have around 15 minutes. So each session, we have around 2 and 2.5 hours. And we are covering all this invited talk, lead lectures, and oral presentations. We have a separate session for poster presentations. और हम लोग ये उम्मीद करते हैं कि ये जो नेशनल सेमिनार है ये फ्रूटफुल साबित होगा, और जितने भी हमारे एस्टीम्ड पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं वो अपने रिसर्च को अच्छे से प्रेजेंट करेंगे। ऑल द बेस्ट टू ऑल ऑफ देम। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। Today we have with us Honorable Dr. Vikramaditya Pandey ji, ADG Horticulture, ICR, New Delhi. I request Dr. Pandey to kindly come forward and share his valuable thoughts with us. Dr. Vikramaditya Pandey.
Thank you. Namaskar. Most respected Deputy Director General, Horticultural Sciences ICR, who is the chief guest of today's function, and he is with us online from Delhi. Most respected Dr. D.P. Reddy, the former Vice Chancellor of OUAT and the presently Chancellor of one renowned university at Bhubaneswar. Dr. P.K. Garwal ji, the Vice Chancellor of OUAT Bhubaneswar. My elder brotherly Director, Dr. B.N.S. Murthy. My senior colleagues who have been guiding me all along when I joined at this center, Professor P.C. Lenka. I cannot forget my senior colleagues who have really contributed in shaping the station. Although I can see some of them have joined online. My senior colleagues from IIHR Bangalore, many of the senior directors, scientists who are available online and witnessing the event, distinguished farmers, the employees of our this esteemed organization. See, we are at such a land where, frankly speaking, social, ecological, and economic sustainability is taken from different perspectives. This is the land where the Lord Jagannath presides over all our activities. And the beauty of the land is that the Lord is offered 56 different types of bhogo, means servings. And that itself signifies the importance of diversity, the sustainable diversity management systems in our overall life and the overall ecological sustainability, considering the long-term benefits. Fruit crops as such are perennial. They are important not only from the economic point of view, but when we talk of the nutritional security in a broad sense, I think that the fruit crops really signify the importance of the ascertaining and ensuring the nutritional security in our food system, because in real sense, what we consume through fruits, what we take from fruits, they are really utilized in our diet systems. Well, this particular region, eastern region, enjoys the climate of both tropical and subtropical. That is this one point of amalgamation of both different types of climates. And entire this right from Himalayan region to the peninsular belt in eastern India, it enjoys the availability of plenty of natural resources. So it can cater to the needs of North India as well as it can cater to the South Indian conditions. There are many opportunities. Seed and planting system, the organic production system, and the best is availability of cheap human labor here. That makes the region most important in terms of enhancing the overall production and the quality produce. This region, if I can imagine, this region can really cater to the needs of seed and planting material sector at the country level. Because the duration of production of different types of seed and planting material is immense. Of course, when we talk of the tropical climate, because this region enjoys both tropical and subtropical climate, in order to enhance the production, productivity, and the quality of the produce, though we have to think of the agroclimatic conditions at macro level of the entire region, but at the same time, we also need to consider the microclimatic conditions at micro level in different small agroecological regions. And that is where the importance of vocal for local comes into picture. Once we are able to address all these issues, then I wish that this particular region can come up at the national level, national map, in terms of contributing to the national pool of production, productivity, and trade of fruit crops. I consider that this is a very opportune time for all the stakeholders when this particular seminar is being organized, National Seminar on Fruit Production in Eastern Tropical Region of India, Challenges and Opportunities. As the region enjoys a lot of natural diversity and the natural resources, at the same time, the challenges are also immense. And hopefully, this seminar will discuss all those issues and suggest a way forward for addressing the need of the hour and need of the future times, so that we can overcome most of the challenges and address in a sustainable manner for enhanced fruit production in the eastern region of India. I really am thankful to the organizers who thought it proper to invite me and share my thoughts in the upcoming sessions on genetic diversity, and wish this event a grand success. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your words of wisdom with us. Ladies and gentlemen, moving further, may I request Shri S.K. Subudhi ji, Additional Director, Horticulture, Government of Odisha, to express his views with us. Adarni Shri S.K. Subudhi ji.
Thank you. सर्वप्रथमे मोर सार जे गुरु अच्छा डॉक्टर राय और डॉक्टर लंका को नमस्कार करुच्ची। जहाँ भी आज एक्चुअली से एते थरोली पाठ पढ़ुले जे मु एबे भी मन पड़ुची। एबे प्रति सप्ताह कि 2 सप्ताह मध्य डॉक्टर लंका मो सहित कथबार्ता होती। सब मोर जहाँ डाउट हुए तांकु पचारे एपर्यंत भी पचारुची। मो जहाँ 2 वर्ष रिटायरमेंट कर भी मुझे सब पचारे सर यहाँ एमती गछटा एमती होमती जड़े चाषी कहूँ इवेन फटो भी पठाए सल्व करे। तेणु यहाँ हूँ गोटे शिखार गोटे अभ्यास। आेतु आम हर्टिकलचर आम रही चाकरी कलाणु जेहेतु एटा टॉपिकटा अच्छी आपनकर चैलेंजेस और अपॉर्चुनिटीज आम डायरेक्टर जमती कहते जे एक्चुअली क्वालिटी प्लांटिंग मटेरियल दिन थिला 2000 मसीहा बेलू आम स्टेट गवर्नमेंट लोक उत्तर प्रदेश जाइए आंब ग्राफ्ट नहीं आसुले किंतु आपण जानी खुशी हे जे एपर्यंत आम एत आगे जाइछु जे आम निजे सेल्फ सफिशिएंट होकरी आम आंब काजू आम बाहर पठाऊँ बर्तमान। तेणु ये आपण मानकर कंट्रीब्यूशन केवल ये देश स्टेट नुह इवेन देश आम केतटा जगार आम पछेचु यथा कदलीपु आम टिश्यू कल्चर लाबोरेटरी करूँ ताकू जदि किसी एंटरप्रेन्योर आसीपारे ताहले आमे तांकू उत्साहित करूँ। आमर माने मिशन फॉर इंटीग्रेटेड डेवलपमेंट हॉर्टिकल्चर रे आमर क्वालिटी प्लांटिंग मटेरियल आमर केमती नर्सरी हो पारिबो आमर केमती गछ लगी पारिबो जेते प्रकार गछ अछि आपण फल गछ सबुथिरे आपण सरकार 50% सब्सिडी दौरान रिहाती 50% दौरान खाली फल चाष नुहे या सहित आपणकर ताकू पानी देवा बुंदा जलसेचन ड्रिप इरिगेशन स्प्रिंकलर इरिगेशन खाली पाइप जोगे देवा शतकड़ा 50 रु 80 भाग रिहाती मिलूची। आपण माने जानी खुशी हेबे जे भारत रे आमे गोटे प्रदेश बा दुईटा प्रदेश जे कि एग्रीकल्चर गोटे सेपरेट बजेट होची। आमर सीएम चीफ मिनिस्टर गोटे सेपरेट बजेट करछंती एग्रीकल्चर पई। आउ एठी मु बहुत धन्यवाद देबी डॉक्टर लेंका को गत वर्ष आमर स्पेशल फूड स्पेसिफिक स्कीम रे किछि नथिला से सार आमर पीके महापात्र सार एडिशनल चीफ सेक्रेटरी थिले तांकू कहि करी 20 crores रो गोटे स्पेशल क्रॉप स्पेसिफिक स्कीम आनी की आरंभ करछंती जेटा कि चलित वर्ष रु आरंभ होग जाउची। या सहित आमर अछि खाली MIDH रे बा हॉर्टिकल्चर मिशन रे आमर फल चाष नुहे ता सहित आमर महू चाष अछि ता धीरे मध्य शतकड़ा 50 भाग आमर अछि ताଳ तेल बा ऑयल पाम सेतरे मध्य 70% सब्सिडी आमर नडिया जो नडिया चाष करछन सेति पई मध्य आमर 50 रु 70% सब्सिडी रहउची। तेणु आमे एते प्रकार सब्सिडी पाउछ जे सबु क्रॉप जने जदि लोक आगे आसीबो ता माने ताकू सरकार सहाय्य करिया को आमे आगबर अछु। आ सहित मध्य आमर 15-16टा जिला अछि विपिक्रा जोटा कि आम वाटर रिसोर्स डिपार्टमेंट करूची 16-17टा जिला सेथरे मध्य वर्षक आम हाराहारी 18 कोटी 20 कोटी पाउचु प्लांटेशन करिया पई पनीपरिया चाष करिया पई पैक हाउस करिया पई कोल्ड रूम करिया पई एथरे मध्य 75% छाड़ पाउचु। ता भितरे आमर अछि गोटे ओम्बाडसी बेली जोटे मिनरल बियरिंग स्टेट डिस्ट्रिक्ट सेठे मध्य आमर 8टा जिला जो आसी सेतरे 70 रु 75% सब्सिडी मिलुची। ता भितरे अछि डिस्ट्रिक्ट मिनरल फंड रे मध्य 2टा जिला अछि जे कि पूरा 80 to 90% सब्सिडी पाउछंती। तेणु आम स्टेट रे पैसा पाइबार किछि असुविधा नाही। एबे रिसेंटली वर्तमान गोटे भारत सरकार आउ जर्मन सरकार गोटे मिलित उद्योग रे मार्केटिंग पई उत्तर प्रदेश राजस्थान और ओडिशा को 140 कोटी टंकार गोटे प्रोजेक्ट नहीं छंती मार्केटिंग मध्य ताकू डेवलप करिया पई। आमर या सहित अछि किछि फार्मर्स प्रोड्यूसर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन FPO FPC एकु मध्य याकू ऑर्गेनाइज कले आम सबू चाषी माने एकजुट हो परिवा FPO करि परिवा तार मध्य बहुत किछि सुविधा अछि। या भितरे आउ किछि अछि हमर सरकारंकर प्राइम मिनिस्टर फॉर्मलाइजेशन ऑफ माइक्रो फूड एंटरप्राइजेस जो जो लोक माने फल करूछंती बा पनीपरिया चाष करूछंती ताकू प्रक्रियाकरण करबी ता धीरे मध्य शतकड़ा 50 भाग छाड़ अछि। या सहित आमर अछि मुख्यमंत्री कृषि उद्योग योजना जो थे कि 80 to 90 प्रकार फल गछ अछि फूल पनीपरिया अछि जे कि आपण चाष कले शतकड़ा 45 रु 50% छाड़ पाई परिवे। आमे यदि चाष करिया चाहिबा आम पाखे समस्ते सबु संस्था आगे आसुचंदी सहायता करिया पई ओनली या भितर होची हमर भल भल एंटरप्रेन्योर बाहरिया था जदि किछि एंटरप्रेन्योर बाहरंती आउ हमर सरकार पाखे पहुंचंती आमे आपन सहायता करू। एक आउ गोटे द्वितीय कथा होची पानी शॉर्टेज पई मध्य एबे सरकार करछंती हमर MGNRGS जोडा कि महात्मा गांधी कर्म नियुक्ति योजना सेथरे मध्य हमर फार्म फंड होची आउ फार्म फंड सहित पुनी फार्म फंड प्लस होची जो थे कि तार बाड़ी बगीचा रे तार हुड़ा रे नड़िया गछ आंब गछ कि सजना याकू मध्य लगाया पई ताकू मध्य फ्री रे गछ पत्र दिया होची। एटा हला आपण MGNRGS रो प्रोग्राम रे MGNRGS मध्य आपण हमर आंब काजू लेंबू लेमन ग्रास एमती विशेष किछि आउ 4-5टा क्रॉप अछि जे कि आपण टेकअप कले फुल माने सरकार तरफ फुल मागणार मध्य आपण फल चाष करि परिबे। एते सुविधा जोडा अपॉर्चुनिटी हमर बहुत अछि चैलेंज थिले भी आमे अपॉर्चुनिटी रे आमे आगे परिया। यार सब सुविधा नेला पई मु आपन को अनुरोध करछि जति जण आछंती यार सुविधाटा जदि 10-10 जण चाषी को कहि परिबे आपण एटलीस्ट 1000 लोक पाइले आमे आउ किछि आगे परिबो। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable thoughts on this occasion. As we move on, may I request Honorable Dr. P.K. Agrawal, Vice Chancellor, OUAT to share his ideas and views with us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. P.K. Agrawalji.
Thank you very much for this occasion. Good morning to everybody. Thanks to the organizer. All the dignitaries on the dais, Honorable Chancellor Dr. D.P. Ray sir, Director, my colleague Dr. D.N.S. Murthy, Dr. Pandey sir, ADG, icar, my old friend, Dr. Acharya, Dr. Kundan Kishore, Dr. S.K. Subudhi, all the dignitaries of the dais, farmers, and a lot of my colleagues online, colleagues from icar headquarters, different institutes. I was seeing a lot of faces. I won't name everybody, but thank you very much being there together. I won't talk a lot about this conference because I limit to 5 to 7 minutes of my given time. And everybody is a horticulturist or horticulture crop grower. I'll talk some relevant point which probably I'll try to bring your attention to that. Being a horticulture scientist or horticulture farmer, I'm very sure you must be very proud that today you are producing almost 99 million tons of fruit and almost 103 million this year you are having an estimated production target. And if you see 1947 and today, there is huge difference of production. Many times production has gone up. And rightly, Director icar was telling, today perspective of seeing horticulture or agriculture or animal science, everything, the thing has to think differently a little bit. Because 1960s or 50s, where our consumption was, production was very less, occasion for consumption was very less, but requirement was very big. So whatever you produce, everything was available, somebody will consume. So you never had an occasion to challenge to economy, sustainability, and whole our Indian planning, whole government thrust, whole R&D thrust was production. ଚାଷୀ ଭାଇ ଭଉଣୀମାନଙ୍କୁ ମୁଁ କହୁଛି, ଆପଣ ଯେତେବେଳେ 20-25 ବର୍ଷ ତଳେ ଚାଷ କରୁଥିଲେ ବା ହର୍ଟିକଲଚର ଫ୍ରୁଟ୍ସ ଲଗାଉଥିଲେ, ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ କହୁଥିଲା ଯେ କେତେ ଅଧିକା ଦେବ, how big a fruit will be, how many quintals it will produce. But today you think it in a little bit differently. When you think differently, what are the difference? First thing is, suppose you consume guava or mango, you consume for taste or you consume for eating a fruit only. I take mango, I take guava, that's all. But today you are seeing it differently. You first see nutrition point of view, whether the food I am taking, it is having a proper nutrition for me or not, whether that is healthy or not. Today a consumer of 30 years back are different. Today everybody is a paying capacity. A man who works for 350 rupees per day also have an occasion to choice. 1973-74, I remember I was a college school student and I used to see that PL480 rice, dark brown, smelly, and if I'm correct, the kg was 3.73 rupees. And nobody like to eat today. Anybody won't like to eat. That is true for fruits, that is true for vegetables, that is true for all kind of food materials. So today, when the consumer is conscious for quality and nutrition, the developer, the producer has to be concerned for quality. And so you go to a shelf, it is level, and you say, I want to mango with this taste. I go to a tomato, whether it's table purpose or whether it's a cooking purpose or it is a processing purpose, how it tastes to me, whether it is presentable to my guest. I go and buy apple and I would like to know, after cutting the apple, whether the apple will be eatable or there will be a spoiled condition. So, and today technology is supportive. Ajiro technology re, upon jani parive, mu kona khauchi, kete khauchi, kemti achi, khaiva sa table re kemti dekha jibo. So I am having an occasion for that. So whole perspective of research, whole perspective of production, And post-production processing and marketing has to be seen in a different perspective. That is one of the things I'll bring to your attention. When it comes to Odisha, I am repeating one sentence I used to talk to many places. If there will be a second green revolution in India, Eastern India will be one of the critical factors. And Odisha will be the key center for that. You take my words, I won't be proved wrong. And when you talk of Odisha, we people sitting here will be having the critical role to play. You imagine which are the states in Eastern India and how Odisha is placed. So, whether it is Odisha, whether it's coconut, cashew, mango, or sapota, jackfruit, orange. Recently, we starting a jackfruit mission in government of Odisha. I'm not elaborating that. Or it is banana, papaya, pineapple. But today you see a whole fruit crops. Mango, almost we are producing, let us say 1 lakh hectare in Odisha, not a small amount. Banana, though we are sort of, we are producing almost 24,000 plus hectares. But all the food product directly go for marketing consumption. Hardly we have a processing center. We don't have a buffering. Today in India, we lose almost more than 1 lakh crore rupees of waste from horticulture and vegetable, fruits and vegetables. That is true for Odisha also. Almost 20-30% are wasted. Today, technology supports us. You can keep a mango or a sapota 15 days comfortably in a cool room, a old room costing 15-20 lakhs rupees, having a storability of 15-20 tons, keeping a cluster, and government of India, state government. We have n number of programs, 50% subsidy, 75% subsidy. So, cluster approach of villages, how to make a value chain from production to consumption, and how to see that we have a zero wastage, and right when the food product goes, there is no wastage there. It is not a theoretical discussion today. It is a very, very practical. Today you can take a sensor. Even we have developed a sensor, I'm telling you, I'm giving my experience. You can go harvest an apple. The sensor will tell you the apple is the right stage of harvesting. If you harvest a vegetable fruits before time or after time, for storability, transport and marketing, it is a bad thing. So, right time of harvest, right time of processing, whether cooling of mango or keeping in a cold storage or during transport monitoring or in the marketing, how you keep it, or processing, which we never gave serious thought to this. Academic platform, we always talked in a slide, the processing is important. We hardly went beyond that. Today is a critical time for India and for the state. We must be serious. Processing also, we talk in a loose words. We have to very clearly define whether we need a pre-processing, semi-processing, fully processed product to at a point. Suppose you are going for a fruit juice, for example, citrus. Why you should look for total processing at a point? Because you cannot go for tetra packing, you cannot go the way packing industry goes. Today, a good fruit processing uses ohmic energy for heating and processing. In India, hardly there is a ohmic-based fruit processing system. Hardly there is any tetra packing system in a small place. So you yourself should not say, I am the only man to complete everything and do. You make a linkage where a small industry can process or take your product. Go to a bigger industry when world-class packing processing is possible. Even I'm adding to that, Chambers of Indian CIA, Chambers of Indian Industries. They are having a very focused program for Eastern India, particularly Odisha and Northeast. And I used to advise them many times. They say I'm the advisor for them, I don't know. But I do never mind to tell them what is very important for Indian or Odisha agriculture, bioprocessing and industry. Unless you invite the industry to agriculture, or unless you make industry and academia collaborating, and we make all the players convergence and synergy, probably we cannot make it happening. So today, one of the challenges, we have to come from our silos to make. Today, you can develop a variety for industry point of view. You can develop a variety on processing point of view. You can develop a variety for nutrition point of view. And you can develop the variety for how to go to end part of the value chain. So everybody should not say what I think is correct, I will do and somebody will accept. There is an occasion to say how together we can plan everything from developing variety to production technology to processing to marketing to reaching to the table. Today, tomorrow market, I'm telling you, it will happen in common places. You go to a vegetable shop, somebody will say, I'll cut vegetable, I'll process, I'll pack and give you. Today it may be 0.1%, tomorrow it may be 50%. More you are professionally busy, more you are economically well-to-do, better all the things will change. So how to minimize the cost and energy for processing for all purpose. It may be table purpose, it may be final product in the industry, it may be export purpose. Production I'm not touching. Lot of people, I used to remember Dr. Pandey sir, when you were there a very early phase, I remember you put a one word to me when you were showing guava in this campus. You say guava will be, a lot of horticulture crop will be of 6 feet height. Some, I do not know whether you remember that, but I do appreciate that. So tomorrow horticulture crops, you can develop a plant type, phenology of the crop in such a way, how to make a sense for making economic way of production and marketing. Easy to pluck, easy to process, like that. I'm not going to some areas like how contract farming or production technology will go, all people are the experts. Second point come FPOs, or how to make farmer or common man a entrepreneur, or today's student to be entrepreneur for tomorrow. It's a big area, big challenge. As academia, we are trying our best to do that. 2020-21, we trained almost 780 students for entrepreneurship training and doing. And we are doing it regularly. And we are also initiate a lot of incubation center. I'm not talking about OUT. Today, Odisha has more than almost 250 FPOs. And OUT, we are supporting at least 130 FPOs, skilling and training with all our available resources. So we are committed to support FPOs for technical point of view. What I am requesting all the farming community, mo chasi bhai bhoni manku, ebang student friend manku kuchi apan manku. Think your career in a different way. You need not be very routine and traditional. You may, today I go to some IITs, lot of brilliant IITians, they always look for to be entrepreneur. Once from IIT headquarters, I went to IIT Chennai, IIT Madras, I should say, not Chennai, IIT Madras. And I saw a lot of IITians because one evening I was having, my flight was late night. So 3-4 hours they had interaction with me, how to make agriculture and entrepreneurship to next incubation center or commercialization. You know agriculture, horticulture better than many people. If you have that kind of motivation, you can do better. And I'm telling you, a lot of foreign returned students, a lot of IITians today you see, they are attracted to agriculture for entrepreneurship or services. So that is a very big area. I'm sure your coming will be very good for yourself and for the system. Seed availability is a big issue. And particularly when I'm talking entrepreneurship, you have to integrate a lot of government program. One of the program I'll touch is one district, one product. Odisha government, we sat together, we identify every district one fruit. But few issues are there that probably you try to solve it. Many times we say, this variety is good for this region. For example, tomato. Tomato, you say that, okay, I'm having tomato seeds. But we say, somebody says, what matters to me? What kind of tomato seed you're giving that matters to me? For example, I need a processing machine, processing industry. I want a variety for processing. So you have to give me, then you say, this variety is very good for processing. But I say, I don't know. You never gave me seed. You never gave me occasion to test it. You never, APED never told that your variety is good for export. Now the exporter or importer take it seriously. So the example I'm telling is, if you want to solve the issue, solve in totality. From proving that the technology works here, to all the input of technology, including seeds, to production, to post-production carrying to the proper processing or whatever and export or to the kitchen or processing. So unless horticulture particularly and fruits and vegetables per se, This is one of the biggest challenge, how to make a quality production without losses on the way, make it to the table or the export market seamlessly without losing things. That will be very, very critical things. I won't talk much, probably I have crossed the time I've given, but last sentence I will tell. I have traveled to many parts of this country when I was in ICR. I have seen a lot of developments in different laboratories or organizations. Still, I feel there is a need for convergent synergy. Lot of expertise, lot of technology. A technology can be terms of variety, technology can be terms of production technology, or engineering knowledge, or lot of IITs have lot of good experience in horticulture, agriculture. We think they are aligned, or they think we are aligned. They may be thinking we are not good scientists. We may be thinking they are not fit for us. I do not know how people take it. But one thing you please take, that all the excellence in this system should be brought together, breaking the barrier of individuals, organizations, or beyond national boundaries. Then probably we will have occasion that not only we grow, our farmer grow, the country grow, the nation grow, humanity grows. When you give a good food, nutritionally rich food, good income, good livelihood, you are doing for humanity. So we all are there, being a scientific professional, here to serve the farming community, the scientific community, humanity as a whole. We have a very good life, the life a scientist lives, a scientist farmer lives, a common man lives. I'm sure the deliberation will help in this direction. Thank you very much. Thank you.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद महोदय, अपने विचारों को हम सभी के समक्ष रखने के लिए। मुझे आशा और उम्मीद है कि जो हमारे विद्यार्थी हैं सर के द्वारा बताई गई इन बातों का ध्यान रखेंगे और हॉर्टिकल्चर से अपने करियर की शुरुआत बहुत अच्छे तरीके से कर पाएंगे।
Sorry for the interruption. I want to personally welcome Dr. Gauri Hari Naik, one of the pillars of this particular station. I recognize him.
On the occasion of National Seminar, Central Horticultural Experiment Station is bringing out two publications, namely Souvenir and Abstract Book, and one bulletin on post-harvest management in fruits of Odisha. May I request all the dignitaries seated on the dais to release this publication. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly give them a big round of applause, please. I request Dr. Kundan Kishore sir to take over the mic.
We bring out, sir, one technical bulletin on post-harvest management in fruit crops of Odisha, contributed by myself, Dr. Deepa Saman, Dr. P. Srinivas, Dr. G. Sangeeta, Dr. G.C. Acharya, Dr. Devi Sudhakar Rao, Manas Ranjan Sahu, Manoj Kumar Sahu, and Srikant Mahapatra. This is a very small compendium on post-harvest management. Very simply, very schematically, all the process we try to define it so that it can be used by the department as well as for the farmers also. Then another, we have the souvenir cum abstract book, a compilation of extended summary as well as all the abstracts of all the contributors. Thank you, sir.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर. For the benefit of farmers, our station, CHES Bhubaneswar, has created a post-harvest facility under RKVY and vegetable seed testing laboratory and seed processing facility under MIDH. इस सुविधा का औपचारिक उद्घाटन करने हेतु मैं सभी गणमान्य अतिथियों से निवेदन करती हूँ। महोदय, अगर आपकी अनुमति हो तो मैं डॉक्टर मानस रंजन साहू जी से उद्घाटन संबंधित चलचित्र चलाने का निवेदन करूंगी, आपकी अनुमति से। डॉक्टर मानस रंजन साहू प्लीज। और मैं निवेदन करूंगी डॉक्टर कुंदन किशोर जी से कि वो इस फैसिलिटी के बारे में संक्षेप में आप लोगों को बताएं।
सर, ये पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट यूनिट RKVY गवर्नमेंट ऑफ उड़ीसा के द्वारा हम लोगों को फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट दिया गया था, जिसके कारण हम लोग ये अब संभव हुआ है। वी कुड एबल टू एस्टैब्लिश पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट यूनिट। वी आर वेरी मच थैंकफुल टू RKVY for giving us this financial support, and all the facilities are there. जैसे ripening chamber है, grading unit, washing unit is there, cold storage is there, hot water treatment unit is there, packing unit is also there. एक छोटा सा वीडियो इसी पर थोड़ा सा आधारित है, मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि काइंडली वो वीडियो प्ले करें।
बहुत बहुत आभार। भारतीय बागवानी अनुसंधान संस्थान बेंगलुरु पूर्वी उष्णकटिबंधीय क्षेत्रों में फलों के उत्पादन को बढ़ाने के लिए अपनी फलों की उन्नत किस्मों का प्रचार प्रसार कर रहा है। इस क्रम में हमारे राज्य के एक किसान ने MOU करने का एक पहला कदम उठाया हुआ है। MOU से संबंधित प्रक्रिया का क्रियान्वयन करने के लिए मैं इस संस्थान के प्रधान वैज्ञानिक आदरणीय डॉक्टर P श्रीनिवास जी को मंच पर आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी। काइंडली वेलकम डॉक्टर P श्रीनिवास।
धन्यवाद डॉक्टर दीपा। जैसा कि डॉक्टर दीपा ने कहा कि हमारे पूर्वी क्षेत्र में फलों का उत्पादन बढ़ाने के लिए और प्रचार प्रसार करने के लिए IIHR भारतीय औद्यानिक बागवानी अनुसंधान संस्थान की तरफ से जो विभिन्न किस्में बनाई गई हैं उसका यहाँ पर हम प्रमोशन करते हैं। तो से क्रमे आम भितर जड़े प्रगतिशील चाषी श्री भीमसेन पात्र बाबू आगु आसचंती अर्का किरण यही किस्म रो MOU करने आगु आसचंती। MOU कर सारे कौन हम कि से चारा उत्पादन करें ता सहित तो यही अंचल को जोटा कि हमको भल किस्म चारा मिल पारुनी से चारा से जगै पारे। विद द परमिशन ऑफ द डायस आई वुड लाइक टू इनवाइट श्री भीमसेन पात्रा जी। to come on the dais. And I request Director Sir to kindly felicitate him. He has already cultivated more than 7,000 plants of icar-iihr in Brahmagiri area of Puri district. He has already received Now I request Director Sir to kindly exchange the MOU with the progressive farmer. This MOU enables Shri Patraji to produce a lot of quantity of planting material of very good variety of icar-iihr, which is pink fleshed with very high content of lycopene, and which will be bringing a revolution in this region. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर समझ का, और बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं श्री भीमचंद पात्रा जी को.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद डॉक्टर पी श्रीनिवास जी. Ladies and gentlemen, now is the time that I take the opportunity of inviting Honorable Professor D.P. Ray, माननीय कुलाधिपति शिक्षा और अनुसंधान भुवनेश्वर से मैं निवेदन करना चाहूंगी कि कृपया मंच पर आएं और अपने बहुमूल्य वचनों से आशीर्वाद दें. सम्माननीय प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर पी.के. रे जी.
Very good morning. And our honorable guest, I think Dr. P.K. Agarwal, the Vice Chancellor of OUAT, and Dr. A.K. Singh, who is presiding over the meeting, DDG Horticulture from the headquarters, and Dr. B.S. Anmurthy, Director of the Indian Institute of Horticulture Research. All along he came from Delhi, Bangalore. Sorry, because he was previously Horticulture Commissioner of Delhi. So I remember, and he's having a lot of contribution for giving for the development of horticulture for the whole country. And Dr. B. Pandeji, he is a Assistant Director General Horticulture. He all along he came from the Delhi because he was here working as a principal scientist previously, and he's having a lot of contribution. No, no, ठीक है बोलिए. And Dr. Kundan Kishore, who is a principal scientist, and our Mr. S.K. Subudhi, the additional director of Directorate of Horticulture. He is a representative of the government of Orissa, and he has spoken very well what are the facilities we are giving to the farming community for the state, lot of subsidies and everything. And Dr. Acharya, who is heading this, GC Acharya, who is heading this Central Horticulture Experimental Station, and Dr. Kundan Kishore, who is a principal scientist, and Dr. Srinivasan, who is also involved in organizing this type of seminars, and Dr. Tiku and Dr. K.V. Bhatt, who is the honorable members of RAC, who are participating in the online, and Professor P.C. Lenka, who was the former professor as well as the director planning of the OUAT, who is a present here, and Dr. Gauravi Naik, who is involved as a scientist from the beginning, since 93 when it was started, this research station. And all the directors and sets of the divisions of IHR, and also other research institutes of ICR, those are attending online. and those are the scientists of this institute and also the government officials of the Horticulture Directorate and my student and farmer friends and ladies and gentlemen. Actually, my thanks to the Director, Dr. Murthy, as well as Dr. Acharya, who is heading the station, who has invited me for this inaugural session. Many thanks to them. Actually, I'm very happy because when they told that 2-3 months back, the directors requested that when they are conducting this national seminar on fruit production in Eastern tropical region of India, that is the challenges, opportunities during this March 24th and 26th. Actually, I was very happy because I'm a man of horticulture involved in the system since last 5 decades for the horticulture development of the state as well as the country. Because another thing also, I was totally involved at the time of the starting of this research station because this was originally the cashew research station of the OUAT. When I was the head of the division horticulture in 1992-93, ultimately Mr. K.C. Lenka was the minister for state who is in charge of ICR, he is from Orissa. And also Dr. K.L. Chadda was the director of horticulture at IHR. Ultimately came and they wanted that should be done. And for the interest of horticulture, and we pursued during that time, actually, Biju Patnaik was the chief minister and ultimately readily has agreed for handing over this land to the ICR because the cashew, our Dr. Lenka is the original cashew man and actually has done a lot of work on cashew research. Before that, when Dr. Panda was there. And ultimately, readily, because for the interest of the horticulture, ultimately I told Dr. K.L. Chadda that let us hand over and you start immediately because it is in the national highway. During that time, this development was not there because the Khandagiri, this side, it was a jungle and nothing was here, only research stations and everything. Another station also beside this we are having. And also regarding tropical and tuber crops also I say because Dr. S.P. Ghosh was a very good friend of mine and he was a director CTCRA and he requested that when you are giving to horticulture, why not for tuber crops? And ultimately he wanted to start. And tuber crops is very important for the Eastern India. For that reason, we also agreed and we requested the Director of Soil Conservation and the then Secretary Agriculture to hand over that land for the tuber regional station for the tuber crops when Dr. S.P. Ghosh was there. And this is the thing for the development of horticulture. Ultimately, we have done from the university side because we helped and we pursued with the state government for handing over this land for establishment of. And during that time, you know, because Dr. D.P. Singh was there, and he was heading the station of Ranchi. Ultimately, he retired as ADG Horticulture long back. And first of all, he has taken over, and Dr. Jadhav was there. Then he became the director, and ultimately, and many other scientists, and Dr. O.P. Vijaya, I think he was the first regular director who has taken over, and Dr. Pandey might be knowing because I was totally involved for the development of these stations, as because I am a man of horticulture. And ultimately, because my previous speakers have told all the things regarding the horticulture development, no doubt Eastern India, very rich source of the tropical and subtropical fruits and vegetables. Ultimately, there is a lot of scope for the development. There is no doubt of it. But the thing is that when I was also involved in the Planning Commission Government of India in the 11th plan and also 12th plan formulation for the whole country. I was the chairman. And ultimately that is a 39-member committee. We have given a lot of importance for the development of horticulture, for increasing of the production, productivity, area of different fruits, vegetables, and also spices, plantation crops, and including floriculture also, because total horticulture. And during that time we have given, because I'm not repeating many things because my previous speakers have mentioned already, because we should give a more importance for the increasing of the production for the tropical fruits, because this is a concern, I think, regarding the fruit production. And for that reason, we should give not only fruits, but the total horticulture crops, because now you know the production of horticulture crops is increased and surpassed the production of the cereals and other crops during last, because I think that is due to the effort of all the horticulture scientists, and also not only in ICAR institutes, in the state agriculture university, those are working, their development, because their actually achievement, because whatever they actually developed the technology, as regard the varieties are concerned, as regards the technology are concerned, as regards marketing side, and whatever we have to do, we have to develop regarding transport and other things, and post-harvest side also, as our Honorable Vice Chancellor has mentioned, ultimately, from all the aspects, and ultimately our, no doubt the scientists, those are working, and also the state government officials, those are working in the Directorate of Horticulture in different states, they are also responsible for today's our achievement for the horticulture crops in the country. No doubt, the area is increased, production is increased, productivity also for a unit area is increasing day to day. But the main problem is marketing. Marketing is a big, because you know the horticulture crops are not only fruits and vegetables and spices and many more, and even ornamentals also, they are very perishable. For that reason, the post-harvest side, we should take a lot of care, not only for fruits and also vegetables, and also flowers sometime also we have to take for carrying out from one place to another place for marketing. For that reason, during this 11th and 12th plan, and we have given because a lot of importance for the transport, marketing, post-harvest, processing, storage, because the Mr. Sharad Pawar was the agriculture minister during that time, and he was a very technically sound, and Abhijit Sen was the member planning commission, and also our Dr. Alwalia was the deputy chairman planning commission. Ultimately, in our committee, ultimately they have given a lot of importance for the increasing the production and productivity, because the malnutrition is a very big problem, because no doubt cereals, pulses and other things are very much, oil seeds, very much needed for our livelihood. But otherwise, and horticulture crops, fruits and vegetables, they give a lot of nutrition to the body for keeping body fit. For that reason, ultimately the government of India has given a lot of importance during that time, and we have taken a lot of care, and also a lot of funds have been given through RKBA, through different projects to different states of the India for giving those subsidies and many things regarding irrigation kitchen, drip irrigation, sprinklers, and also the varieties are concerned, and also multiplication is a concern. For that reason, lot of benefits which are to be transferred to the farmers for increase, and also the compact area cultivation, area increasing of areas and everything. That is more important, because you know in Orissa is a concern as regards, we are having a lot of a good area is a concern regarding the mango, citrus, jackfruit, guava, cashew, papaya, banana, pineapple, lychee, bear, and many other fruit crops that can be grown in Orissa, especially in most of the districts. Ultimately, it is coming up very well, including vegetables, spices, ginger, turmeric, because that is a very good, because that is actually a lot of good varieties have been also released by different icar institutes, including I can say that icar is having a lot of good contribution for releasing a good number of varieties in lot of tropical and subtropical fruits, including Lucknow, our subtropical fruit research institute, and also my thanks to the Indian Institute of Vegetable Research, Varanasi. Also, they have contribution very much for releasing the vegetable varieties. Because I was the chairman of RSC just since last 20 years, and I think I covered most of the horticulture institutes of the country, and also the QRT also. Because for that reason, the horticulture contribution for this whole country by the state agriculture universities, icar institutes is very much. Because for that reason, that advantage actually my request to the farmers. ମୁଁ ଚାଷୀ ଭାଇ ମାନଙ୍କୁ ଆଜି କହୁଛି ଯେଉଁମାନେ ଅଛନ୍ତି ଏଠି, ultimately ସେ advantage ଟା ନିଅନ୍ତୁ, ଆପଣଙ୍କ ଭେରାଇଟି ଯୋଉ ଭେରାଇଟି ଆପଣଙ୍କ ଦରକାର ସେ ଭେରାଇଟି available, ଯୋଉ ଭେରାଇଟି ଆପଣଙ୍କ ଏରିଆ, because ଆମର ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ 10ଟା ଏଗ୍ରୋ କ୍ଲାଇମେଟିକ୍ ଜୋନ୍ ଅଛି, ଯୋଉ ଏଗ୍ରୋ କ୍ଲାଇମେଟିକ୍ ଜୋନ୍ରେ ଯୋଉ ଭେରାଇଟି ହେଇପାରିବ, ଯୋଉ କ୍ରପ୍ ହେଇପାରିବ, ଆମ୍ବ ହଉ କି ଲେମ୍ବୁ ହଉ କି କମଳା ହଉ କି ଜ୍ୟାକଫ୍ରୁଟ୍ ହଉ କି ଗୁଆଭା ହଉ କି କାଜୁ ହଉ, ପାଇନାପଲ୍, ବାନାନା, ଯେକୌଣସି କ୍ରପ୍ ଆପଣମାନେ ଚାହିଁପାରିବେ, ଲିଚି ବି ହେଇପାରିବ, ବରକୋଳି ବି ହେଇପାରିବ, because we are having a different types of agroclimatic zones. Most of the crops can be grown here. Ultimately, you can take up in a commercial scale and also in the cooperative way. But marketing, first of all, you have to find out the disposal side. That is more important. If it is not a disposal, again, it is a problem lost to the farmers. Really, farmers, they don't get a real benefit because they are just a middleman, they take the advantage. That is a big problem with this, our present agricultural system, whatever it is going on in our country, not only in Eastern India, not only in Odisha, in the most of the states. For that reason, we should be very careful, because I don't want to take much time, because my thanks to, because they are having a 3-day seminar. Actually, my thanks to the director, Dr. Murthy, ultimately, and also Dr. Pandey, the ADG, who is encouraged to organize this. My thanks to Dr. Acharya and also other scientists, Dr. Srinivas and other scientists, those are involved in organizing this. And they are having, no doubt, 9 technical sessions. That is very good because exploitation of genetic diversity, genetic improvement, novel approaches in plant propagation, climate change and resilience in horticulture, sustaining yield and fruit quality, precision horticulture, protected cultivation. That is very important. Protected cultivation also. This organic farming, because organic farming again a problem is that by default we are growing a lot of organic farming, but marketing is important. The price is important. And here also we go for organic turmeric and other thing in tribal districts, Fulbani and other. Plant protection strategy, that is most important. Post-harvest management, already it is told my other dignitaries, those have spoken already. Produce management, marketing mechanism, because these all are important sessions, because I think my request to the students and also the farmers, those are attending 3 days, they be attentive, and whatever you are having any doubts, ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଯଦି କିଛି ଡାଉଟ୍ ଅଛି ଯୋଉ ସ୍ପିକର ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଯୋଉ କହୁଛନ୍ତି ସେତେବେଳେ ଆପଣ ପଚାରି ପାରିବେ ଆପଣ ଯାହା କରିବା କଥା କିଛି ଯଦି ଅସୁବିଧା ଅଛି I think with these few words, because I don't want to take much time, and my thanks to our Director Horticulture, our icar, as well as the head, Dr. Acharya, for giving this opportunity to be here. And I'm very lucky that at least I met some of our horticultural friends, and Dr. Agarwal is here because I met him, and our Dr. Edison Director Horticulture, and Dr. Naik and Dr. Lenka, because even though we are in a Bhubaneswar, because because of this COVID problem, we are unable to move anywhere, and we are unable to attend any meetings. Every meeting we are conducting online, because I conducted 2 to 3 meetings online of the ICR in every month. That is becoming a problem. For that reason, physical meet, actually it is becoming a difficult. For that reason, I think I thank the organizer for inviting me to this occasion. Thank you all.
प्रबुद्ध जीवियों का साथ हम सभी में न केवल एक नई ऊर्जा का संचरण करता है, वरन हमें एक नया आत्मविश्वास भी देता है। आपकी उपस्थिति ने महोदय न केवल हमारे मन के अंदर, हमारे भीतर आत्मविश्वास को बढ़ाया है और इस कार्यक्रम की भी शोभा को बढ़ाई है। आपके आशीर्वचन से हम सभी को प्रेरणा मिली है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद अतिथि महोदय। Ladies and gentlemen, someone very rightly said that gaining knowledge is the first step to wisdom, and sharing others is the first step to humanity. With this thought, now I would like to request our Honorable Dr. A.K. Singh ji, DDG Horticulture, who has joined us online for his presidential remark and keynote address. Sammani Dr. A.K. Singh ji. Give him a big round of applause.
Thank you, Dr. Deepa. My apology that I could not come and join this very important meeting being held in Bhubaneswar, our regional campus of IHR Bangalore. And I'd like to congratulate IHR Bangalore for having this one organized. And not only that, that you have been able to invite the dignitaries, those who have played significant role, pivotal roles in when there was in seat, they were in seat or not, even today also. To grace the occasion of today's function, on the dais, we have respected Dr. D.P. Ray, one of the, who has 4 decades of experience in horticulture in various capacities, and a great opinion leader of horticulture of India. He has been torchbearer on many occasions for the horticulture as a professional, as a hardcore professional for the development of horticulture in the country. Thank you so much, sir, for coming over on this particular occasion. And I know this is the home state for you, so this adds a great value to your presence on today's function. We have with us Dr. Agarwal, the Vice Chancellor of OU80, Dr. Murthy, the current director. Thanks, Dr. Murthy, that before you lay down your office, probably May and June, you organize this function here in this part of the country, which is so important from the horticultural point of view. And I'm told that Dr. Lenka, the director, was supposed to come, but I think he is represented by Dr. Subuddhi. Thank you so much, Dr. Subuddhi ji. My own colleague in ADG, Dr. Vikramaditya Pandey. I can see some of the directors of horticultural institutions, particularly Dr. Uma, and I also saw the photo of Dr. Shishir Mitra ji, our project coordinator of the ICRP project coordinator, Dr. Prakash Patil ji. I could also see Dr. S.K. Singh, Head Division of Horticulture, IRI. Dr. Vishal Nath was also there, Acharya, current head of the station. Dr. K.C. Lenka, I could not see him, but Dr. D.P. Ray took his name, so I think he's there in the audience. And my student, Dr. Deepa, I'm really delighted that RAC members are Dr. Tiku and Dr. Bhatt have also joined this particular meeting, and many more dignitaries sitting in front of you. I'm not able to see, and maybe some of the dignitaries, I am not taking the names. They have joined this meeting online. Thank you so much for attending this one, and I know your presence will be of great significance when the respective sessions are there in the proceedings. And I think after the completion of 2-3 days program of national character, particularly on the food production in the eastern tropical region of India, what are the challenges and what are the opportunities at a time? This is very apt time for this kind of conference. When I say apt, because of certain things, because we have touched a new height, historic height of the production of the horticultural commodities, which also include the fruits, 331 million tons, never before in the history, more than cereals. And if you take the average of last 5 years or 4 years or 2 years, any average, that will be the median value. If it continues, this is going to surpass very soon the level which the experts say, the estimates indicate that by the turn of 2030 or by the turn of 2050, this much of the horticultural commodities would be required, including the fruit crops. I know fruit crops, most of them, somebody said they are perennial in nature. Yes, very true. So despite increase in the productivity and the simultaneous increase in the area, the median productivity goes down actually. And this is a continuous process, but the net increase is happening, and this will continue to happen. And I think this will defy the estimates, previous estimates, which was given by somebody, some authentic institutions, some government institutions, that by the turn of 2050, this much of the fruits, this much of vegetables, this much of ornamentals and plantation crops would be required in terms of tonnage. Actually, we are going to surpass by any calculations. So this has not happened in the serendipity. This has happened because of the scientific efforts, matching government policies, and the tenacity of the farmers. मैं किसान भाइयों बंधुओं को का नाम नहीं ले पाया था, मैं क्षमा चाहता हूं कि मैं उड़िया में तो नहीं बोल सकता हूं, लेकिन आपके प्रयासों से, आपके विश्वास ने हमारी तकनीकियों में, जो हमारे ICR के बागवानी विभाग के संस्थान हैं, विभिन्न फसलों पे काम करते हैं, करीब 150 से ज्यादा फसलों पे हम लोग शोध करते हैं, और जो तकनीकियों का विकास करते हैं, इन्हीं तकनीकियों के माध्यम से हम किसान भाइयों को या अन्य अंशधारकों को जोड़ने का प्रयास करते हैं और अनवरत प्रयास करते हैं, ताकि हम आपके साथ रहें। सिर्फ टेक्नोलॉजी दे करके हम आपका साथ नहीं छोड़ते हैं, चाहे वो खेती करने का हो, चाहे वो उसका प्रबंधन हो फसल का खेतों में, या हमारे पास जो भी तकनीकियां उपलब्ध हैं फसलों के या उत्पाद, फलों के, खास तौर से फलों के उत्पाद में जो जिसका प्रसंस्करण करना होता है, कैसे किया जा सकता है, कितना होना चाहिए, किस दर से होना चाहिए, ताकि किसानों की आय में बढ़ोतरी हो सके। हम किसान भाइयों बहनों, हम प्रयास करते हैं। मुझे उम्मीद है कि हमारी हिंदी में जो मैं कुछ कह रहा हूं, हमारे ख्याल से आप तो समझते हैं, मैं उड़िया में तो नहीं बोल पाऊंगा, लेकिन आपका प्रयास रहा है इस 331 मिलियन टन में, और उम्मीद है कि आपका यह विश्वास कायम रहेगा और ये निरंतरता हम देते रहेंगे, और आने वाले दिनों में, आने वाले वर्ष में, आने वाले दशक में भारत सरकार की जो उम्मीदें हैं इस सेक्टर से, वो हम पूरी करने में सफल होंगे। और ऐसे कार्यक्रम हम करते रहेंगे जिसके माध्यम से क्या जरूरत है किसी खास रीजन की, किसी खास फसल की, किस तरीके से जो विकसित तकनीकियां हो रही हैं, जैसे कि विक्रमादित्य पांडे कह रहे थे कि उड़ीसा में, डीपी रे साहब ने भी बोला कि उड़ीसा में ही कई एग्रोक्लाइमेटिक जोन्स हैं। विक्रमादित्य पांडे भी इस पे जिक्र कर रहे थे। तो किसान भाइयों से अनुरोध यही रहेगा हमारा आज की तारीख में जब कॉन्फ्रेंस हो रही है कि उस आपके क्षेत्र के लिए जिस फसल की खेती व्यावसायिक रूप से कर सकते हैं, ऐसे तरीके से कर सकते हैं जिसमें कि खर्च में आप कमी ला सकते हैं बिना किसी गुणवत्ता में कमी लाए हुए, और उसमें निरंतरता रहे, लगातार वर्षों तक, दशकों तक आप ले सकते हैं, और ऐसे ले सकें ताकि आपकी मिट्टी, आपकी आधार है खेती का, मिट्टी खराब न होने पाए, पानी खराब न होने पाए, तभी यह कायम रह पाएगा। और यह तभी संभव है जब आप हमारे संस्थानों में लगातार, हमेशा जब भी आपके पास कोई समस्या आती है, आप किसानों हमारे संस्थानों में जाइए और जो हमारे विशेषज्ञ हैं उनसे बातचीत करिए। कोई अड़चन आती है तो हमारे संस्थान से हमारा भी नंबर ले सकते हैं, हमसे बात कर सकते हैं। इसलिए आपका रोल हमें लगता है कि बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण हमारे लिए है आने वाले दिनों के लिए, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से हम अभी बागवानी फसलों की, खासतौर से फलों की, ये बहुवर्षीय फसलें होती हैं, 24 महीने 24 घंटे 12 महीने 24 घंटे ये खेत रहते हैं, धूप को झेलते हैं, ठंड को झेलते हैं, बारिश को, तूफान को। आपके एरिया में तो तूफान भी काफी आता है, बहुत डैमेज होता है। इसलिए ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण इंडेक्स होते हैं आने वाले दिनों में। आज भी जो बाजार की प्रतिक्रिया है हमारे उत्पाद को लेकर, जैसे प्रधानमंत्री जी कह रहे हैं कि कैसे हम अपने निर्यात को बढ़ाया जाए, 49, 50, 49, 50 बिलियन डॉलर्स का एग्रीकल्चर का एक्सपोर्ट हो गया है, हॉर्टिकल्चर का शेयर लगातार बढ़ता चला जा रहा है। ध्यान रहे कि बागवानी के क्षेत्र में सभी फसलों को मिलाकर क्षेत्रफल हमारा बहुत ही कम है। हार्डली वी हैव 26 मिलियन हेक्टेयर एरिया, और वेरी लिटिल ओवर 26 मिलियन हेक्टेयर एरिया। उम्मीद है हमारे पास, क्योंकि हम अभी आजादी का महोत्सव मना रहे हैं। जितने भी डिग्निटरीज हैं, किसान भाइयों बहनों, स्टूडेंट्स भी होंगे हमारे ख्याल से, कि आजादी के 75 साल होने जा रहे हैं। हम लोग इसको अमृत महोत्सव के नाम से सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हैं, और हमारे पास इस समय 75 वर्षों का अनुभव है। In the last 75 years, we have executed our own plans in the field of agriculture and horticulture. We have achieved many of the targets. We have surpassed many of the targets in horticulture. And today the horticulture has emerged as the most vibrant sector of Indian agriculture. Be it diversification program of the government of India or by the state governments, many of the state governments, जिन भी राज्यों के किसानों की आय बढ़ी है वहां पे आप देख लीजिए हार्टिकल्चर बहुत बड़ा कंपोनेंट रहा है, एनिमल साइंसेज बहुत बड़ा कंपोनेंट रहा है, आगे भी यही होने वाला है। दुर्भाग्य की बात है कि डिस्पाइट वी आर प्रोड्यूसिंग मोर देन 313 मिलियन टन, 14 मिलियन टन ऑफ फूड ग्रेन्स, 331 मिलियन टन ऑफ द हॉर्टिकल्चर कमोडिटीज, डिस्पाइट दिस more than 200 million population is suffering from malnutrition. How these two things can coexist? The low buying capacity is one of the reasons, not the sole reason, but one of the reasons. 14 करोड़ किसान हैं देश में। इन किसानों की आय अगर बढ़ाई जा सकती है, हमारे ख्याल से उनकी एक्सेसिबिलिटी, इकोनॉमिक एक्सेस टू द हाई वैल्यू क्रॉप्स लाइक फ्रूट्स, जिससे प्रोटीन्स हैं, विटामिन्स हैं, मिनरल्स हैं, जो एक संतुलित आहार के लिए जरूरत होता है, दाल और तेल के अलावा, अनाज के अलावा, जो बहुत महत्वपूर्ण। आप उदाहरण देख लीजिए, चाहे पूरे यूरोप का देख लीजिए 60s में, चाहे उत्तरी अमेरिका का देख लीजिए 60s में, जो ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन वहां पे आया था वही ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन हिंदुस्तान में अब शुरू हुआ है। हम लेट हैं, होगा, ये शाश्वत है, निश्चित रूप से होगा। किसानों भाइयों आपका साथ चाहिए। जितनी भी चुनौतियां बाजार से संबंधित है या बदलते हुए मौसम के परिवेश की वजह से हो रही हैं, इसकी चुनौतियों का सामना सिर्फ वैज्ञानिक तरीके से ही हो सकता है। सिर्फ हम लोग आपके साथ मिलकर के काम करने की जरूरत है और टेक्नोलॉजी को कम से कम समय में आपके साथ पहुंचा करके, हैंड होल्डिंग करके, आपके यहाँ डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन करके, प्रोडक्ट की फ्रेश फॉर्मेट में या उसका संवर्धित फॉर्मेट में अगर बाजारीकरण हम कर लेते हैं, हमको लगता है हम लोग अपना एक ब्रांड स्थापित करेंगे, देश की आवश्यकता को पूरी करने के लिए भी और विदेश की मांग की आपूर्ति भी एक इकोनॉमिक तरीके से, एक कॉम्पिटिटिव तरीके से भी कर सकते हैं। दैट विल बी द ग्रेट रोल ऑफ आवर फार्मर्स एंड आवर साइंटिफिक इंस्टीट्यूशंस। एंड देयरफॉर, to take into the account of the regional problems of some of the issues in the challenges which are emerging, which are transforming, which are mutating time and again, this conference for me is so important. I know, aapko bhi pata hai, you also know that the production and the marketing of the horticultural commodities, including entire horticultural commodities, I include the entire list of the high value commodities that comes under horticulture, that is undergoing a continuous change in India also and globally also. Therefore, this has gathered the attention of the government of India for modified plans. And you know why this is happening? There is a growing demand of consumers for safe and healthy foods. This will continue. Now there is more and more awareness because of the media, televisions, WhatsApp, Facebook, so many other things, and our education along with the literacy is rising. So therefore, there is a growing demand of safe and healthy foods. Increased urbanization, शहरीकरण हमारा बढ़ रहा है। एक एस्टीमेट के हिसाब से करीब 2050 तक हमारे देश में करीब 60 से 62% लोग शहरों में रहना शुरू कर देंगे। You see the influence of the supermarkets and high value commodities. डॉक्टर अग्रवाल भी बता रहे थे कि IIT की विजिट का अपना जिक्र कर रहे थे कि IIT जाते हैं तो देखते हैं कि there are many green shoots where the trained IIT graduates, they are coming into my son is an engineer, and he is Ivy League institution product of farm management. Although he's working in the global giant, but he sometimes I want to come and do something in agriculture. So there is a change in the tendency, there is change in the mindset of the people, particularly the young and those who are the skilled and highly qualified individuals with the business acumen, entrepreneurship. So the corporatization of the Indian horticulture, which is happening at the speed at which it is happening, that gives a big solace to the policy planners in days to come. And you know, the scenario of availability of the labor is under dramatic change. And therefore, when the Prime Minister says that the digital format of agriculture, particularly high value commodities, horticulture, which is knowledge intensive, which is technology intensive, and the involvement of the risk is very high. Therefore, application of technologies like IoTs, drone applications for crop management, and sensor-based irrigation systems, so many other things. This is not the time to discuss each one of them. These are the areas where we need to create human resources, take the advantage of the development. And this application of these things can only happen because, you know, the variability of climatic conditions, requirement of each and every climate, each and every crops in India in different sectors is entirely different. So the configuration has to be developed based on the data collection, how the data is being collected at a local basis, state basis, different ecologies, and then in what format this is going to be optimized for its uses through the IoTs or whatever kind of tools and technologies we are going to deploy for future horticulture production in India. And therefore, responsibility of the agricultural institutions, particularly those who are engaged in the creation of the human resources for horticulture value. The time has changed. Many of the speakers before me, they have said the time has changed. Therefore, we'll have to change. Otherwise, we are going to miss the bus. The way this government of India, this Prime Minister is focusing on creation of values of our commodities, trying to create value of its uses, resources use efficiency of each and every one in a way which is not going to dent the requirement of the future, is not going to dent the aspirations of the posterity. And therefore, the responsibility on agriculture, horticulture institutions is much higher today for tomorrow than whatever it has been in the past. And therefore, meetings like this is very important. Those who have the experience, like Dr. D.P. Ray said that he has 4 decades of experience. Let us ensure that through these congregations, I think we get opportunity to listen to you, your observations, how things have changed. You yourself have witnessed many changes in your life until now, and many more changes you will see here, sir. But I think whatever changes are happening, this will happen. This is the part of civilization. This is the pace of science and technology, its development, deployment is going to change, format is going to change. And therefore, horticulture science, I think, is prepared, will be prepared, and this will be able to respond to many of these challenges through research and innovation. And that can seek to gain more and efficient methods of crop production for future. Refined post-harvest storage and handling methods. This is happening all. Transport minister that he says that we are planning to build 50-kilometer road every day. Imagine, ladies and gentlemen, if this happens, the movement of our commodities from production centers to the consumption centers in view of the perishability and the increased demand from the consumption center by the urban dwellers. This will be very much easy to cut down the time, reduce the carbon footprint behind the transport of the high value commodities, and that way this will also minimize the post harvest and transport losses. This is bound to happen because the government has realized the losses, more than 100,000 crore post harvest losses. This can only happen by suitable policy, matching grant by the central as well as the local governments for giving the value to the commodities the farmers produce. And at the same time, the way we demonstrated our technology in the farmers field has changed dramatically. There was a time when the farmers field, we put up the demonstration by sending some extension agents, extension officers, experts, or our own experts. This has changed. Now we are taking help of the current tools which are so efficient, so timely, so adequate ICT tools. So therefore, I mean, responsibility is of the respective session chairman to please incorporate these things, how we can build consensus or opinion on these set of activities, which gets due time for deliberation, for development of unconventional recommendations to either to the ICR for research or for any policy issues which relates to the Ministry of Agriculture or through respective offices. And I know there is no problem with this, whatever problem we are facing, our farmers are facing, this has been there in the past also. And it has been only science and technology and effective management of the tools and technologies of science-led researches. We have been able to tackle it, we'll be able to tackle in future also. See, if you see in the world, there are many countries where we are saying that by the climate change, the temperature will rise, temperature will increase. This might impact our agricultural system. Yes, but there are countries where the kind of change which we see in the heat stress, for example, the change in the pattern of rainfall is going to change. There are many countries in the world, example is Israel, for example. So they are already facing the temperature level which we are expecting that will happen in India 10 years down the line or 20 years down the line. We are saying that there is a change in the frequency of the rainfall, pattern of the rainfall. They don't have rainfall. So what about challenges we are anticipating to happen in view of the climate change in tomorrow's or decades or few decades? There are countries, there are places, they are facing it, but they are offering solutions, science-led solution to the farmers, hand-holding, and we are developing our partnership with them. We are successful. Many partnerships have been developed here. In India itself, there are countries where erratic rainfall system is there. western part of the country, see the average income of the farmers there, and if you compare the income of those areas vis-a-vis the Gangetic Plain areas, where there is a mismatch. The comparison is chalk and cheese relationship. They didn't experience the Green Revolution. Yet the average income of the farmers in Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, undivided Andhra, Kerala, Gujarat, their income, average farmers' income is much higher. Why? Because of horticulture, because of the main commodity, the main जो cropping pattern हमारी फसल चक्र की प्रणाली है गंजेटिक प्लेन्स की, धान के बाद हम गेहूं ही लेंगे, दूसरी फसल नहीं लेंगे. दिल्ली का बाजार इतने करीब है, इतनी घनत्व पॉपुलेशन का घनत्व इतना ज्यादा है. We have not paid adequate attention. And as somebody said before me, that our focus has been only to increase the production and develop the varieties and technologies, varieties which have the ability to fight against the pests and pathogens. Probably we used only microscope. We did not use the telescope, or even if we used, it was aligned towards sectoral development only. Adequate attention was not paid to such a highly diversified, much more needed from the point of view of income generation or raising the income of the farmers. Had it been the situation that this kind of focus was given to horticulture sector 10 years back or something, I think the scenario would have been something different. But anyway, better late than never. So I'd like to request all these session chairmen, please look into the requirements of the region so that it comes into the recommendations, either for the research or in view of the current development of scientific tools and technologies also. See, for example, the gene editing has delivered a product. The product is already in the shelf. And when it comes to the perennial crops, because this area is so important for perennial crops, horticultural crops, eastern part, which includes the Odisha, West Bengal, Jharkhand, and adjoining areas of Andhra Pradesh. So they are very important. Historically, they have been so important for the perennial crops, particularly the food crops. Therefore, this conference is so important. So I'd like to request all the expert people, those who are going to make the presentations or going to chair respective sessions, please take into account what different could be done for this area so that the potential of this area can be harnessed in a way which is equitable in the sense that the resources, either soil or water or air or the human resources which is deployed in form of the labor, and the financial institutions, those who are going to make investment into this particular area, because this is emerging as a green area for investment when it comes to the value addition. And जब हम फलों के प्रसंस्करण की बात करते हैं, उसमें मूल्यवर्धन की बात करते हैं, तो उसमें a huge amount of investment is going to come in. They can only be sustainable when the matching technology is there, and this technology is reproducible, economically viable and competitive, and has the capacity to deliver a product which the society can actually. So please, Chairman, look into the requirement of not only tomorrow, but not only the tomorrows and the afters, but beyond that, what is going to be the requirement of the next decade, next 2 decades, particularly for the perennial crops, so that the matching efforts can be formulated for research and development. And also, once this kind of research and development happens, if it goes to the farmers and production rises with the productivity rises at the cost reduction, then how this is going to be utilized at a time when there is a glut-like scenario. Ladies and gentlemen, you already know, for example, in some of the horticultural commodities, for example, banana, we are producing more than 31 million tons. Official record may be a little less, but unofficial record is much more than that. Onion production has touched a new high, 26.5 million tons. Potato, 54 million, close to 55 million tons against the requirement of 41, 42 million tons. What are you going to do? Unless this gets processed, unless this gets exported to the destinations. We always try to give focus for export of all these high value commodities, particularly fruits, to the high destinations, like where the exchange rate of the currency is very high, dollar or pound or the sterling pound or other currencies. Why not to tap the market of BIMSTEC countries? SAARC countries where the quality standards are not as high as a European Union's requirement, American requirement, the cost of, the cost and the food miles which is left behind by sending our commodities to the North America is so high actually. Why not to capitalize? The time has come that let us look into, take into account the amount of tropical and subtropical fruits which is being imported into SAARC or BIMSTEC countries, which are the adjoining countries of Odisha and India, where our commodities can fare very well, and they could carve a niche brand for ourselves and farmers. So the benefit accrues to the farmers, and there will be a new set of inspiration in their minds. At the same time, my request will be also to look into how the skilled human resources are available. For example, on a regular basis, I keep the indent from the private growers, those who have adopted cultivation of the other fruits, vegetables, or hardly very few fruits are there in the greenhouse cultivation, that we don't have the trained and skilled human resources, those who can handle our greenhouses independently. At times, there are many companies, they say that we are hiring our consultants from other countries. They come from the temperate regions, but they are doing, many of them are doing very well here in India, in tropics and subtropics also. So the responsibility of the respective local institutions like OUAT or whichever state they are located, agricultural state universities, I think there has to be, maybe they are doing also, but my requirement, our horticulture's requirement will be the trained human. When the MSc and PhD students exit the university with the degrees, I think they should be in a position that they are skilled, they have the confidence of replicating the technologies which they have learned in respective areas. At the same time, the most important today in order to cater to the needs of the new format of the varieties is that deploy the genetic resources that we have here. We have in NBPGR more than 450,000 the entries, but how many of them have been characterized morphologically or making any uses of the molecular tools either independently or together to find out which trait they have in them and how many of them they have been deployed or have been used in the breeding system to develop a new material which can withstand the onslaught of challenges which the future is going to present before us. And therefore, I know there must be a session on the genetic resources. This should be highlighted in perennial crops, particularly how this is going to happen for future, that the collections that we have, the numbers that we have preserved and protected for ages, for decades, how this is going with trait-based material is going to be deployed in the breeding programs, either by the ICR institutions, commodity-based institutions, or any other agricultural universities. And there are some private agencies, I heard they are also coming into the breeding of perennial crops, looking into the demand of the future. So I know these are the attested problems. They will continue. Science and technology development will happen. I think today's conference, many of the sessions are there in a classified way, and they will deliberate the individual issues, and those experts who have been working in this area, they will make their presentations, and excerpts has to be really, registered in a way that we can look back into it, how this can be useful for tomorrow's horticulture. And this is the time that we have to think that only developing varieties, only developing the technologies, sometimes the plant protection, enduring solutions to them is sometimes there is a mismatch, I mean to say, in these such areas. Therefore, there has to be a very close alignment with the production, protection, value addition, processing, region-based cultivation, brand creation, either in fresh format or the value-added format. for our own consumption, and also this ability of India that we have the huge range of the tropical conditions and the area of Odisha and the adjoining states, which could be capitalized, which has not been capitalized on a commercial basis, so that the availability of such kind of commodities can be expanded and the glut can be obviated on a permanent basis, so that commodity is not lost after harvest or gets value added in the process. So this is the only thing I think which can upend the problems that which farmers face. So I believe today's conference is going to be so useful for this particular reason, as the experts are drawn, I know, from the regions, or those experts have the expertise of decades and years of working kind of crops, which can be promoted on a competitive basis for Odisha and adjoining states also. And a unconventional, as I said, recommendation comes, will recommend via ICR's head office to the Planning Commission or Agriculture Ministry for their decision so that the rightful place is given to such kind of technologies, or if it is at hand, or some new areas of research which could be given, the matching research can be chartered for positive outcomes in a short-term basis or long-term basis also. So thank you, IHR. I know many technologies developed by this regional station and IHR have been, I personally know that they have been a runaway success in the farmers field. I'm confident this will happen for future also, and you'll be able to continue hand-holding the farmers through institutions, through partnerships, global and local, for the benefit of the society, consumers, and a great sense of sustainability will be there in the whole enterprise. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Once again, those who are present physically and those who are present online mode, I'd like to thank from my side and collectively from the subject matter division of horticulture and ICR also for your presence for such a useful conference for the region. Thank you so much. Our sabhi ko namaskar.
विंध्य हिमालय की पर्वतमालाओं से आरक्षित भारत, गांधी सुभाष जैसे महारथियों से गौरवान्वित भारत, अनादि संस्कृति से सुसज्जित भारत, आज बागवानी से जुड़ी तमाम जानकारियां, तथ्यों तथा विचारों को हमारे साथ साझा करने के लिए हम बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करते हैं हमारे आदरणीय डीडी महोदय का। आप इस राष्ट्रीय विचार संगोष्ठी में हमसे ऑनलाइन माध्यम से जुड़े, निश्चय ही हमारे कार्यक्रम की शोभा तो बढ़ी ही है, पर साथ ही साथ किसानों तथा हम सभी का उत्साह वर्धन किया। आपका सादर अभिनंदन और आभार व्यक्त करते हुए, Ladies and gentlemen, now it is the time to felicitate our guests. May I request Honorable Director Dr. B.N.S. Murthy ji to come forward and felicitate our esteemed guests by presenting them a shawl and a memento. फेलिसिटेशन की इस श्रृंखला में सर्वप्रथम हम सम्मान देना चाहेंगे आदरणीय डीडीजी महोदय डॉक्टर ए.के. सिंह जी का। On behalf of him, I would like to request Dr. Vikramaditya Pandey to take the felicitation. जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। क्रम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए मैं हमारे निदेशक महोदय से निवेदन करूंगी कि वो प्रोफेसर डी.पी. रे, चांसलर सोवा का आभार व्यक्त करें। Thank you, esteemed guests, for being with us. Now, I would like to request our director, sir, to felicitate Dr. P.K. Agrawal, VC, OUAT, Bhubaneswar. I request our Director Sir to felicitate Shri S.K. Subudhi ji, Additional Director Horticulture, Government of Odisha. Moving on, I request our Director Sir to felicitate Dr. V. Pandey, ADG Horticulture Science, ICR, New Delhi. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर. Now it is time to felicitate Dr. Gaur Hari Nayak by our esteemed Director Sir. Kindly come on the stage. Thank you, sir. Now it is time to felicitate our dynamic director, sir. I request our head of the station, CHES Bhubaneswar, to kindly do the honor. हम सभी अतिथि गणमान्य जनों के बहुत बहुत आभारी हैं कि उन्होंने इस कार्यक्रम की बहुत ही सुंदर शुरुआत की है. हम आभार व्यक्त करते हैं तहे दिल से आप सभी का. This national seminar, Society of Promotion for Horticulture is co-organizing this national seminar. May I request Dr. M.V. Dhananjay, General Secretary, SPH, to propose formal vote of thanks. Dr. M.V. Dhananjay ji.
Good morning, everyone. It gives me great pleasure and honor to extend vote of thanks on behalf of Society for Promotion of Horticulture, which is one of the organizers of this national seminar. Also, one of the organizing committee members of this national seminar. Before actually extending vote of thanks to all the dignitaries, including our most respected DDG Horticulture, who has given his presidential remarks, I would like to share the activities of Society for Promotion of Horticulture for the benefit of all the delegates who have participated and also dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. You all know that the society has begun its journey 15 years back, and now presently has around 1,068 life members with almost 27 patrons. And the society's journals NOS rating, hope you all know that it has jumped significantly in the last 1 year. It is now has a NOS rating of 5.08, and all the publication activities of the journal, it is now online, paper submission till the reviewing, all even everything is open access and online. And for the information of all the dignitaries and also the delegates, so far the society has conducted 18 national seminars and symposiums, 5 international symposiums in association with ISHS, OPSA, the World Vegetable Center and AVRDC. And the society has conferred the honorary fellowships and also regular fellowships to almost 27 eminent horticulturists who have contributed for the growth and development of horticulture sector in the country. And also we introduced and conferred a lifetime achievement award to our ex-president of SPH and also ex-director of icar-iihr, Dr. M.R. Dinesh, as a lifetime achievement award was conferred to him for his contribution for the growth and development of horticulture in the country through our icar-iihr. Now also we have the society has awarded to 5 scientists and faculty GS Randava Best for students Best Thesis Award, and for 6 scientists and faculty, the Srimati Anna Shikamani Best Paper Award also was conferred on various occasions. In addition to this, I would like to share the new initiatives that which have been taken. A decision has been taken by the EC of the Society for Promotion of Horticulture. We have introduced associate fellowships in line with NOS associate fellow. Then we have also introduced a student travel grant for 2 students, postdoctoral students who will be delivering their research work in international forum outside country. And also we have introduced now 3 Best Thesis Award instead of 1, covering all the aspects of horticulture like fruits and plantations. 1 thesis award, and another is vegetable crops, 1 more thesis award, and flowers, medicinals and spices, tuber crops is another. Like this, 3 Best Thesis Awards have been introduced to encourage students to take up work in these crops. And very recently, during the recent TC meeting, it is decided to give a representation to progressive farmers, accredited nursery people, crop commodity associations to be part of our executive committee. It's a recent decision that the society has taken. In addition to that, the new thing is that we are inviting proposals from scientists, faculty, universities and institutions to organize jointly the seminar, symposium, workshops for the larger benefit of all the horticulture fraternity of the country. For that, the society extends the platform, the seed money, so that the activities of society can spread to the nook and corner of the country. With this few this thing, I request once again the delegates and all the members who so far have not become members of the society. I'll be sharing the online link to become members, so that the society and we all can go together to the newer heights. With these few remarks, I'm happy to deliver a vote of thanks for all the dignitaries and all the participants of this national seminar. Firstly, I extend warm vote of thanks to Dr. A.K. Singh Saab, our Deputy Director General Horticulture, and also Chairman of this organizing committee of national seminar, on behalf of icar-iihr Bangalore and Society for Promotion of Horticulture and all the participants of this great national seminar. I also profusely extend a vote of thanks to Professor D.P. Ray Sir, Chancellor SOA, Shiksha, Anusandhan, Bhubaneswar. We have also, IHR is fortunate to have his advice as his chairman of RSC, and we also have benefited for his, for his advices continuously. I extend vote of thanks to Professor D.P. Ray Sir on behalf of icar-iihr and SPH Bangalore. I extend warm vote of thanks to Dr. V.K. Pandey Saab, who is always guiding all the activities of our society, as well as the Institute icar-iihr Bangalore and its regional stations, to take up very important national and international assignments. I extend in absentia Dr. Rohit Kumar Lenka, who was Director of Horticulture, who was supposed to be here and give his remarks on various schemes which are in operation, but it is represented by one Mr. S.K. Subudhi, who gave all the details about the various schemes and projects which are in operation for the benefit of farmers of the Odisha state. I extend warm vote of thanks to Dr. P.K. Agarwal Saab, Vice Chancellor of OUT, and I know the association of the university and the regional stations of icar-iihr at Bhubaneswar. So I extend warm vote of thanks to Dr. P.K. Agarwal Saab on behalf of icar-iihr, SPH, and the organizing committee of this seminar. It is my pleasure to extend vote of thanks to K.C. Lenka Saab, who was ex-Minister of State, who is one among the participants of this seminar on behalf of icar-iihr, SPH, and also our council ICR, New Delhi headquarters. It's my privilege and honor to extend a warm vote of thanks to Dr. B.N.S. Murthy sir, who is the very dynamic director of our institution and also president of SPH, who is guiding. We have several EC meetings conducted during the past 10 months during his tenure as director and president, and guiding to undertake these major events for the benefit of horticulture fraternity of the country. Also, I extend a vote of thanks to all the chairpersons of various sessions which are going to be held, and keynote speakers who have come prepared to share their experience, exposure, and also knowledge among the delegates of this national seminar. I also extend a vote of thanks to all the directors of ICR and ASRP project coordinators who have part of this inaugural program, either online or physically. So I extend a vote of thanks to all of them on behalf of the organizing committee and SPH and icar-iihr. It's really, I have to remember all the founder EC members, subsequent EC members, presidents, and EC members, present EC members who are constantly working hard to increase the visibility of the activities of Society for Promotion of Horticulture. I thank one and all for their continuous support and guidance in carrying out the activities of SPH. I also mention Dr. Agora, in charge PME, who is the one who coordinated between the regional station and the Society for Promotion of Horticulture and all the organizers to organize this event. I also extend vote of thanks to whole organizing committee locally at Bhubaneswar, at SPH, and at Bangalore icar-iihr, and also headquarter ICR for their support, guidance, and coordination in making this event happen. It is really a proud privilege and pleasure to extend vote of thanks to all the RAC members, Dr. Tikku Saab from private sector, who is continuously guiding all the activities of icar-iihr, and now he is in the RAC, and we are benefited for his valuable suggestions, and also all other members of RAC. I extend vote of thanks from all the organizers like icar headquarter, SPH, and Chess Bhubaneswar scientists. All the delegates, almost 100 plus, have joined online, and many are present physically at Chess Bhubaneswar event area. I extend a warm vote of thanks for all the 100 plus online, and also those who are present physically. I extend a warm vote of thanks to press and media for being here and also covering all the activities of the seminar inaugural program. I thank one and all who have directly or indirectly contributed for making this event happen. And I wish that the seminar will be a great success, and looking forward, the SPH looking forward to have association with all the universities and the institutions in the coming days for taking the horticulture growth story to newer heights. Thank you one and all for giving me this opportunity to extend vote of thanks on behalf of all the organizers, our headquarter, and our institution. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, Dr. M.V. Dhananjay, for giving the brief introduction of Society for Horticulture and proposing the vote of thanks. With this, we would like to conclude the inauguration function of the seminar. We will break for the tea, and we will again join the seminar for technical session, which will start at 12:40. Thank you very much. Thank you, one and all.
सर यहाँ सेशन कर देते हैं, यहाँ प्रेजेंटेशन होगा, यहाँ से 4 चेयर का करते हैं। शेयर से सब शुक्ला गाड़ी में सर का है ना, ये मूर्ति सर का। ये हटाओ तुम लोग, ये लोग तो चाहिए। ये भी सब ये हमको एक कॉपी दे देना। टेबल हटा दीजिए, टोटल टेबल हटा दीजिए। हाँ, बच्चा बच्चा बनाए थे चेयर को चेयर Very good afternoon. And now I will invite Professor Trinath Maharanaji, who was the head division of horticulture in OUAT, and he was a former assessor director seeds in OUAT, and a renowned horticulturist in India to chair this important session, exploitation of genetic diversity in fruit crops. And also along with, I also invite Dr. V. Pandey to co-chair this session. And he was as we know that he was earlier working in this region, and now he is a DG in SMD ICR. I invite Dr. V. Pandey to co-chair this session. And the rapporteurs, Dr. A. Sankaran, Principal Scientist, ICR IHR Bangalore, and Mrs. K. Abhirami, Cary Port Blair. I request Dr. Sankaran sir and Madam Abhirami to be the rapporteurs of this session. And start with, I will now request Dr. Prakash Patil sir, project coordinator AI Sari Palms, to deliver his invited talk, status and prospects of jackfruit in Eastern Tropical Region. Due to some problems, we will take the talk of Dr. Pandey in later times. Now we request Dr. Prakash Patil sir to deliver his invited lecture on the jackfruit. Sir, please, sir.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'll be sharing the screen. Host, may please enable me sharing the.
So we request everybody to take 10 minutes because there are a lot of people, 10 to 15 minutes, of course, there. I think all will cooperate. And because it is already late, so we can go up to the next session will start. So I request everybody, because the invited talks are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and oral talks are there another 12. So I think you please try to make and incomprehensibly you can take complete your talk. Thank you, sir. You can start now. Dr. Prakash Patil, you can start. Status.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Okay.
Am I audible?
Okay, you can start now.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Hello, I'm not hearing. Am I audible?
Sir, yes, sir, you are audible, sir. Clearly audible,
Yeah,
sir.
my slides are visible?
Yes, sir. Slides are there visible, sir.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Dr. Maharana, Co-Chair Dr. V. Pandey, all the senior officers and distinguished participants, students and farmer friends, press and media persons. Welcome to my first talk on this seminar on the fruit production in the Eastern Tropical Region of India. I'll be covering status and prospect of jackfruit research in Eastern Tropical Regions of India. I have been giving many of these lectures in jackfruit, but today's talk will be focused on the Eastern region. I will be covering mainly background, what is the status with respect to statistics, what progress we have made with respect to genetic resources or varietal wealth, mechanization, and also what is that we have done in the biotic stress. Having done that, what is our prospects, how we are going to do it, and we will be concluding what is the take-home message. I will not be dealing much. Many of you know that it is originated in India, and both mature and immature fruits are used. It's a very highly nutritious fruit and has a lot of nutraceutical values, good in dietary fiber, and it's one of the fruit crop which will bear very large fruits in fruit crops, and it is the farmer's household fruit, we can say. And the statistics, if we look back, a decade has started. Earlier it was a underutilized forest, no more an underutilized crops. It is a future crops, we can say, are one of the potential crop. And if you look the production, almost 18 lakh tons from an area of 1.85 lakh hectare. And if you see the genesis from a decade, why this kind of variation in neither areas increase nor the productivity, it has really brought a major changes. It is because of the data, the accumulation. This is mainly grown in the backyard. Because of that, we do not have real statistics, but we have a rough figure that it is more than nearing 2 lakh hectare. Last 4 to 5 years, the area is coming up and monoculture has started. And with respect to today's talk on the Eastern Tropical region, what is our contribution? This region contributes 30% area of the jackfruit, and production, if you see, almost it is 42%. We have a good share. Of course, Kerala is the leading area with respect to area and production. Even we need to really look into Odisha is not lagging there. When you look at production contribution, the contribution from the states of Odisha is 13%. Among all the states, it's one of the highest category, we can say. And any crop, if you want to go further, we need to have a SWOT analysis. What is that we have? Where do we can go ahead? What's that? You know that it's one of the heavy bearer, multi-purpose, rich in nutraceuticals, and one of the hardy crops in the risk of climate risk situation. You have an alternative, and above all, it has a wide range of products available. Only thing is how best we can the upscale, and that's weakness is we as on date. A decade has gone, more than a decade work has been being done. We really do not have till few varieties are there, but it is not on a other purpose like the processing purpose, vegetable purpose. Most of our efforts have been concentrated in southern parts of the states. We have some varieties, mainly the Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, Kerala Agriculture University, University of Agriculture Sciences, Bangalore, and Konkan Kushi Dapur. These are the 4 states wherein they have released some of the varieties. And we need to have it has started. Some of the upscaling through proper propagation techniques has started. But having done that, now one of the weaknesses, we do not have complete. Now farmers, once they start producing on a monoculture, they need complete production package. That we need to work out. And this fruit where we need to have a mechanical place, now it is totally manual. Earlier also, when we are looking pomegranate, we are also thinking it may not be possible. Today we have a method to have a mechanical separation of pomegranate aerials. Why not in jackfruit in the case? And the seasonality, I have put a dot here because it was earlier. Now there are cases off-season production jackfruit is also there. If you see my other few points with red font, because this weakness is some of them may not like because of the strong odor and consumer acceptability or the reason is required. Then only we can have upscaling and marketing. That is not there still. It's only concentrated on few states, and we need to have foreign earnings. If we have to have an export, this one, we need to have a detailed information. And preservation, of course, some success has been made. Opportunities, yes, it is very good. And now we have a addition of new market products we can add. And rural employment, FPOs can use this crop as one of the thing to generate rural employment. We have a lot of the export potentiality, mainly to Middle East and UK and US also you can think of. Asian countries, of course, as of now, it is mainly Thailand and Indonesia, Malaysia are tagging that we can tap that the potentiality. If we do not have well-defined market, it's really a threat to us. And the consumer taste we need to look, just because growing on large scale will not have. And it's available in rainy season. We need to, especially in the Western Ghats. These are having known, I'll be covering mainly on the Eastern Tropical region, hotspots. Coastal Andhra Pradesh, West Bengal has been one of the beginners in this project. And Nadia district, Baranpur areas and Hooghly districts of West Bengal are the hotspots, and Jharkhand, as there are a lot of diversity available. Odisha have written few districts, and borders of Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh as such, the diversity is mainly on in the borders of Jharkhand area, we have diversity. If you look, what is the germplasm strength? The first step, it has been started a decade we have passed. And what is that? If you see, though 30% area contribution is in the Eastern Tropical region, but our germplasm contribution is only 20%. We need to really look into more than 80%, almost 1,500 accessions. If you see it, it comes in the other parts. We need to have the documentation. Among the eastern tropical regions, if you see, Jharkhand has major collections. Why it has happened is it has the NPPCR regional station. Because of that, they had collected. And second is West Bengal. Thanks to Dr. Sisir Mitra, who started the programs on this. This is how the germplasm strength. And based on that, West Bengal has identified different varieties based on this size. And even Jharkhand is Kajua types. The earlier it was when we are looking for the status, that was the one. Later on, these varieties have been identified. And other than that, also Professor Mitra, when he had a project, he has identified different types and which has been producing, they are producing the crops. Based on this, now we have identified some of the suitable traits. If you are looking for a vegetable types, what should be our parameters? And if you are looking for a table or vegetable, this is a vegetable types. Now northern parts is looking for vegetable, but we need to have a suitable attributes if you are to propagate or select a material. For that, two things, based on our scientific knowledge and also based on the ITKs, we have to do it. And processing purpose also, we need to have basic characters. Based on that, we have developed a scorecard also that will help us to select the material. You cannot have a single attributes to select. We have to have a set of attributes having varying scores. And this is the story. In the southern parts of India, many varieties are there, but we are unable to see select, because if you see red color fonts, these are the information we are lacking. That is making us too difficult. Tamil Nadu has developed these. All the varieties are table purpose. You may be seeing icar as a it's a farmer variety. We have popularized farmer rights, and it is becoming popular. Sidhu and even Shankara. These are small seeded and the table purpose varieties. And the contribution of CHS Bhubaneswar, because that sector is going for vegetable purpose. If you are looking for vegetable, mechanized the peeling is important. Then only minimal processing can be done. This is one handy machine which has been developed and has been very useful. Now we need to really look which are the varieties suitable for that. And the biotic stress, when any crop grows on a monocrop, will have a problem. Borer is one of the problem. Other mealybug and even aphid and ceramid bugs are not major. They are less than, they are not in the threshold level, but borers have become threshold. And disease, if you see it here, fruit rot, borer and fruit rot are becoming major problems in those regions. Under the coordinated programs, we have centers in West Bengal and Andhra Pradesh, and even now we are planning to tag up with the Odisha, being CHS, one of our the sister organization, and we'll be able to link with them so that we'll be able to draw the national level the status. And another problem is wilt is becoming one of the major problem. It's a percentage very less, but we need to work out what's that, and so that we can develop a suitable. Phytophthora appears to be major problem in most of the tree species, but this now to some extent we have come to the conclusion that it is also due to Phytophthora. We are looking for the suitable management practices. And what is it? We have done it. We have done good success on the diversity, propagation, varietal wealth to some extent. We do not have rootstock. Agrotechnics is really required information for us. Value addition has very good success, but we need to do which product we need to have a upscaling between them. Market linkage to some extent, southern parts, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, to some extent it's happening. I'm sure the lesson learned with this, they can take it in the eastern region, weighing very good diversity. They can have a link. And awareness campaign is, yes, of course, it has been a good success. What is the lesson learned? Lesson learned is we need to link the market. That's the major things. And balance it. What we have done is statistics is good to some extent. Diversity collection, we need to target oriented diversion is trade specific diversity collection is required. And especially in the eastern tropical region, we need to look for the vegetable types of jackfruit. And if it is there, vegetable, under that, I think minimal processing is required so that northern market, believe it or not, it is traveling from entire the south to entire north. This season now starts. So why not to tap that market so that the carbon footprint from the transport can be reduced? And for that to happen, develop the promising types and develop a growers association so that consolidation of the product is required. It is mainly grown on backyard. We need to have a consolidation so that then only we'll be able to take. For that to happen, we need to have a awareness. This is one seminar really going to help the growers, and these are the thrust: enriching the diversity, upscaling, and promote jackfruit tree nurseries. It has been successful in some parts of southern parts. Odisha is one of the potential states, and they can do it. I'm sure this seminar will give a way to use some of the FEOs for the nurseries to have it. And custodian farmers, you have been seeing the success of Sidhu Jack. I'm sure such kind of Sidhu Jack or some kind of Jacks will be available. Jackfruit is available in Odisha, and they will be able to register with farmer variety and get the credit, and also their the success will be seen in the economic benefit. And clinical data. I know of late it has started. We need to tie up with the medical colleges to develop the clinical data. We cannot say that it's a very good for this until unless we have the clinical data on the humans. What is the kind of benefit it is? That is possible only if you tie up with the other organizations. So in conclusion, we need to really look what is a researchable matter. Researchable matter is to see the diversity tapping, trait specific collection, so that we'll be able to happen. And policy matrices developed in nurseries and FPOs, so that even why not jackfruit board or mission? I think I heard in the inaugural session, the government of Odisha has already taken up this task. When that kind of the support is there, why not to use that kind of the support from the government to make the FPOs in farm production of planting material and also the minimal processing units, so that they will be able to develop. Thereby, we will be able to bridge the link. The link here is to tap the northern market for the vegetable jackfruit. And even processing also you can think of it, but immediately the success we can definitely see on the vegetable jackfruit. Thank you. Thanks for giving me this.
Dr. Patil has given a very good information on status of jackfruit. I think there will not be any question answer. So anybody who have got any questions, you can directly contact Dr. Patil on this aspect. And because there is no time, so I request Dr. Tripathi to tell who is the next man.
Thank you, sir. I will end screen my the presentation. Thanks to the organizer for giving me this opportunity, and thanks to all the listeners. You can put me in the chat box if you have any query. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I will request all the participants to make their question in the chat box, so that Patil sir can reply to the questions. And for the behalf of organizing committees, I thank you for your exhaustive lecture on jackfruit, sir. Thank you, sir. And I request Dr. P. Naresh to be the co-convener of this session. So Dr. Naresh is there. Hello, Dr. Naresh. Dr. Naresh to be co-convener of this session. Now I request Dr. Raj Sekaran from our icar-iihr Bangalore to deliver his talk on conservation of fruit crops, diversity, achievements, challenges. So Dr. Raj Sekaran, sir, please.
Yeah. Hello, good afternoon. Able to see my slide?
Yes, Rajakan, we can see yours. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, it's visible.
Yeah. Thank you, respected chair and my dear participants. I am going to talk on the conservation of fruit crops, diversity, achievements, and challenges. And in this lecture, I am going to tell you on the in situ on-farm conservation, field gene bank, seed storage, in vitro conservation, a case study I will be telling on the fruit crops, then pollen conservation, where we made a dent as a case study, and the conclusions and way forward. As all of you know, there is a need to adopt innovative strategy for the conservation of fruit genetic resources. Conservation of fruit genetic resources is, a great challenge for scientists. And the fruit species being varied in propagation methods, vegetatively propagated, highly recalcitrant for in vitro establishment and producing non-orthodox seeds. And diverse and combination of approaches are required for successful conservation of fruit genetic resources. And it is a great challenge. And at icar, we have developed some of the protocols for pollen preservation, in vitro conservation. And we have field gene bank for many fruit crops. Those examples I am going to share with you. And as all of you know, the plant genetic management starts with the collection of the genetic resources and characterization. Then we go for the conservation and utilization. This is the way we do the conservation. And for the better conservation, we should characterize the material before conserving the material. And as far as the fruit genetic diversity of India is concerned, these are the main areas wherein these genetic resources of fruit crops are located. And Western Ghats, then Northeast and Himalayas have a lot of genetic resources. And some of the fruit crops have, as all of you know, originated in India. And we have a lot of diversity. But conservation is concerned, we still have not achieved much headway. Then what is the strategy, or what is the methods we adopt for the conservation of fruit genetic resources? And if the crop is seed propagated, easy to conserve, because seed conservation is the best form of conservation, and it's easy to conserve any plant genetic resources in the form of seed. And most of the fruit crops are perennial and having recalcitrant seed. We should go for the field gene bank. And of course, pollen is also one form of complement conservation strategy. And in situ conservation, it is not our mandate. It is done by the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Then we go for the in vitro conservation, where in the seeds are recalcitrant, and of course pollen and DNA are the complementary conservation strategy. So this way we can conserve the entire gene pool. And coming to the different ex situ conservation which I mentioned here, seed is the best form of conservation, and other forms also we should adopt for the fruit crops because of the various reasons. And now we, through the UNEP JEF project, we were able to give a model for in situ conservation of fruit crops, which Dr. Patil was mentioning about the farmers who are having a lot of diversity, and they should be identified as custodian farmers, and they should be given incentives to conserve the genetic diversity they are having. That way we can conserve the material in the farmer's field. And now, as far as the icar is concerned, we are having a lot of fruit genetic resources. You can see here a total of 2,479 accessions belonging to mango, papaya, guava, sapota, pomegranate, and jackfruit, custard apple, grapes, strawberry, jamun, and like that we are having a lot of diversity in most of the fruit crops. Now, first I'll deal with the in situ or on farm conservation. This is very relevant because the concept of conservation is also getting changed. Now we are moving from ex situ conservation to in situ conservation, because to deal with the climate change, the ex situ conservation is not going to help, because ex situ conservation is minus evolution. So we should have the evolution should be there to combat the climate change. The conservation of ecosystem and natural habitat enable the biodiversity to be itself within the context of its native ecosystem. And on-farm conservation, along with home gardens, is of high relevance to the tropical plant species, especially the fruit crops. Wild species and crop wild relatives are main candidates for the conservation in situ. And there needs to be an involvement of farmers and communities to make this conservation strategy successful. And farmers should be the mainstay and overcome the difficulty in changing the mindset of PGR staff is required. In fact, NBPGR is not attending much on the in situ on farm conservation, and the attitude of the scientists to be changed, and we should do more and more in situ conservation. And this is just example of the diversity in mango, and the UNIFI project was helpful in conserving this mango genetic diversity in the farmers field. And here also you can see in different places wherein the maximum genetic diversity is there, they were able to identify the custodian farmers and conserve the genetic diversity in mango. And this is in short what the UNEP JEF project achieved. It was funded by the Biodiversity International, and 83 custodian farmers were identified. And like that, it was a very successful model for the conservation of at least 3 tropical fruit crops like mango, Garcinia, and citrus. Now, coming to the field gene bank, which is the model we adopted for conserving the genetic diversity of fruit crops in the field, and collection of seed or living material from one location, and it is planted in the second site. A large number of accessions of food species are usually conserved in, and you can see the field gene bank of mango. And field gene bank is produce non-orthodox. It is for the crops which produce non-orthodox or intermediate seed and produce very few seeds or vegetatively propagated with long juvenile periods. And there are some research issues involved with the field gene bank, and can be very costly in terms of resources like land, water, and human resources. And FGB is not just a farm; it needs science-based design, establishment, and management procedures. And there can be genetic erosion happening in field gene bank also. And these are the places wherein for different crops, field genes have been established under the ICR and the university system. You can see for mango, banana, citrus, jackfruit, grapes, etc. We have the field gene bank established. And for the other crops like papaya, sapota, temperate fruits. And here, this one place wherein a farmer is conserving 60 varieties of mango and 139 less non-fruit crops. It is in Karipatti in Salem district of Tamil Nadu. This is Dr. Patil's jackfruit fruit field gene bank, which is very successful, and there are more than 70 collections. And it is helping to conserve the jackfruit genetic diversity of at least from the south. This is field gene bank for mango. Dr. Shankaran is taking care of it. And pomelo also we have the field gene bank. Again, Dr. Shankaran is taking care of it. And you can see here the pomelo accessions fruiting. Then coming to the in vitro conservation, as I mentioned, the fruit crops which are not able to conserve in the form of seed or field gene bank, we should go for the in vitro conservation. This is also a complementary conservation strategy, and many horticultural genetic resource species either vegetatively propagated or
Dr. Rajsekharan, kindly wind up. So please conclude. Please conclude. This is please conclude.
Sir, 15 minutes. I've taken only 10 minutes. Efficient in vitro coronal multiplication and propagation systems are prerequisite. A few challenges and way forward are the lack of economical set of tissue culture and in vitro protocol. I'll stop here itself. No problem. I will not go forward. If you tell like that, I will stop here itself. So we developed the in vitro conservation protocol, jackfruit. This you can see here we stored for 2 years in low temperature and low light, and you see here this culture is stored for 4 years without a subculture. And here you can see for Garcinia, we developed the in vitro conservation. This is for Syzygium. Then this is our in vitro gene bank established for these crops. And the number of species which we brought in vitro are given here. And this is the statistics of the in vitro material stored at our national gene bank, NBPGR. And there are cryobanks all over the world which is conserving. Then pollen crop preservation, we made a dent in case of the fruit crops, which I am going to mention a few examples. In mango, we developed the pollen crop preservation protocol, and these are the varieties we stored in our cryo bank. And you see we developed the protocol for viability assessment. This is the in vitro germination of mango. This is citrus, and in Poaceros trifoliata pollen we preserve and use for the pollination citrus species. And with the trifoliate leaf, we could transfer the character from the Poaceros trifoliata to citrus species. And this is pomegranate, and different amla varieties we could develop, and this is for grapes, and for carica papaya, different species also we could preserve the pollen. And this is for the different species of Visconcelia. And you see, after cryopreservation, we could retrieve the pollen without any problem. And in jackfruit also, we could cryopreserve the pollen, and we given the Michelson method. Due to lack of time, I'm not going to the details. And we could establish the protocol, effective protocol for the conservation of jackfruit pollen. And you see the germination of jackfruit pollen. And we did the SEM also to find whether any change occurs during the cryopreservation. We found that there is no change after cryopreservation, and we use this pollen to pollinate on the jackfruit, and we could get the fruits there. And so, as I mentioned, for the fruit crops, we should follow the complementary conservation strategy. This is the strategy followed by the NBPGR for conservation of the plant genetic resources, and they have the seed bank, in vitro bank, and cryo bank. And so, to conclude, I would like to mention these are the prevalent conservation programs for different species we can follow. For mango, FGB, and pollen cryopreservation. Citrus, we can have the in situ FGB, in vitro pollen and cryopreservation. And for jackfruit, banana, guava, custard apple, sapota, and other tropical fruit species, we can follow the field gene bank. So thank you very much for the opportunity. I would like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity. Thank you.
Sir, thank you very much, sir. So on behalf of this organizing secretary, I thank you for sharing your views on conservation of food diversity. Now I inviting Dr. P.C. Tripathi from our icar-iihr Bengaluru to deliver his invited lecture on genetic resources of underdeveloped food crops, sir. So Dr. P.C. Tripathi, sir.
And Dr. Tripathi, कभी दरकार होगा तो आप थोड़ा हिंदी में कभी कोई माने complicated technical matter you can speak in Hindi also, because many people will understand it.
Sir, please, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Respected chairman, sir, co-chairman, and invited speaker, probably Dr. Mitra is there. So he has worked a lot in these crops in eastern region. So I'll be focusing on the genetic sources of underdeveloped fruits. This is not moving. Okay. Eastern zone, what this one say, it includes Bihar, Jharkhand, Odisha, and West Bengal. So this area is actually the corridor between the northeastern region and the eastern Ghats, and particularly through Nilgiri, it is the corridor for Western Ghat also. So a lot of genetic mix-up is there in this area, starting from the northeast region, from the southern region, and that's why a lot of genetic resources is available in this area. If you see the region-wise, particularly in some areas of Odisha, particularly the Ganjam and Koraput, and some hills of Jharkhand, particularly the Parasna, Tundi, Rajmahal, Dalma, Chitupulu, and some part of West Bengal, particularly Sursinia, Biharinath, Bagbundi, Ayodhya. These are the areas which are potentially identified as a potential Jantra site for many botanists. So this area not only the underdeveloped fruits, apart from underdeveloped, lot of other vegetables and other botanical plants are found in this region. As far as the indigenous fruits are concerned, lot of fruits are there which are grown in this area or found in this one naturally. In that, jackfruit, tamarind, and some amount of wood apple, some governor plum, some Garcinia species, even pomelo, lot of diversity is there, and like Delonia, Chalta, these all fruits are very much diversity is there in this one, this region as far as indigenous food is concerned. Exotic fruit diversity is only because what we introduce them and slightly they develop through this one that we will discuss in the later on. But some diversity of some exotic fruits also found in this region. As far as the conservation is collection is concerned, lot of fruits has been concerned. We have almost 3-4 universities and research station in this area. So particularly if you see the NBTR regional station at Ranchi, they have collected lot of jarbas of jackfruit, tamarind, bale, and lot of other and barhal, amla, and other lot of other minor fruits also. They have lot of collection is there, and still they are maintaining good collection of those things. Apart from this, we have our center at Bhubaneswar also. They have lot of collection of jackfruit, bale, and they have lot of undersized fruits grown in that area. Either they collected some exotic or some indigenous fruits also. They have collected in the region. And then BCKB also maintaining large collection of particularly jackfruit and Perunia. They have lot of collection. They have some collection of bear and unknown species also. And similarly, we have some collection of jackfruit and many other minor fruits in our earlier THES Ranchi, now ICR regional station for northeast for eastern region. So these all they have also lot of collections are there. And apart from that, lot of forest department they are maintaining lot of jarbas, particularly for the Mahua and Chiroji, other thing. Particularly RPRC Bhubaneswar, they have almost more than 50. Hello. Lot of collection of wild fruits and minor fruits are there. Like they have lot of collection of bale and many other related species are there, which are found in Odisha and nearby states. As far as jackfruit is concerned, already Dr. Patil has told about lot of things in this one. But one thing is that this area, particularly both Odisha, West Bengal, and Jharkhand, they have lot of variability of jackfruit found this one, starting not only for the Western purpose, for fruiting purpose also there. A lot of collection has been made, and lot of studies are made in BCKB also at Ranchi also. And Ranchi particularly they released 2 varieties long back in 2004, Swarna Manohar for table purpose and Swarna Purti for Western purpose. So that still that diversity, whatever is there, that need to be again recollected or reconserved in some area where we can really utilize this one. Not only with jackfruit, particularly the barhal, that here's what the purpose. Hirsute also a lot of variability is there in this region that need to be collected. That can be used for the utilized for the roots of purpose for the this one. As far bale is concerned, some amount of bale diversity is available in Jharkhand and West Bengal area, but lot of introduced material also found in this area. Whatever they got either from UP or other area they introduced, and lot of collection has been made this part, particularly at BCKB they studied and they found some materials, particularly 13 materials. Dr. Mitra I think reported. They are very good in size and taste also. Similarly, our Bhubaneswar Center did some studies on this one, and they also identified some line. Even some release variety also found very successful in these regions. Even NBTR Ranchi, they have large collection of bale, and out of that, what we found, some lines are very good and can be multiplied, and maybe at least for the future they can be a very good resource for future varieties. As far wood apple is concerned, wood apple is a fruit which is really liked in this area. Particularly West Bengal, lot of people use, when Jharkhand and Bihar also it is released. And lot of diversity is reported from West Bengal region. And our BCKB group has done lot of work on wood apple. Okay, and lot of collections they have found, and they have done lot of collection or in situ evaluation of collection, maybe more than 1,000 collection. They found some like curry, chuck duck. They are very good in both size and taste. So similarly, these lines need to be multiplied and at least given for the large scale multiplication to the farmer and for the planter, because this fruit is there where still we have to go for lot of research, because it has lot of medicinal value that we have not so far tapped for this one. But I was going for some pharmaceutical studies also. Lot of work on pharmaceutical studies of kite has been done by other groups, not from the agriculture side, but they are utilizing it for many other purposes. Annona, we have 4 or 5 species are there because it's an introduced crop in India, but lot of it is naturalized in all regions. Almost it is there in eastern region also, and we have lot of variability in this one. And particularly if you see our Bhubaneswar center, they identified a variety that is called icar-iihr Vikram from the clonal selection from the Balanagar variety. Similarly, also in West Bengal, BCKB also they did some study where they found iihr gem and Arkasan both were found good for that region. And still there is need to collect this one, and not only this one, but the source of some collections are there, and other species also which are available in this one need to be again recollected and re-establish some places where really we can utilize the potential of this crop. Pomelo is a known crop for this one, particularly it is found a lot in the home gardens in Bihar. Particularly it is preferred for the Chhat Puja and other purposes, particularly festival. And some report is there by Dr. Mitra where they found 50 allied lines in the region, and they are very good in fruit size and yield also. Similarly, one variety, some lines were found in NRC Lychee under UNG project, and they found some 9 superior clones, and they are very good. They have variability in both. They are pink plus also, red plus also, and white plus also, and they have potential to be a very good variety for the future. Jamun, we have a lot of diversity of jamun in whole region, not only in Odisha, also in Jharkhand and this one. And not only jamun, we have a lot of other species are there. Some species which are only localized for the eastern hills, eastern ghats, they are found in Odisha region. But if you see these all species are found, particularly jamun, lot of variability we have found. What we studied, we did in Bhubaneswar, and some lines were found very good. And similarly, some lines work done in West Bengal also, they found some good materials there. And in Bihar, they identified one good line, Ajindra Jamun at Bhagalpur. They are all good variety and good material to be released as a variety. Similarly, in rose apple, lot of variability available in at least Chaubish Pargana and other areas of West Bengal. And that need to be again conserved. And again, find out some good material should be made available to the farmers. And our Bhubaneswar center also, they recently identified very good rose apple line which have bigger fruits and more edible portion as compared to the other available ones. Tamarind also is a crop where a lot of variability is available in particularly in Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, even in some part of West Bengal and Odisha also. Here, one study done by Dr. Kanupriya of icar-iihr, we found some lines having almost sugar level of around 49% or even 58%. So those varieties are really good for the sweet tamarind also. So those materials should be multiplied and can be again given to the farmers for large scale cultivation, because particularly in Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh, lot of tribal people are dependent on this crop for their livelihood. We have a lot of other species are in this one, particularly Chalta, a lot of variability is there in West Bengal, and it is used for pickle making in that area. And Amara, particularly there's both species of plum are found in this season, and a lot of particularly pickle making is there, and one wild type species also there, which is found in the foothills of Nepal, which is used a lot of, that is called limsi in Nepal, and used for pickle making. Similarly, type lines are available in northern Bengal, can be used for this one. Mahua, I need not to say, it is a potential crop for both Chhattisgarh and Jharkhand and northern part of Odisha. Need to be focused more on Mahua, because a lot of collection was made by Faizabad University, but still they have not reached the farmers. If we have a good grafted variety given to the farmers, certainly it will be a potential crop for not only for food, for oil purpose also in this region. We have other fruits like Taidu is there, Chiroji is there, which can be a potential crop for the drier part of this region. Garzina also some species found in Odisha, some work is done on this one. So a lot of exotic fruits are there in this one, because we have this one. Longan, particularly some diversity is there in our lychee center. There is a variety, Gandagi, Longan, one in this region, and lot of potential is there for growing longer.
Now I request you.
Okay, sir, I will conclude.
Dr.
So
Tripathi, I request you now to complete it.
Yes, sir. We have some
complete it.
Yes, sir. We have some variability of dragon fruit also, because a lot of people have introduced a lot of metal from other sources. That maybe we can collect it and then this one. Similarly, passion fruit also, some metal is there, but need to be again focus how we can go. Avocado is a crop which is getting more in slightly humid area, and certainly some people already growing in their backyard, and this area. As far as the conclusion is concerned, this area lot of variability is available. But one thing is there, our still collection and conservation is very limited because we don't have a systematic plan to collect and conserve these lines in this world. Certainly, we have found some varieties and squirrel lines are there, but still our focus will be there on more on conservation. And moreover, what we think we should go for more for the on farm and in situ conservation, or but in case of tamarind and this one. Thank you, sir. I thanks the organizer for giving me this opportunity to share my views. Thank you.
Thank you. So I request Dr. S.K. Mitra.
Sir, now I'm inviting Professor S.K. Mitra, sir, former Dean Bidhan Chandra Krishi Vidyalaya, West Bengal, to deliver his invited talk on climate change impact and mitigation strategies in tropical and subtropical foodstuffs. Sir, please, S.K. Mitra, sir, please, sir.
Right. Can you see?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can you hear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Right. So definitely this topic is not for this session, but I have requested organizer Dr. Kundan Kishore to slot it today because tomorrow I am leaving. Anyway, so the climate change and how its impact and mitigation for tropical, subtropical fruits, I'll speak. Good afternoon to all of you and the Honorable Chairman, Professor Maharana, Co-Chairman, rapporteurs, my good friends, Dr. Patil, Dr. Tripathi, and all attendees. I am not going to take long. I will try to finish as quick as possible. Right. Next. What is and will be the situation due to climate change, right? Right. Very recently, we have seen many of the articles are coming up. One is that climate change will hit all over India, from coast to Himalayan belt, and it has been written by in the IPC report by Manjol Prakash very recently. And you can also see that in 5th of February this year, in Times of India, in 60 years, climate change took 7 years of agriculture productivity growth. You can find all these in the website, or Times of India's website. Is a renowned economist and teaches at Cornell University. So the impact is coming, and we cannot deny that, right? So the year 2015 was the hottest year yet recorded, smashing all the previous record. 2015 was about 1.62 degree Fahrenheit or 0.9 degree centigrade above the 20th century average. And it was the highest.
Sir, your slides are not moving, sir. Sir, your slides are not moving, sir.
Moving?
It is not moving, sir, slides.
But I can see. You cannot
not,
see.
No, sir, it is slide one, sir, only.
No, actually, slides are not in presentation mode. It has to be first in presentation mode.
Presentation mode it is there.
Yeah, sir, please click the presentation like a PowerPoint presentation mode.
PowerPoint slideshow. Now,
I'll use at least arrow to make it down.
Is it coming?
No.
Sir, Mitra sir, good afternoon. Please go to the slideshow mode.
Slideshow. Screen share.
Yes, sir. Now, before sharing the PPT, please open your PPT in the desktop and share the screen, sir.
Yeah, that is there.
Yes, sir.
Full presentation.
Is coming?
No, not it. Not it.
Now speak now. Yeah, kindly, there is some technical problem. Please, you continue. And I think everybody will listen to you. Okay?
But without this picture, you cannot be interested to hear. It is not coming, no?
No, you share the slides, sir. Share the slides.
Yeah, I did that. Share.
I think yeah. Now it is taking. It is
Yes,
and use arrow to move the slide. That will work.
Yeah. So this slide you can see climate change is real.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay. I am now going very fast.
You
So
can start now.
Pardon?
You can start now.
Yeah, we must reduce the carbon that is going to the atmosphere, and our individual and collective carbon footprint measure we can also do it from online, what we are doing every day, and from this website. And our average individual footprint is 16 tons in USA, 8 tons in Europe and China, and 5 tons globally. We need to drop it to 2 tons per hectare if we want to sustain with this climate. Right.
Next slide.
Next is not coming. What is wrong?
Please use arrow.
I know that every day I am doing, but today what happens? Right. So Intergovernment Panel on Climate Change, it was in 1988. And finally, in July 2021 was the highest since records begin in 1880. It is above 0.93 centigrade in the 20th century average. The baseline was 2005. And we are now try to do not shift our goal. That is maximum we can tolerate up to 1.5 degrees centigrade temperature increase. And you can see that central and northern western parts of India will be the most severely affected due to climate change. This is the World Bank data. And in the world, the South Asia and Africa will face severe pressure on food security. Even slight variation temperature increases of the order of just 1 degree centigrade temperature or water shortage during a short period can cause crop failure. So that kind of data is coming, and many of the crops will suffer more. And we have seen severe drought in Australia, Alaska, Canada, Russia, even in India in the last couple of years. And we can experience very high intensity of rainfall, though our total rainfall may not be affected, but we can see the intensity of rainfall. You can see two reports, one published in 1st September 2021, where it was that August over, monsoon deficit widens. So in 1st of September, the report came is that until August, all over India, there was a very deficit monsoon. Then within another 10 days on 12/9/21, that is on 11th, it was the wettest Delhi monsoon in 46 years after 7th heavy spell. That is in one day, 383 millimeter rainfall occurred. So you can see it was drought, but all of a sudden, the records goes for many years in Delhi. And what is that effect? That affects in the flash floods, which most peoples in Odisha are facing nowadays for many years. And we have seen many of the cyclones, all these names, these Josh, Nisargara, Amphan, Poni, Bulbul, these are very important, and we have experienced in the coast, and most of the cyclones in India started from this Andhra coast. It goes to Odisha, touches West Bengal, and then goes to Bangladesh. This is their path, and Amphan caused havoc to most of these states, right? And we have seen many of the forest fires in the last few years in different countries, Siberia, Canada, Brazil and Greece and Indonesia in Amazon basin. So you can see this is also occurring that causes havoc temperature rise. And our prediction is that by the end of 21st century, the annual temperature will be increased by 3 to 6 degrees centigrade. And we will have 10 to 40% loss in crop production. So we can expect erratic rainfall pattern. We have already seen such that unpredicted warm spells, more availability of carbon dioxide, increased temperature, short delay winter, floods, droughts, reduction in light intensity. What are the expected effects? So these are the effects almost in all things: crop growth, physiology, phenology, morphology, pest, disease, flood, drought, everything we can experience if we cannot have this proper mitigation. So potential impacts on horticultural crops, I'm not going to read, time is limited. Mostly we will face that pollination failure due to shift of phenology, and many of the new pests and disease will occur, and some of the biodiversity will lose that we are going to lose, and we have to change our production scenario. Then these are some of the effects of global warming, which I have just discussed. Fertile coastal lands will lose, biodiversity will lose, then frequently we will get some storms, floods, droughts. That is the prediction of Indian meteorological departments also. Increased incidence of the pest and disease. And we lost many of the genetic resources due to this climate change. And knowledge about the impact of climate change on horticultural crops is still limited. We are not doing enough research. Some of this here and there is coming. So you can see how the plant diversity loss will occur if it is plus 1.8 degrees centigrade, and if it is plus 4 degrees centigrade. You can see the picture of our India. There you can see it's most vulnerable. So we had to have some caution. And the pollinator, that is the FAO, long back in 2018, they suggested that it is one of the 15 major ecosystem services currently under threat due to climate change. And this climate change will impact the bee movement, including pollinating, because most of our fruit crops are cross-pollinated. So many pollinators have synchronized their life cycles with plant phenological events. Impeding climate change disrupt and synchrony between plant-pollinator relationship by changing their life cycles, and may thus affect the effect of pollination. So possible effect of pollination is much we have to learn, because we don't know many of these. What are the other species that can be introduced for pollination if our natural bees cannot survive in this situation? And what are the companion crops that can be encouraged to have our main crop pollinations? And then we have many of the effects on flowering, fruiting, and yield. I'm sure many of you will discuss in this coming dedicated session on climate change. Low temperature mostly affect pollen germination, cause reduced fruit set in most of the tropical, subtropical fruits. A high temperature during flowering cause large-scale flower and fruit droughts may occur. If global temperature rise by just only 2 degrees centigrade in this century, grape growing areas could shrink by 56%. Very recently, the NASA, CNN, and BBC all has highlighted this. It's a main crop all over the world, the grape, and just 2 degrees centigrade. And these Europeans are very much concerned about this because they are trying to find some other place or find to some of the rootstocks which are really can handle. Then with regards to fruit quality, low temperature during fruit growth can cause low TSS and all this. Navel orange content, fruit acidity and TSS affected at low temperature. Many of the physiological disorder you will find like sunburning, fruit cracking, black tips, spongy tissue in mango, early maturity in many crops. So you can see some of the pictures of pomegranate, lychee, then they are all, or pomelo, cracked is a physiological disorder. Other reasons are there, but temperature is one of the main things. Then many new pests and disease will reoccur, or those who are in mild stage, they can come up. And we are already experiencing such of this thing, which was not earlier. There is a major pest or disease, so main crop, and now it becomes a major crop. So efficacy of crop protection chemicals is also
So
affected.
now I request Dr. Mitra, kindly.
No, I know. I am going very fast. And so in banana, it will be hard heated if the temperature, minimum temperature rises by 3.3 degrees centigrade. In mango, somebody will definitely, Dr. Rajan is going to explain all these things. So dosiri drastically reduced by 0.7 to 1 degree centigrade temperature. Khasi mandarin northeast was affected. Uh, Guava and peach, they are 10 to 15 days early maturity. Then high chill requiring crop like apple is replaced by kiwi fruit in northeast. What should be our mitigation strategy? In vegetables, changing sowing or planting dates, modify fertilizer application, then conservation of genetic diversity to see which of these varieties. We have thousands of varieties of mango, but all cannot stand at all the temperatures. So now the importance of these genetic resources is coming forward. Then we need to find some of the root stocks. Unfortunately, most of the tropical and subtropical fruits, we don't have root stock, except in citrus or grape. We had to find some of the root stock. We have many polyamranic mango, maybe some of them are suitable. Then soil salinity will be a problem because seawater is coming to the mainland. So we have to find some saline rootstock. We have already identified for grape, mango, citrus, but not for others. So we need to increase the genetic base. We have a huge genetic base for mango and guava, but not other crops, such as in China, they have lychee. We have identified some of the suitable varieties for this selection under drought tolerant of pomegranate or annona or fig or coconut. And then resilient strategy, we had to do some in situ establishment of orchard, mulching, micro irrigation, and then use of bioregulators. And then water harvesting, that is one of the main thing we had to do. So you can see in many places we did that. These are the future fruits for the future already described by Dr. Tripathi, and these needs to be tackled more quickly and to encourage growing of this crop, particularly states like Odisha and West Bengal and Andhra, where we have a frequent cyclone and we cannot go for this long mango crop or guava crop. There you can either the Australia, they have already after one cyclone they started all their mango orchards in this steel structure to two-arm steel structure like we have seen in Bhubaneswar they have developed similar type of orchards, or you go for these other crops like pineapple or this dragon fruit which has a steady market now. So now acid soil we have to ameliorate because many soils are coming in northeast. The Zoom cultivation is there, but we have to do it scientifically. We cannot overnight stop it. So contour trenches, then crop diversification with many crops. If one crop's failure, the another crops can support. Then we have many models of conservation horticulture, hortisilvi pastoral system, multi-tier horticulture system, many things to describe, but no time. So several of these crop-based, fruit crop-based cropping system has been developed for coconut, for areca-nut. You can see in Assam, you can see in CPCRI, in IHR. And so thank you.
The problem. Okay.
Thank you. Sometimes I will speak later in more details.
Thank you for the very problematic
Sorry.
subject. Thank you.
Sir, thank you, sir. So on the behalf of our organization, we thank huge thanks to Mitra sir for his delivered speech on climate change. Now, sir, this is the last lecture before lunch. I will invite Dr. T.K. Hazarika for a lead lecture from Mizoram University, and he will be delivering on food crops in Northeast India, present status and future scope, sir. So I will invite Dr. Hazarika, sir.
Yes.
Dr. Hazarika, sir, please.
Yes, am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, sir, audible, sir.
Okay. But yeah, I cannot start my video because the host has stopped it. So I request the host to enable my video. Is my slide visible? Is my slide visible to all of you?
Okay.
Yeah, visible.
Yes,
Yes,
visible.
sir, visible.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
make it in full this one presentation mode.
Okay. Is it okay?
Yeah, it may open.
Okay, a very good afternoon to all of you, respected chairman, co-chairman, all the invited speakers, and all the dignitaries present. First of all, I'd like to offer my heartiest thanks to the organizers for organizing such a beautiful event, a very good national seminar on food productions, that especially the tropical regions of India and the challenges and opportunities. So I'm going to deliver my lecture on food crops in Northeast India, present status and future scopes. So you know that Northeast India is one of the mega biodiversity hotspots, and this region is actually that in addition to that other plants diversity, this region harbors that diversity of the horticultural crops. There is great variations in that morphologically, then with respect to that physiological characteristics of the horticultural crops, with respect to that.
Your slide is not visible. Yeah, your slide is not visible.
Your slides are not visible. Please share the screen.
Okay.
Go to slide view mode.
Is it okay now? That slide is visible?
Yeah, slide is
Yeah,
visible, but go to full
Full
screen.
PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah, but if I put it in slideshow mode, it is showing that slide showing is paused.
Then please go ahead.
Okay. So this region is actually that rich of the rich source of this rich biodiversity hotspots, and there is a considerable diversity among the horticultural crops in these particular regions. And in addition to that other crops, actually this region harbors that very good source of horticultural crops. Even that a big number of that underutilized fruit crops are also there, which are not found in other parts of that India. So if we see that the habitat diversity of horticultural crops in northeastern regions, basically that they are found in that primary forest. You know that northeast region is one of the region which is have that maximum forest area in our country. And in addition to that, the other source of horticultural crops are that abandoned lands, agroforestry systems, as well as that home gardens. Actually, home garden or bari component is one of the important components in Northeast India. Each and every household actually they have one that small garden just backyard of their home, and where they used to cultivate a number of that underutilized as well as that commercial horticultural crops, not in commercial scale but in that small scale. So in addition to that, among the horticultural crops, the important horticultural crops is in northeast India is that I have to mention about that citrus, because you know that citrus is considered as that northeast India is considered as the one of the natural home of this citrus, many citrus species. Even the primitive citrus species that Citrus indica is found to be originated in these particular regions. If we see that the germplasm resources of citrus of Northeast India, that most commercial citrus species of Northeast India is that Khasi mandarin, which is actually named due to that Khasi hills of Meghalaya. In addition to that, we have that other that citrus species like Assam lemon, then Pamelo, that citrus that medica, then that ilasinimbu, gulnemu. So actually in citrus, it has been reported that there are 17 species, 53 varieties, and 7 probable hybrids of citrus are found in these particular regions. If we see that major citrus of these northeastern regions, the major one is that mandarin orange, most commercial, and which is found in throughout all the states of northeastern regions. In addition to that, the next one is the lemons, most particularly that Assam lemon. Then in some places, in some states, the sweet orange is also there. Then in addition to that, the Satkara, Citrus macroptera, then rough lemon, citron, as well as that other types of lemons are also there in these particular regions. So if we see that diversity of northeast that Khasi mandarins, So there are different variations of that khasi mandarins with respect to their that fruit size, shape, as well as the that, taste of the fruits. And next to that khasi mandarin, that another citrus species, that rough lemon, Citrus jambhiri. Actually, that although that these all the that rough lemons are that number of rough lemons are found. Some are that sweet in taste, and some are that very sour in taste. So among the that sour taste rough lemons, that common ones are that Somaidong, Kata Jamir, So Jalia, then Sinduri Nemutenga, and Kasai lemon. These are found in that the names are actually that local names of Meghalaya, as well as that Assam, and that first three are actually found in Meghalaya. Khatulia. Yes, that Assam lemon, another citrus species found, which is the most peculiar characteristics of Assam lemon is that it is producing the flowers as well as the fruits throughout the year, and almost all the that months of the year it produces flowers as well as the fruits. So a number of local names are there, like Patilebu, Bodhapati, Katajamuri, then Ilasi Lemu, and Galgal. Galgal is nowadays used as a that rootstocks for this citrus that reticulata, or that mandarin orange. Then there is one cultivar actually which is fruiting once in a year, which is found in that Meghalaya, that is Sol Yang. And in addition to that, sweet Assam, sweet pulp Assam lemon is there, that is called Pani Jamir. So in addition to that, there is one that very high yielding species of that very highly medicinal, but that underexploited species, underexploited, as well as the that endangered species, that is the that Citrus macroptera, locally known as that hotkara, which is used as the that medicine against the that gastrointestinal diseases, which is found that to cultivate in that small scales in the states like Mizoram, as well as that Manipur, and to some extent in Nagaland. So there are that different that variations in the that morphological, as well as with respect to the chemical characteristics in different that accessions of this Citrus macroptera. In the even we have studied the that bioactive compounds as well as the antioxidant activities of this Hotkara, and it have been proven that this Hotkara is one of the citrus species which is having very high source of these bioactive compounds as well as the antioxidants. Yes, Citrus medica, one of the that monoembryonic species, which is fruit is bigger than that lemon, but that it's that white albedo portion is actually very thick, but it is very sweet, and it is also another that medicinal citrus species. A number of cultivars are there that which are locally known as Birajora, Bonjora, Mithajora, then Jare Jamil. In different states, actually, they are known by different names. Yes, another citrus species, Ilasi Nimbu. The flavor is just like that of the cardamom. When we cut this fruit, you will get that cardamom flavors. That's why actually it is known as Ilasi Nimbu. Then Citrus indica. So these are actually some of the citrus which are under the threats of extinction. So indica is found only in that Meghalaya, but recently that it has been reported from Nagaland, sorry, that Arunachal also. So in the that West Garo Hills, that Nokrek Biosphere Reserves, where that citrus biodiversity gene sanctuary is there. It has been reported to be grown wildly in this particular that forest areas, and it is considered, citrus indica is considered as one of the that primitive citrus species from where that actually all the that present day generations of this citrus have been evolved. Citrus latipus, another important species, which is also used in as a that rootstocks, and it is found in the that evergreen forest of the that Khasi Hills, especially the that Meghalaya. Citrus assamensis. The most peculiar characteristics of this species is that it is having the that flavor just that of the that ginger flavor that citrus. So that's why actually it is known as Ada Jamir. Ada is actually ginger, that Jamir is citrus. In Assam, it is locally known as that Ada Jamir. Then Citrus isanggensis, one important species which is used as that rootstocks. And the most peculiar characteristics of this species is that it is having that cold hardiness characteristics. Citrus limetta, another species found in the that Bagmora regions of these Garo Hills, and Megaloxicarpa, locally known as that sour pomelo. It is considered as that one probable hybrid between the that true pomelo as well as the that lemons. Then Citrus limetoides, it is concentrated in the that Garo and Jayantia hills of Meghalaya. So among all that species, just now I mentioned one species that is Kosai lemon. I just want to highlight about this because it is one of the species which is not found in other parts of India, and even it is grown only in the that Ukrul district of Manipur in the Kasai village. And this is so highly exploited that from one plants actually that one single plants more than 5,000 numbers of fruits have been reported. So all the citrus species of Northeast India is that having that ethnomedicinal uses. The local people have been used this citrus traditionally that in their that local ethnomedicines. Yes, next to citrus, the most important species, fruit species of Northeast India is banana. So a number of species are found, especially this one is the that Bhimkol, that Musa balbiciana, which is seeded banana. It's a local banana of us. Other banana species are there like
Dr. Asarika, your voice is
ornamental.
breaking. Dr. Asarika, your voice is breaking. Please put up your video and present so that you can save the internet bandwidth.
So
fine.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Yes. So a number of that banana species are there like Musa rubra. These all are that wild bananas. Actually, that Sangchi, this is BB types, but grown wildly in that Mijorams. Even that Baibalha Kual, then Kol Balha. These are the local names grown that wildly in different parts of northeastern regions. Yes, in addition to that, jackfruit also there are two types of jackfruits, Artocarpus heterophyllus and Artocarpus lacosa. Lacosa is grown widely in different parts of northeastern region, which is commonly known as that monkey jacks. Yes, some of the that newly that introduced that passion fruit is also grown as that underutilized fruit crops in different parts of northeast India. But in Mizoram, recently that the commercial cultivation of passion fruit
Not audible. Please see.
as well as the dragon fruits. In these fruits, actually very good success have been reported by commercial cultivation of this particular newly introduced fruit crop. This is the strawberry grown in our departmental fields, and we have also that success in the cultivation of this strawberry. Then number of underutilized fruit
Dr. Hazarika, request you to conclude it quickly. So we'll break for the lunch. Kindly conclude. So, Dr. Hazarika, are you continuing? I think you conclude now. Please conclude. Dr. Hazarika. Hello. Hello. ठीक है, अभी कंक्लूड कर दीजिए। ठीक है, अभी तो वो फ्यूचर रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट स्ट्रेटेजी जो हो गया ना, कंप्लीट कर दीजिए। ठीक है। So now let us conclude this session. ठीक है।
Thank you, Acharya sir. Now we will break for lunch. Then, sir, you're up to. Abhi. Sir, then before going to lunch, we have another invited lecture by Dr. Vikrant Pandey, ADG SMD ICR Horticulture, and also he was a very well-known person in Eastern region. So I invite Dr. Vikrant Pandey sir to deliver his invited lecture on fruit genetic resources in Eastern tropical region of India. Pandey sir, please sir.
So kindly have patience and remain silent. Let us listen to him. He is a very well experienced person. तो आप थोड़ा सुनिए, वो बहुत विशेषज्ञ है ना, ये प्लीज लिसन टू हिम।
Thank you, Chairman sir. Once again, namaskar.
Namaskar, good afternoon, sir.
Can we have the first slide, please? See, India
Yes, sir.
is India is the land of diversity. And in our diet system, it is said that we need 6 different types of rasas. That is sweet, sour, acrid, pungent, and many others. That is true for a balanced diet. And in our country, we have got different types of agroclimatic regions, be it island ecosystem, be it tropical system, be it subtropical system, be it temperate climatic regions, and even we have got the sub-mountain regions for whatever this climatic conditions are available across the world. It is available in the country also. If you wish to visit entire world, come to India to see the diversity. And if you really want to see the India as a whole, see the genetic diversity of people, the variety of animals and the variety of plant population. You can see our cultural heritage also has given due importance to the genetic diversity systems in our country. And it has been somehow related to this different days, different festivals. If you see the natural calendar of our this ancient Sanatan Dharma, you will see after every 3-4 days there will be festival, and particular diet, what is to be really prepared on that particular occasion, it has also been defined. And that is the beauty of the genetic diversity as well. Not only the plant, not only the fruit, not only, but it is also related to many other crops and the associated flora and fauna of the local ecosystem. Next, please. It is the germplasm is not only important for this local system, but also there are many persons who have really been associated with the conservation and utilization of the different genetic resources. You can see the photograph, and that will signify the importance of genetic resources. Next, please. Next. The overall genetic resources, this one support the national crop breeding programs at the country level. And when the genetic base is wide enough, it gives us opportunity to select different ecotypes for different purposes. And when you talk of the trade-specific genetic resources, we mean that once the trade-specific genetic resources of this one identified, be it for nutritional purposes, be it nutraceutical compound, be it vitamins, be it different proteins, amino acids, or the resistance sources to different biotic stresses or abiotic stresses. See, if you remember well, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, or 100 years before, the climatic conditions were something different. And now the climatic conditions are something different. And they go on continuously evolving in nature. Now, what is our role? Our role should be to really be careful in identifying the available genetic stock, which could be really useful in breeding different types of varieties for higher productivity or adaptability to changing environmental conditions. Next. Well, to say, there are several crops, and I'm really happy that my predecessors, they have covered the topic so thoroughly. So many crops are there. They could be categorized as major crops, and some crops could be as underutilized crops. Not only this, many could be imported from the different countries, and that is where the role of we scientists and the students comes into picture, that what is to be really conserved, where to be conserved, and what is to be really acquired from abroad, and what is to be shared with different stakeholders, that need to be really put into black and white this one scenario. Next, please. Well, these are the this one available genetic resources for our this one agroclimatic condition. Next, please. Different areas of diversity. Next. I will not take much because it will be only, yes. In case of perennial fruit crops, the real conservators and the promoters of genetic diversity are our custodian farmers. Many of the crops, suppose, for example, mango. Mango is the king of fruit and fruit of kings. Whatever diversity we observe now, it was really promoted by many kings and the landlords. Earlier, when you used to travel from one place to other place, most of the mango genetic diversity was conserved all along the national highways and this one roads. Now slowly these are getting extinct because of human-made activities. So the identification of and the this rewarding and promoting the custodian farmers is all the more important in case of perennial crops, because the institutional mechanism for conservation of the genetic diversity is limited. And if we really identify, reward, promote, and this one honor the custodian farmers at national level, that could be one best step, and we scientists should be really aware of and this take needful steps in this direction. This one safety of the intellectual property rights of different stakeholders, the role of scientists and different farmers, students will be more crucial. Next. The perennial students, बच्चे लोग the perennial fruit crop systems, they are very much helpful in the conservation and promotion of ecosystem services. Ecosystem service, if you really remember the this one sayings of Albert Einstein, what he said, that if honeybees disappear from this planet, the humanity will disappear in almost 4 years period. So the association of other flora and fauna, not only the insects, but also the microbial population. So the importance of the genetic diversity is that they support the other diversity, other forms of diversity for conserving the natural resources for the utilization in posterity. All the points listed because time is limited and I am very particular about the time slot. So whatever time is given to me, I will finish my talk within this period. Next, so all especially the tourism, ecotourism, they will promote. Next, please, because this has been already covered. Next, okay. Now, at national level, what is required? Because genetic resource activity is a very long-term process. So, patience of the stakeholders is very important. See, as you may be knowing that I started my career from this center. And what I did 25 years back, now it is coming to really this one economic exploitation. My colleagues at the center, they are now coming forward with so many varieties. So the patience and the long-term planning for collection, characterization, and then utilization either directly or indirectly. Number two is that until and unless we bring in some sort of business model, because ultimately it is money which matters at the last. If it has got no economic potential, it has no commercial worth, it is almost useless. So promoting the local stakeholders, local growers from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, 100 to 1000, and then from 1000 taking the best use, that I mean to say the value addition and commercialization from local to national level and from national to international level. Most of our indigenous materials, they are quite amenable to less input agriculture, including the so-called underutilized fruit crops. See, Katha, big potential for industrial oxalic acid production. Carambola, big potential for oxalic acid. This one, Katha is for pectin. This one, Carambola could be for oxalic acid, this one extraction. So that way, identifying the trait-specific germplasm for different conditions. It is not only the broad agroclimatic zone, I always tell, it is the local adaptability to this one, our different conditions in the not only eastern region, but at the country level. Next, please. And then this one, what I told, 1 to 10, 10 to 100, 100 to 1000. So community-based approach. And this particular eastern region is full of potential of utilizing the indigenous crop resources for exploitation and tapping at the community level. Once it goes to community level, then it can be taken up to national vis-a-vis international level. And in the era of this international information technology tools available, this could be very well exploited at the national level as well as international level, given the proper characterization of the available genetic resources. Next. Yes, okay. Now, what is lacking? Lacking is that education system, when we talk of the genetic resources, mostly we go to the many other crops, but there are very few courses, very few students, those who are really working on the genetic resources of the fruit crops, because these are long-term crops, and the very few persons really they venture into attempting the R&D on the fruit crops, genetic resources of fruit crops. So number two, developing the protocols development of protocol for rapid protocols, that too laboratory-based protocols for identifying the germplasm for their commercial worth in the near future. And that way, the study of the pollen grains of different materials for especially for the abiotic stresses could be one good area of research for the students. Developing protocols, not only that, developing protocols for the conservation and post utilization in different breeding programs of the genetic resources. That could be the area of research. Number three, this though we have got so many field gene banks, but creating more and more field gene banks, not only in this region, but at different places in the era of this not only climate change, but changing geopolitical situations and many other things beyond the purview of our this national seminar. They compel us to create so many genetic resources. Now, I will come to the one or two last point, that is the best of the best varieties what we have today in fruit crops. They have come from evaluation by our forefathers, almost maybe 100,000 and lakhs of lakhs genetic resources. In fact, if we really want to exploit the best potential of the available genetic resources, we need to have large and very large area under this one genetic resources, so that until and unless we have large population to really evaluate, and then up to that time we will not be able to come out with the best material available in the country. So grapes, the best of the best varieties have come from breeding farms who are having almost 50,000 to 1 lakh of breeding progenies. Some of the crops we are limited to 100, 200,000 or 1,500, 2,000, not more than that. Whereas we need to have lakhs and lakhs of the breeding progenies and germplasm resources in our repository. And one could be the cryoconservation of the available genetic resources. Well, sky is the limit. Time doesn't permit to speak much, but long-term planning with national goals and looking at the local level will be the key factor in really exploiting and tapping the potential of the available genetic resources for the betterment of the society in the long run. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pandesarji, for your details speech on this research needs for fruit products installation, sir. And now we will break for lunch and we will assemble at 3 p.m. So my dear rapporteurs and co-conveners and chairman, co-chairman, sir, and we will assemble at 3 p.m. for the oral discussion, sir. Thank you, sir.
So after will be for the lunch, and there will be 12 persons after this. So please inform them so that they will be here.
And those will be presenting oral presentations. I will request them to be ready for the presentations, and the time limit is very strict, 5 minutes for presentation. Thank you, sir.
off.
आवाज बढ़ाओ।
What's going on?
इसमें तुम जो कह रहे हो वो सबूत कहाँ है?
सब कुछ फ्रेम्ड है सर, इनमें से कुछ मैंने ही किया है।
2 years, अरविंद।
वैसे भी किया थोड़ी ना था, करवाया गया था पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज ने, नेता लोगों ने।
Gotara, and today I am going to play Tuna Mera song directly notification from my side.
Will give for 5 minutes only, and it will be better if you can over it within within 3 minutes. So kindly, whatever important points you are to tell, and run the slide. This is very important. And now I request Dr. B.K. Verma, ICR Complex, Umiam, evaluation and characteristics of guava, assessments, growth under mid-hills of Meghalaya. Kindly finish your talk within 5 minutes. Dr. Verma. Dr. Verma, listen to me. Do you listen to me? So kindly start. Dr. B.K. Verma. नहीं है अच्छा, so we can now request, let us afterwards Dr. B. Verma will speak and Dr. Kanupriya C, ICR Bangalore. Are you here? Dr. Kanupriya. She is not there. So let us start with third person, Dr. Preeti Singh. Are you there? Dr. Preeti Singh. Achandi. So now you can start your talk on assessment of genetic resources of jackfruit.
Sir, my slides are visible?
Yes, yes. You can start now. A slide not visible.
Is it visible now, sir?
No, you are visible but not slides. You can show your slides now.
I have shared it.
Hello. Now you start. What is the slides? Where is it? Is not seen.
Slides are not visible.
क्या प्रॉब्लम है ना क्या? What is the problem?
So, I don't know.
मैडम आप थोड़ा स्लाइड शेयर कीजिए मैडम, आपका स्लाइड शेयर नहीं हो रहा है मैडम.
Yes, sir. Sir, please call next person. I'll see what's the problem.
Okay, okay.
Dr. Verma is there.
Okay. Let us start with Dr. Verma. Dr. B.K. Verma, kindly start your talk. Dr. Verma. टाइम लगता है. क्या हो रहा है?
Sir, we are not able to share our screen, and even we are muted from host side. So even we are unable to share the screen. We are waiting here.
Dr. Verma.
Yes, sir.
You start.
Sir, we are unable to share the screen. Host is not allowing us to share. Host disable participant screen sharing. So please enable us to so that we can share the screen. Very. Camera on है क्या? आ क्यों नहीं रहा है?
Anybody in the oral presentation is ready to speak now? Anybody is ready in oral presentation to speak?
Sir, there are some people. Sir, I am Shankaran here, chairman, sir.
Yes, I invite them. First, start one.
Sir, there are some problem. Sir, there are some problem. Host has to allow the presenter to share the screen.
Oh.
Host, please edit your profile. Otherwise, another sort option is there. Ki whoever is speaker, please make him co-host so he can share the screen. That option is there.
Yeah.
Dr. Jaiprakash, can you speak now?
Sir?
Your screen is not visible.
Sir, actually, they have that host has not allowed us to share the screen.
अरे भाई क्या हुआ देखो तो ये इसमें क्या प्रॉब्लम है गड़बड़ी है इधर
Yes, he has to enable the participants. Also, he has disabled. We should enable the participants to join, to share the screen. Yes, now it's all right. Yeah, now it is visible.
Audible, sir?
Yeah, audible.
So should I start?
Yeah, Dr. Verma, please carry on.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Respected chairman, sir, co-chairman, reporters, and dear participants. Very good afternoon to you all. I am going to present my paper on the research topic, that is evaluation and characterization of guava sessions grown under mid-hills of Meghalaya. Myself, Dr. B.K. Verma, working as a senior scientist in horticulture division of the institute. And as we all know that guava is one of the most important crop of the tropics, and it belongs to family Myrtaceae. And there are over 150 species in this crop. This is crop of tropical America, but it is grown worldwide under tropic and subtropic region of the world. In India, it covers about 0.304 million hectare area with production of 4.43 million tons. This crop is known as apple of tropic due to richness in different kind of vitamins, minerals like calcium, phosphorus, and iron. The fruits is also contains substantial quantity of vitamin A, pantothenic acid, riboflavin, thiamine, and niacin. The fruits is basically consumed as a fresh for table purpose, but there are many commercial products available in the markets like mixed fruit jam, guava jam, and and there are many drinks is available. So that is why the crop is gaining importance due to its value. If we see the status of the crop in the region, especially in northeastern region, this crop is grown in entire northeastern states, but there are no any commercial orchard. They are grown at household level, and if we see the productivity of Arunachal Pradesh like 1.82 ton per hectare, the low productivity is mainly due to use of local land races or local cultivars. They are means poor in yield. The region is contributing about 4.8% of the country population, but in Goa, in terms of Goa production and area and production, that is 2.81% and 3.08% of the country area and production respectively. So with this, our institute has started the Goa Improvement Program long back in 1990s, and we have developed many varieties. And germplasm also we are maintaining here. So we have planned our program with following objective: to study the genetic variability of Goa accession based on fruits and quality attributes, characterization of Goa accession based on molecular markers. So under first objective, we have evaluated 17 cultivated varieties, including land races, and evaluated at our institute, and taken observation from fruits, quality parameters, and data were analyzed using statistical software. If we see the kind of variability available in the germplasm, like fruit bait ranges from 62 gram to 158.4 gram. So there is significant variability for different traits like fruit length, diameter, number of seeds, acidity, TSS, and quality parameter like vitamin C, phenol content, and phenolic flavonoids. And these interesting thing is that among the traits, we have seen high heritability and genetic advance for the trait like flavonoids and number of seeds per fruit. So this has shown that there is huge scope for these traits are governed by additive gene action, and there is scope for the improvement either through hybridization or selection. And we have to consider that number of seed is having additive effect. So we have to go for negative selection, then we can get the good yield. We have also analyzed the genetic relationship based on these traits, and all the genotypes, they were grouped into 3 major clusters. First group, we can see there are many genotypes, and these genotypes are colored cultivars mostly, and they are rich in vitamin C, phenol, flavonoids, and total phenolic content as well as antioxidant activity. However, in cluster 2, we can see the variety commercial cultivars like Allahabad Safeda, RCGS 10, Allahabad Safeda, Megha Magenta. So these variety are means they are in higher yield, they having big fruit size. So if we are interested in crop improvement, we can select these as a parental lines. But in case of third cluster, we can see the local accessions. They are characterized by maximum number of seeds in their clusters, means their genotypes. So we also analyze the principal component, and we have seen that first 5 principal component contributing 80% of the total variability, and PC1 was maximum contributed by seeds per fruit, and second PC was contributed by fruit diameter, fruit bait, quality trait like TSS, acidity, and flavonoid contents. Third PC was by vitamin C, total phenolic content, and antioxidant activities. So here in this photograph, we can see there are wider variability for different traits as well as in among the genotype as well. We also studied the correlation because selection of the traits are correlated with each other. So we have analyzed the correlation trait, and we can see here that number of seed is negatively correlated with yield trait like fruit bait, fruit length, and fruit diameter. So it is not necessary that number of seed is more, the size will be more. Again, here we can see that quality parameter, vitamin C, phenol, flavonoids, and flavonols, they are positively correlated with antioxidant activity. So so if we are planning for crop improvement, we have to select these parameters as well, and they are additive in nature. There is scope for the improvement. So we did molecular characterization. Here we have taken 18 accession, 1 addition of Pseudium guineans, that is Guinea guava. Using SSR marker, we have used 56 microsatellite markers. And out of that, we got 213 alleles
which ranges from 2 to 9 allele per markers. The maximum number of alleles we got in marker MPGCIR 19, 9 alleles, and PIC ranges from 0.10 to 0.83. It's showing that there are huge variability among the accessions. Observed heterozygosity, this crop is as cross-pollinated. We observed 0.00 to 0.94, wide variability, and expected heterozygosity were between 0.1 to 0.83. So there is again observed heterozygosity is less than expected heterozygosity, it indicating that there is a, this is due to selection. Then we did the clustering and studied the genetic relationship. Here we can see Guinea Goa was found most diverse among the from the cultivated species, and all the pink or red flesh cultivar they group together based on these molecular markers. Moreover, one of the genotype mega supreme, that is RCGH1, which was found yellowish in color and found most diverse from rest of the cultivars.
Thank
Then
you.
again,
Thank you. Conclude, please conclude.
PC also shown similar pattern. Sir, our institute, in our program, we have used improved variety developed by our institute, and we have identified some of the markers. Here we can see in photograph associated with these genotype, like Mega Supreme was identified by MPGCIR 108 and 243. Then this another marker also able to identify MPGCIR 182 and 222. Sir, this variety yesterday has been recommended for release by CBRC. Yesterday meeting was held by Honorable DDG. And this variety is having good potential in terms of yield, and they also having retention capacity of the color. And there is huge demand, and we are multiplying and at our institutes. And another variety, Mega Wonder, this variety also released by state government. And yes, sir.
Please,
Sir?
Please try to conclude.
Yes, sir. Half minute, sir. Half minute. 30 seconds,
please,
sir.
Please.
So this is having grouping in nature and can be used for high density planting. This is another variety seedless, mega seedless, and having less seed, about 70 seed per fruit. And this is also released in 2019 by SPRC Meghalaya. So in my conclusion, we have seen that in our collections having wide variability for fruits and quality traits. Traits like fruit bait, number of seed, quality attributes are highly heritable and with genetic advance and showing additive gene action. Number of seed per fruits is negatively correlated with fruit size and weight. Antioxidants shown positive correlation vitamin C, phenol, and flavonoid content. And these parameters should be considered while going for crop improvement. Marker associated traits and genotype can be further used for the testing genetic purity to utilize these lines and further breeding program, and the improved lines which has been identified by SBRC, CBRC need to be promoted for commercial production in the region. So with this, we can improve not only the production productivity, but also nutritional security in the region. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
So
Now,
I would like to thank.
I invite Dr. Preeti Singh. Dr. Preeti Singh. Dr. Preeti Singh, do you hear me? Kindly present your presentation. Dr. Preeti Singh.
Shankaran, she is there. Actually, I saw her. She may
Yes,
join
sir.
and present it.
She is there. Sir, we can take up our presentation later. You can call the next person.
Dr. Sosti S. Das. Dr.
Yes, sir.
Sosti S. Das. Dr. Sosti S. Das. Hey? Hey? ठीक है
Good afternoon, sir.
Dr. Lembusena स्वस्थ असले नहीं ठीक है डॉक्टर स्वस्ति एस दास ठीक है physiochemical attributes of mango genotypes please start
Dr. Swasti, please start. Your slide is visible. Please start.
Madam, kindly unmute, ma'am. Kindly unmute, ma'am. Your slide is okay, but your audio is not coming, ma'am.
Dr. Preeti Singh, are you ready?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm ready.
Please, please,
okay.
ma'am.
Oh, yeah. Dr. Swasti, please answer your screen. Please answer your PPT. We'll take up your presentation later. Dr. Swasti, please unshare your PPT.
Anyone from Lucknow? Shankaran, you ask anyone from Lucknow?
Yeah.
I can
yes,
at least call through intercom.
Dr. Swasti, please answer your PPT. We'll take up your presentation later. Please. Yeah. Dr. Preeti Singh, please share the PPT.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
Is it visible, sir?
Yeah, visible. Please go ahead.
Sir, किया था पर पता नहीं क्या हो गया. Respected chair, co-chair, and all the delegates, good afternoon, everyone. I am Preeti Singh from icar-iihr. I'll present our work on assessment of genetic resources of jackfruit for horticultural and biochemical traits for livelihood security. Jack is I'm not able to move. Jack is a multi-purpose tree and it is distributed throughout the tropical and subtropical regions of the world. Probable origin of Jack is Western Ghat of India, though it is grown in almost all the states. It's a nutritious fruit rich in vitamin A, B, C, potassium, and iron, and it is also a rich source of dietary fiber and nutraceutical antioxidant. Because of all these characteristics, it is a significant component in fruit basket. Jack has a huge diversity in India, but this diversity is not characterized thoroughly. And characterization of this diversity could facilitate selection of superior and desirable types. So to do this, we have selected these objectives to survey and collect the Jack genotypes from different area to characterize the Jack genotypes for horticultural and other traits and to identify the elite types among the collected genotypes. So for this work, we have done extensive survey in different regions of Karnataka and Northeast, and more than 200 samples were evaluated for basic horticultural traits and organoleptic traits. And based on these evaluation, best collection were further evaluated for different biochemical parameters. So this table shows different horticultural traits of different characterized genotypes. We can see huge variation in terms of fruit weight, length, breadth of both bulb and fruit. In terms of color also, there is a huge variation. We found from white color to deep orange color bulbs. TSS of all these genotype is quite high, which is an indicator of sweetness. It is from 20 to 30 degree Brix. In biochemical traits, we found very high sugar content among all the genotypes, though fat content is quite low. Jack is a good source of fiber, which is very important for our health. And total carotenoid and lycopene is quite high in some of the accessions, mainly the accession which is of dark orange color. We did antioxidant analysis through FRAP and DPPH assay and found quite high antioxidant potential because of high content of total phenol and these colored pigments. Among mineral analysis, in macro minerals, we found highest content of calcium followed by, potassium followed by calcium, magnesium, and phosphorus. In micro minerals, highest content was found for iron, followed by copper, zinc, and manganese. We have also done LC-MSMS and GC-MSMS profiling of jack. Fruit quality is very much dependent on aroma and sweetness. So here, aroma profiling was done by GCMS, and we identified 52 compounds. And major compound which is responsible for jack aroma are organic esters. In sugar profiling, we found glucose, fructose, sucrose are major sugars. And jack contains also considerable amount of both water-soluble and fat-soluble vitamins. In water-soluble vitamin, thiamine, niacin were identified as major component, followed by pantothenic acid, cyanocobalamin, and biotin. Thiamine acts as a cofactor for various enzymes involved in carbohydrate and nucleic acid metabolism, and also plays a role in neurotransmitter synthesis. Similarly, niacin and pantothenic acid, they are also act as a cofactor in various metabolic pathway. In fat-soluble vitamins, vitamin E and vitamin K1 and K2 are the major one. So vitamin E is a potential antioxidant and it protects cell membrane. Vitamin K helps in formation of bone, so it helps in bone strengthening. So based on all this work, icar-iihr has facilitated the release of 2 superior collection as farmers variety and declared concerned farmer as custodian of these varieties of jack. These varieties are called as Sidhu and Sankara, which was named after the custodian farmers. Both the varieties, they have attractive coppery red flecks and they are very sweet and tasty. Their size is small, so it is good for small family. These varieties are suitable for commercial planting as well as home gardens. So these varieties have also improved the livelihood of the farmers. They always fetch higher prices in the market due to their good taste and attractive colored flakes. IHR has signed a MOU with the farmers for production of planting material, and 75% of the sale goes to custodian farmers. So Mr. Parmisha, he made nearly 10 lakh by selling Sidhu graft in last 3 years. This variety has also entered international market, and NRIs from Dubai and California are also placing orders for sapling. Identification of these varieties can increase the area and production considerably. Such work would improve the prospects of both farmers and jackfruit. So these varieties contribute towards food and nutritional security as they are rich in vitamin, minerals, and different micronutrients. These varieties are helping farmers to secure a better livelihood. This work is a good example of utilization of plant genetic resources for betterment of farmers. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You have concluded in time. Thank you. So now, who is ready? Dr. Swasti S. Das is ready?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Swasti S. Das.
Yes, sir.
ठीक है. You can present now.
Really, this seed they have written 60%
Am I audible,
probability.
sir?
Okay. Now we need 3.5 gram.
Sir Patil sir, please mute yourself. Yeah, Swasti, please. Swasti, please present.
Welcome one and all, respected chairman, co-chairman, rapporteurs, conveners and co-convener of the session and all the invited dignitaries. Today I am going to present on assessment of genetic diversity in physico-biochemical attributes of mango genotypes, which is a part of my PhD research work, which was carried out at Chase Bhubaneswar. Introduction. As we all know that mango belongs to the family Anacardiaceae, having chromosome number 40. The genus Mangifera originated from the Indo-Burma region. The success of any mango improvement program depends primarily on the nature and magnitude of variabilities present in the genotype. Thus, a well-described, characterized, and evaluated germplasm is a prerequisite for any mango improvement program. These are the list of the genetic resources conserved in the various field gene bank in India. Then comes to the research gap. Despite India being the home of mango, only 30 commercial varieties are ruling all over India. The exploitation of variability in the local germplasm and its utilization in crop improvement is still lacking, leading to genetic erosion of these natural resources. Eastern region of India comprises of states like Odisha, Bihar, West Bengal, and Jharkhand is bestowed with diverse agroclimatic condition and rich germplasm diversity, which share about 21.09% of total mango production. The vast genetic diversity in this area has not been thoroughly exploited either by using them directly or indirectly in the fruit breeding programs. Thus, conservation and documentation of elite local genotypes of these regions through identification, characterization, and evaluation is the need of the hour. Thus, the objectives are the determination of variabilities in physico-biochemical characteristics of mango genotypes, assessment of genetic diversity among mango genotypes using multivariate techniques, and identification of promising genotypes for Eastern India. The experimental design used here is the RBD, and the number of treatments are the 40 local mango genotypes collected and conserved in the field in bank of CHTS Bhubaneswar, which are replicated thrice. And these are the treatment details. The genotypes, the 40 genotypes, their accession number as well as the IC number. A wide range of variability observed in terms of fruit weight, length, and fruit width. icar-iihr BM12 have the highest fruit weight, fruit length, and fruit width. However, icar BM54 has the minimum fruit weight, length, and fruit width. A significant variability also found in terms of the pulp content, peel content, as well as the stone content. The pulp content was highest in ihr BM61 and lowest in ihr BM30, and the peel thickness also varied significantly and is maximum in ihr BM7 and minimum in ihr BM25. A significant variability found in the peel thickness as well as the pulp to stone ratio. Let us come to the biochemical quality attributes. The TSS varied from 9.3 to 21.5 degree Brix. The total sugar varied from 7.54 to 18%, and the reducing sugar varied from 3.98 to 5.91%. ihr BM13 had the maximum TSS total sugar and reducing sugar. ihr BM36 has the minimum. The titrable acidity varied from 0.21 to 2.34%, and ascorbic acid varied from 20.2 to 56.64 milligram per 100 gram. The total phenol varied from 18.79 to 83.57 milligram of malic acid equivalent per 100 gram, and the total flavonoid varied from 6.36 to 34.49 milligram of quercetin equivalent per 100 gram, and total carotenoid range ranged from 0.60 to 8.67 milligram per 100 gram. The total carotenoid was maximum in ihr BM43, followed by ihr BM56, and minimum in ihr BM18. The antioxidant potential carried out by DPPH and PRAP showed a wide range of variability. ihr BM15 showed highest antioxidant potential, and ihr BM18 showed lowest antioxidant potential.
Dr. Swastidas, please, you hear me? Kindly conclude.
Okay, sir. These are the promising mango genotypes I got from this icar-iihr 4, 13, 21, 43, and 56. So these germplasm were collected only from the eastern India, but they show high diversity with respect to fruit physico-biochemical traits. This high diversity might be due to high heterozygosity, cross-pollination, and farmer-mediated exchange. The promising genotype obtained with high desirable characters and more diversity can be used as parents for hybridization program. The present study can be used by scientists and breeders to identify genetic resources with high diversity for conservation and use in future breeding programs. I would like to end my presentation with a famous quote given by Dr. M.S. Swaminathan: "If conservation of natural resources goes wrong, nothing else will go right." Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Now I request Dr. H. Lambisan. Dr. H. Lambisan Devi, are you
Sir,
there?
good afternoon, sir. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Sir, am I audible?
Please present your paper. Please present.
Respected Chairman, Co-Chairman, reporters, and other delegates, I am Dr. H. Lambisnath Devi. I am presenting my work on in situ characterization and evaluation of non-discrete jackfruit germplasm for identifying superior genotypes in Tripura.
Yeah.
So, is my slide moving?
Yeah, Lambisina, please present.
Okay, sir. Sir, my slide is moving, sir.
Moving, please.
Okay. Sir, as we...
Yes.
Tripura is considered as one of the home of jackfruit, and it borders on 3 sides by Bangladesh and 1 side with Assam and Mizoram. The fruit is having a very high local demand, and the state is a reservoir of many year-round producing genotypes. Then the state also shares the highest productivity, like 24.27 metric tons per hectare from an area of 5,487 hectares in India. However, this crop is also very much preferred by the farmer due to its remunerative prices, hardy nature, then year-round producing fruit even under adverse climatic condition, low input requirement, and easy cultivation. And the state government is also promoting on jackfruit for production, processing, value addition, and marketing. However, we have a very limited scientific information on improved varieties, phylogeny, and package of practice of jackfruit in Tripura. With this background, the objective of the study was to identify unique genotype from 2 districts like West Tripura and Khwai, with an objective to evaluate the vast genetic resource that characterize and map the morphological characters which is associated with the yield and quality of jackfruit in Tripura, and to identify the trait specific like vegetable type, uniform fruit shape, and cluster bearing or high TSS genotype in the region. Then explorations were carried out in 2 districts in Tripura, like Khwai and West Tripura, to assess the diversity and identify 25 genotypes which are evaluated morphologically and biochemically using icar-iihr descriptor, and analysis were done. So, as per the result, like in Tripura, the jackfruit is grown mostly as a backyard or homestead garden without any management practice, or mixed crop with other forests or fruit trees, or even in randomly at roadside. However, at 2 locations in West Tripura, we found a systematic seedling progeny plantation of 35 to 40 years old, having around 80 to 100 trees, and they show a great variation in economic traits, which can be considered for future improvement program. And among the accessions characterized, there was wide variability for the morphological characters like growth habit, tree characters, leaf characters, inflorescence characters, fruiting behavior, and yield attributing characters. This picture shows the diversity in 3 morphological characters of the jackfruit genotype identified, accessions identified. And the table show the frequency distribution of the qualitative characters. So characters like elliptical growth habit, then cluster bearing habit, then soft flex texture, reddish yellow rind, and spiny surface were found more frequent among the selected accessions. Then based on the season in the state, the jackfruit is being classified into normal bearing, early bearing, late bearing, and twice bearing, means off season and on season, and all season type, that is Baramasi. And this crop is situated in different land situation. Here we call as Lunga and Tila lands. and accessions like number 21, number 1, and number 18 were having higher fruit weight, and accessions like 20 and 21 they are having higher TSS, which can be used for table and processing purpose. And accessions like number 3, then number 5, number 9, and 17 were having fruit weight of 3 to 5 kg and firm flesh, which can be identified for vegetable purpose. And this can be used as a for breeding and crop improvement program to identify superior genotype in the region for mitigating climate change, sustainability, and livelihood improvement for the small and marginal farmers. This is the estimate of the performance for different growth and yield characters in jackfruit, which I have already explained in the previous slide. These are the different fruit variability in fruit shape and size of jackfruit in the region in Tripura. Thank you, sir. This is the jackfruit plantation in West Tripura, which was located.
Now, next, Kamalesh Kumar is there. Dr. Kamalesh Kumar. Dr. Kamalesh Kumar is there. अरे इसको बंद कर देना चाहिए.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Dr. Kamalesh Kumar.
Dr. Kanupriya, are you there?
Dr. Kamalesh Kumar. अच्छा ठीक है. डॉक्टर मधुस्मिता दास गुप्ता ये देवे नहीं. तापरे सबिता भी. Are you there? सबिता भी. अच्छा रोडी. Rodi Nuguthal Kulami. Are you there? Rodi.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm here.
So now you can please kindly you start presentation.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Oh.
Okay, you
Sure. Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, respected chair, co-chair, and all the delegates and my fellow participants. Today I will be presenting on the okay. Today, my topic will be the exploration of genetic variation in star gooseberry of Mizoram. And as the species star gooseberry belongs to the kingdom Plenty and the order Malphigiales, which belongs to the family Phyllantaceae, and the genus Phyllanthus, and the species is Phyllanthus acidus, as we all know, which have a chromosome number of 26. But it is also commonly known as Malay gooseberry or Tahiti gooseberry. And it is a deciduous tree found in moist tropical and subtropical region. And here, its origin is believed to be in and around of Madagascar region. And as we can zoom into the Indian region, according to the global biodiversity information, it is usually found mainly in the northeastern part and the southern part of India. So this study and research is carried out with the objective of development of an adequate phenotypic markers and the identification of the superior genotypes which are available here in Mizoram. And this surveying of the star gooseberry is done in 30 villages of Mizoram, which were selected from 6 districts. And the measurement of the physical and the chemical parameters was done by choosing 20 fruits randomly from which replications were taken. And this was
calculated statistically using the completely randomized design. And so here we get and we see the locations along with the latitude and the longitude from where the selections were collected and surveyed. And after that, in the results and discussions, I will be focusing on the elite genotypes which were selected out of the 30 genotypes which were surveyed. And from here, we can easily see the variation between the elite genotypes was not much as compared with the different selections and the genotype and the fluid length, the fluid diameter, the pulp content are more or less the same. And then here in the physical parameters of the six elite genotypes, we can see according to the specific gravity, the pulp weight, the seed length, and the seed diameter. These were found to be the characters of the superior genotypes. And here we get the difference between the 3 superior genotypes and the 3 inferior genotypes. So the difference in the fluid length is not varying much, but we can see the variation in the fluid diameter and the pulp content. And also here is the difference between the 3 genotypes and the superior and the inferior genotypes. And here the difference is found greatly in the pulp weight, and the seed diameter is higher for the inferior genotype, which implies that they have a greater diameter of seed, so which implies to the lesser amount of pulp in the fruit content. And the fruit weight is higher in the elite genotypes. So coming to the chemical parameters of the 6 elite genotypes, which include the juice percentage, the TSS percentage, the ascorbic acid, and the total sugars are mentioned. And here we get the chemical parameters of the acidity, the reducing sugar, the non-reducing sugar, the sugar acid ratio, and the TSS acid ratio. So in the next slide, in the same like before the previous slides, we will be seeing the difference between the chemical parameters of the 3 elite genotypes and the 3 inferior genotypes. And here we can see the variation in the juice percentage and in the ascorbic percentage. So this juice percentage and the ascorbic percentage are also used for the selections and the parameters in the selection for the superior genotypes. And here the acidity percentage and the reducing sugar, the non-reducing sugar, the sugar acid ratio, the TSS acid ratio are mentioned for the 3 elite genotypes and the 3 inferior genotypes. And as coming to the conclusion, under the observation of variations, there were significant variations which were observed in the 30 genotypes which were surveyed and collected from different regions of Mizoram. And this is believed to be due to the propagation from the seeds, as they were usually grown in the wild or in the home, present in the home garden. They were not scientifically propagated using budding, grafting, and the other methods. So the early genotypes which were selected are selection 3, selection 10, selection 13, 19, selection 21 were selected from the 30 genotypes. Coming to the future prospect from the research that we conducted, it can be assumed that these results of the research works that we have done can be found as in most diverse genotypes and similar chronological fruit qualities. And the breeders may use program. Thank you.
Hello, Megha Raghavan. Megha Raghavan is there?
Yes, sir. Present, sir.
Acha, R. Lal Mohan Puli. Ache.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Then you start presentation.
Yes, sir.
Please start present.
Good afternoon, respected chair, co-chair, and all the delegates present. Today, I will be presenting on the topic of evaluation of genetic diversity of carambola using RAPD marker in Northeast India. As we have all known that the scientific name of carambola is Averroa carambola, which belongs to the family Oxalidaceae, and this is an underutilized attractive fruit, and it is believed to be originated from Malaysia or Indonesia, but it is cultivated in Southeast Asia and Malaysia for many centuries, and also they are adapted to different tropical and subtropical conditions. And in the condition of India, due to medicinal and high nutritional value, the demand for this crop is these fruits is increasing, and also the fruit have high demand for production to produce number of preserved products like pickles, jam, jelly, preserved drinks, etc. And also, but we can the main drawbacks is that the variability of this crop have not been exploited or documented and are grown in homestead garden or wild form. And also, there is limited effort to develop cultivars to conventional breeding, and little genetic information is also known about this species. And as a result of this, farmers are growing plant which are of seedling origin that is unknown yield and that is having unknown yield potential and food quality. And due to the heterozygosity in carambola, there is considerable genetic diversity within all species in Northeast region, which is available in different sizes and food quality, and also superior genotypes is available in Northeast India. We can, and for that purpose, in this study to characterize those variability, RAPD marker is used, which can identify polymerism among those genotypes. And the objective of the study was to assess the variability in quality and morphological characters within genotypes, to evaluate superior genotypes of carambola based on sweetness and high yielding character, and to screen, lastly, to screen the variability of genotypes found because mostly diversity is found in this region, more diversity. And for collection of fruit and leaf sample for quality and morphological character analysis, the collection of extraction. For the DNA extraction, we use CTAP and Doyle method. And in RAPD marker system, 20 primers were used. And for statistical analyzing OPSTAT and web-based agriculture statistics software packages, and 100 base pair DNA ladder was used, and the binary matrix was used to play simple construction of the dendrogram. And discussion, there was and there was large variability in between the genotypes, which were yellow, deep yellow, lemon yellow, yellow green, greenish yellow, and reddish yellow. And also most of the fruit shapes are oblong oval, where oval shape and oblong shape are also found. And the in quality characters
box it, thermocol. Box it.
Hello, madam, your voice is not clear. Your voice is breaking. Hello. Rupa, madam. Madam Rupa, please mute.
Total sugar also show considerable variation, which will be highlighted in this food maximum food weight length.
Dr. Lal, kindly finish your talk, please. Hello, please conclude.
Hello.
Okay.
Others may please mute, please. Others are disturbing actually. Please mute.
Out of the 20 RAPD primers used, 15 primers could.
Please conclude now.
5 primers were not reproducible. And the 15 RAPD primers generated a total of 92 RAPD bands, and the
Madam,
RAPD primer.
please conclude. Madam, please conclude. Chairman has already given the warning.
Okay, sir. For conclusion, we can conclude that phenotypic analysis can be used for characterization of carambola, although it has to be confirmed by genetic analysis. And also the morphological analysis and genotype characterization based on markers can be used effectively to assess variability among the different carambola genotypes. And this study on genetic diversity will be useful for selection of a lead plan, which will be used for crop improvement work for the future work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So now I request Megha Raghavan. You
Yes,
are there?
sir. Yes, sir, I'm present.
Present. Kindly present.
Sir, is my screen visible? Hello? Is my screen visible?
Visible, madam, please present.
Okay.
Yes, we see your slides. Please present.
Good evening, one and all present over here. Myself, Megha Raghavan. The topic of my paper is Evaluation of Genetic Diversity in Mandarins of Northeast India using morphological and SSR markers. Coming to the prologues, all the mandarins comes under the family Rutaceae, which is coming under the citrus, and the mandarins place first position in area and protection among all the citrus. With the following objective, we can see that to collect the mandarin germplasm, that was the first objective, and see the morphological and molecular diversity, and with that pertaining, select the allied genotype. With this, I have went for 42 genotype collection with 30 SSR markers, and using icar-iihr citrus prescriptor, have gone for the further work. These are the genotypes selected. Coming to the results.
Slides
Okay,
are not moving.
So is it moving now?
No.
One second.
Madam, slides are not moving. Please answer. Now it's moving.
Yeah, moving.
Okay, sir. I will keep in this view. Seems like a problem
please.
in slide view. Okay. With the genetic variability component, these were the things. And phenotypic and genotypic variations were found high in tree girth, peel weight, and maximum was found in juice content, yield, and number of fruits, which shows the presence of wide genetic variability of these traits. And this can be used for further selection and hybridization. Coming to the correlation studies, correlation study was shown maximum in fruit weight, yield, juice content, vitamin C, number of fruits, with having high positive significant correlations, and these can also be further used for yield improvement. These are the tables for phenotypic correlation and genotypic correlation, and the path coefficient analysis at the phenotypic and genotypic level it was done, and the characters like seed weight, total sugar, tree height, number of seeds, peel and ring thickness, they showed direct positive effect, and these have a maximum contribution towards the yield. These are the tables, phenotypic and genotypic metrics, and in the genetic divergence, a total of 10 clusters were found. In that cluster,
So
one consists of 8
kindly
genotypes.
show your conclusion. Only kindly
Yes,
show
sir.
your conclusion sheet.
Okay.
Only conclusion
In the
sheet.
in the summary and conclusion, characters like high heritability rate was found in tree height, TSS ratio, total sugar, vitamin C content, and in the divergent study, 42 genotypes was done. In the 10 clusters were formed with cluster 2 with maximum, and cluster 4 was found with a maximum promising characters. And in the two major clusters, which was done using SSR markers, in that cluster 1 and cluster 2 was there. And cluster 1 with G1 only one, and cluster 2 consists of 2 further subclusters. The primers like P3, which is CCSM18, P90, C8001, P70, and P8, which are showing maximum PIC value and can be used for the contribution in further work. In the future work line of work, G4, G20, and G39 were showing higher yield characters, which was selected from Arunachal Pradesh characters. And the primer P3, P19, P17, and P8 can be used for further screening of the Mandarin genotypes. These are some of the genotypes selected. Thank you.
Now I invite Sri Pratyusha Bhagavati. Are you there? Bhagavati. Bhagavati is there? Hello? Bhagavati is there? Bhagavati. Anybody left here in this presentation? Dr. Kanupriya. Kamlesh is there. Dr. Kamlesh? No. Dr. Sabita? So now we are going to close this session. It is already late. So I thank everybody. Acha, I request Dr. Raghavan, the rapporteur, to Dr. Shankaran. Dr. Shankaran to speak something.
Good evening, Chairman sir. I don't have any specific points here. I thank all the presenters for making a nice presentation. I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to note down all the proceedings. Finally, I thank the chairman as well as co-chairman of this session for ably conducting this particular session, which is on plant genetic resources and their utilization. Thank you, one and all. We shall close this session.
This seminar is an important seminar. That is actually we have got exploitation of genetic diversity in fruit crops. So I think a lot of papers have been done. They have shown the guidelines, how the work is to be conducted in the light of Mahalanobis, D-square test, and many other tests. Actually, it is very important. And I tell you, because most of you present here, and you must know the very importance of this topic. There are many germplasms, and due to urbanization, due to shifting cultivation, due to climatic change, and due to many things that has been eroded. The genetic erosion already has been taken place and will not get it. So kindly the younger generation in future must take a lot of responsibility how to preserve. आम गाँ गौड़ जो प्रकार सब अच्छी गच्छ जो सब है ना, इधर इसके नहीं करेगा तो वो सब नष्ट हो जाएगा. I will conclude only by telling one story. Once a few boys were working, playing in a place, and another gentleman was passing on that way, and they found a very ball like a white ball like thing. Then the man asked the boys that what is this? Now we don't know this. Now you give me, I will present to the king. And he took that ball and went to the Tsar of Russia, and the Tsar wanted to know it. And actually there was nobody to answer. Then they selected the old man of that state to tell regarding this. The old man came, and he actually, very old man they selected, but he might not be old. And he told, I can't say, my father can say this. Then he brought his father. The father was looking younger than his son, and he could not say. He told that my father can say. So lastly the man came. He saw, oh, this is a great grain. It was there, God created for the human being. But human being, you said treacherous to the God, these things have been vanished. This is a story told by Leo Tolstoy, the great storyteller, a grain as big as hen's egg. You might have seen. So what I want to say that actually it is very important that we have actually, there are many in, you know, you might have had who has received the Padma Shri Award, Kamala Pujari of, this is I think of Koraput. She has actually collected large number of these actually, this rice and many other things. So I think we must have inquisitiveness. We must have clear observation of the nature, and nature, nothing is equal in this world. The God has created, the things are different from each other. And you see 700, 800 crores of people in this world, we are not similar to each other. Even identical twins are not identical. So in nature, whatever you see in a particular variety, long back, we have also seen that Baiganpally, let us have the clonal selection, because Baiganpally has got large number of variations. Because the variations are so there, the constant efforts here there should be there for selection of better types, and that is very much important needed. And you know that this is very important. The varieties having good keeping quality, marketable quality, that is very important. And those are not maybe good, but they cannot stand in the market. So I think younger generation, and if you want to flourish in this science and keep your name in the record of the national heritage as a good scientist, you can do that. Because the grapes actually, seedless grapes, first Ganesh was developed by a small farmer. Many farmers, they develop many things because they go to the nature and they find what are the plants are growing there and how it is different. It is a different thing. वो दूसरा होता है, वो हो जाए. In Nalanda, there was a rice. It is recorded that the rice like is a grape. So you know a grape like rice, when rice is cooked 4 to 5 times, it swells. So you 5 to 7 rice you take in your pocket, go to any place, and in a solar cook, you keep in your head or backside and put the rice. And when you reach to the destination, there will be rice will be available to you. That like one grape. You understand? So nature was rich in, and God created many things. Very important session. Important, but we have considered in a lighter vein. I request you, younger generation, to try to find out any variant with good quality and marketability and anything there, as the dwarf rice has created revolution in this world and producing these things. So I request again, you just give good thought on this subject, how to the wider variations, genetic diversity can be then utilized. Otherwise, there will be genetic erosion and there will be problem in the society and starvation may occur. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. We are very much thankful to T. Maharana, sir, for chairing this session, as well as Dr. V. Pandey, sir, for co-chairing the session. Now, with this, we end the first session, exploitation of genetic diversity of fruit crops. As a token of love, we want to present a small memento to our beloved chairman, sir, Dr. T. Maharana, sir, kindly accept one small memento. Okay, thank you very much, sir. Now, actually, we are running short of time, and I think we are delayed by 1 hour. Now we have second session, that is genetic improvement in fruit crops. It's a very important session. And in this session, 5 invited talks are there. 2 lead talk is also there, and 10 oral presentations are there. And this important session will be chaired by our very respected Dr. M.R. Dinesh, sir, who was the director of our icar-iihr Bengaluru. And the session will be co-chaired by Dr. S.K. Singh, sir. He is heading the fruit division of IRI New Delhi. So, and rapporteurs, Dr. Anjani Kumar Jha from IHR, Dr. Kanu Priya from IHR, and along with me, Dr. Linta Vincent will be the co-convener of this session. Now I hand over this session to our respected Dr. Dinesh, sir. Kindly coordinate this session, sir.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, good evening. Good evening, Dr. Kundan. Thank you very much. Dr. Govind, my friend Singh, after a long time seeing him. Dr. Anjali, thank you very much. In fact, for thank you. In fact, I have already sent a message to Dr. Govindacharya that I will not chair the session as I have got another meeting, an association meeting. Probably Dr. S.K. Singh, I would request him to chair the session, and I would straight away go to the topic that was assigned to me. Is it okay, Dr. Kundan?
Sir.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Let me share my screen then. You are able to see the screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. In fact, I was given the topic research needs for fruit production in northeastern region. It's not a very scientific topic, and please excuse me for that, because I thought this would be a more apt title so that people can see how exactly we can move forward. I made a small SWOT analysis for this particular region with regard to fruit cultivation. I found that these are some of the very good strengths that this particular region has got. One is the biodiversity rich region. There is also a chance of longer availability of many of the fruits. New hybrids are coming into the market. There is very good IPM package which has been developed there as well as elsewhere in many of the research stations as well as in the universities. Probably that is one of our strengths. The traditional knowledge, I think this is one of the most important things that we need to record in this region. We have got very good skilled manpower. The weakness seems to be mechanization, post-harvest handling, which of course as a stray case, which has been done very well by the CHES Bhuvaneshwar in one tribal belt with regard to mango variety Amrapali. Apart from that, probably we need to extend that particular concept to many of the other fruits. The IDM package still has not percolated deep inside it to the grassroots level, which needs to be done. Then the worry is about the low productivity. Probably under this low productivity, there is a need to introduce many of the rootstocks which we have got, and there is a need to work on rootstock breeding in fruit crops. Why I say this is because rootstock breeding is one of the most important parts in fruit breeding, wherein really we can address the issues of the abiotic stress. I think this region, there are patches and regions wherein lot of abiotic stress is there. I think this can be addressed through rootstock breeding. The threat has been the climate change, the sudden onset of many of the diseases and pests, which takes us with by surprise, and this is one of the main causes for concern. We have opportunities in canopy management. I think many of you who have visited Bhubaneswar would have seen the wonderful work done by Dr. Kundan Kishore in mango and his predecessors who have done excellent work with regard to the training of Alfonso mango along with paclobutrazole application. Probably this needs to be further taken out, and as a technology should be demonstrated more in more places. I think that is one of the most important thing. Along with canopy management, I think flowering has been to a very great extent addressed. And I also have seen one of the technological bulletins about a couple of years back from CHS Bhubaneswar, which is quite good. Then there is a need for value-added products. I think value-added products and post-harvest technology, they go hand in hand. These two things needs to be developed very rapidly. I thought there are few points I noted down for technological interventions for boosting the fruit production. Some of the points as we go along, I think we can discuss about it. Only I have put few points here with regard to fruits for nutrition. I think when I scan through the regional literature to the information on the pillar, this ring lot of fruits there. What kind of a fruits, how it needs to be introduced, how exactly the technology needs to be taken, whether there are disruptive technologies which can be taken up immediately, how can we develop the farmer's income in this case, how exactly we can harness the traditional knowledge and link it with the modern day science needs to be looked into at a greater detail. And now a fruit crop for improvement for health and happiness. See, Hippocrates is one person who said your food has to be your medicine. I think we do agree in most of our traditional knowledge in India that instead of taking medicine, it is the food which can act as a medicine, which can boost your immunity. I think there is a need to have multi strategy to tackle malnutrition. In this regard, only I would say that there is a need to have more and more fruit breeding projects. Or when I say fruit breeding, don't think that I'm only advocating this hybridization and selection. No, it's not that. There are other methods also. Participatory methods of breeding should be there, so that is one point. Second point is those wherever we have done some of the works, be it at IRI or iihr Bangalore or any of the universities, we need to take technologies and try it in our farm so that it can be given to it can be popularized in this region, and probably at the very low level of Anganwadis and schools, we need to introduce food midday meal. Then we have our Dr. Shankaran has developed two very good varieties of pomelo, which to a very great extent are not popular. In fact, pomelo growing, I still remember Dr. Avatar Singh project describing the pomelo region. Apart from this particular region, I don't see much of this coming as a commercial crop. Probably the introduction of multi-cropping system, I think this has to be one of the components. Now I said in my point that how genetic resources can be used as building blocks for crop improvement. In fact, there is a great need to catalog the horticultural diversity, we need to molecular characterization has to be done more both at the molecular and the morphological level. We have NBPGR, which has actually established many active germplasm sites, which need to take more effort in characterizing and popularizing and picking up those germplasm lines, which can also be used as pre-breeding lines. Not necessarily that they can be suddenly introduced, they can also be used as pre-breeding lines. Then special efforts for collection of germplasm. I think this, we have been doing it, but the emphasis for fruits, I don't think we have done it so rigorously, which needs to be done. And we need to come out with a lot more germplasm collections. Then bioprospecting of novel genes. I think allele mining and association mapping approaches has to be extended to fruit crops. One of my colleagues, Dr. Rekha, when I was there at IIHR, had collected a lot of germplasm in jamun, one of the very medicinally important crop, and for which the diversity is extraordinary diversity is available. I think in spite of this particular crop being polyembryonic, we find fantastic diversity across the regions wherever it is being cultivated. Dr. Tripathi, in fact, he has got one germplasm which doesn't have seed at all. I think what I'm trying here to get across is there is a need to exploit this biodiversity to our advantage so that uniform planting material can be pushed across to farmers' field. Now, linking biodiversity, I think our Dr. Karunakaran has done a wonderful job with regard to jackfruit, wherein he has in one stroke, he has done a fantastic job of popularizing the variety, increasing the visibility of the institute, and doubling the farmer's income, and a farmer becoming an entrepreneur. So all the three things have been achieved simply by linking the biodiversity with livelihood security. I think there is a very great opportunity for northeastern centers, right, starting from Odisha, from the northern part of Andhra Pradesh right up to the northeastern border. There is a great chance to link this biodiversity with livelihood security so that custodian of genetic diversity can be identified and popularized. Now, I spoke to you, I mentioned the disruptive technologies. I think propagation has been one of our main problems when we try to reach the improved varieties to the farmer's field. We often find ourselves short of the planting material. I think Dr. Usha Rani, she has done a wonderful work in our banana. He has come out with embryonic cell suspension, which also I am told is given as a technology to few of the entrepreneurs. I am only stressing here that instead of having the traditional propagation techniques, please try to introduce this kind of a technique in your area of Northeast so that both a lot of entrepreneurs can come up, as well as there would be a great chance of multiplying the uniform material and sending it and popularizing it in a very short time. In fact, another thing is protected cultivation of fruits. For example, the mango cultivation in Malaysia, if you see, it has already started with the protected cultivation. Probably we need to do it with papaya. I'm not very sure whether it can be applied. I'm sure that it can be applied in some parts of Odisha and others, because I do know that how a simple funny cyclone can destroy your protected structures. Within few moments it can destroy. But those of the areas where this kind of a problem is not there, I think we need to go in for protected cultivation of fruits, especially fruits like papaya, so that the papaya ring spot virus can be taken care of. Then high density population in fruit crops. I think you are sitting in Bhubaneswar. I think there is no better place than Bhubaneswar, wherein you can see the wonderful work that has been done by Kundan Kishore and others with regard to high density planting. The guava planting that has been developed, the system which was developed by Dr. Gorakh Singh at Lucknow for guava. I think today if you go to Maharashtra, many of the places have got this high density planting in guava. Similarly, although I have cashew is not a fruit, still I wanted to give you an example because cashew being such a hardy tree and being one which traditionally was grown with a very wide spacing, today is being grown with 4 meter by 4 meter spacing in many of the orchards in Karnataka. I think what it goes to show is that we need to do a lot of work on rootstocks. We need to pay our attention on canopy management to a very great extent, and we have to work on the physiological processes involved in this canopy management. Now, multifunctional arid horticultural model. I think this has been done by many places wherein multiple cropping systems have been introduced with high density planting as well as with some of the drought tolerant species. We have to choose actually between two methods. One is going in for high density planting or going in for wider spacing but multi-cropping system. You cannot have both. Probably going in places wherein we can go in wider spacing and we can introduce few more crops. I think we should do that. Then this particular slide was given by Dr. P.V.R. Reddy last year, I think, when we were preparing for EFC, he gave me this slide. How our insect population has gone down drastically in many of these places. Fortunately, when I went through the literature, I did see in places of northeastern region, still there is a great scope for exploiting this pollination systems. If we can have the pollinators work on that and try to increase the yield of the fruit crops, which has gone down drastically precisely because of the lack of pollination, because it is many times, many of the crops, apart from they are wind pollinated, even incompatibility systems can be easily solved if we can introduce pollinators. It has been done in polyhouse cultivation by Dr. P.V.R. Reddy with regard to some of the vegetables. I would like to see some of the projects coming in with pollinators and in the protected cultivation for fruits like papaya, because generally papaya is highly wind pollinated, cross pollinated but wind pollinated. When you introduce a crop like papaya in protected cultivation, probably we need to work on these pollinators. I think this has to be done in the northeastern region also. Now, the processing, I think this has been done by Dr. Harinder Singh. Probiotics, small components of probiotics in some of our juices and other products. If we can develop, I think we can very greatly increase the nutritional value of these fruits, and also value addition would help the children or other people to get over the malnutrition. I think the probiotic or processing technology or post-harvest technology, including packaging, we have to pay attention in this region. And I think Dr. Govind, along with discussion with others, would start some of these projects at Bhubaneswar. This is another value-added product which our Dr. C.K. Narayana has developed. I am a great admirer of these products, precisely because these products, the raw material availability for these products are not at all a problem in the northeastern region also. I think a lot of entrepreneurs can come up if they can take few of these products, popularize it, even push it in the midday meal scheme for children. This would help the technology, would help the farmer get the benefit of jackfruit cultivation. Also, the entrepreneurship will grow a long way if we can introduce products like this, which are very simple products, yet very profound. Then some of the fortified products from fruits, I think our Dr. Tiwari from icar-iihr has done wonderful work with regard to dehydration of vegetables and fruits. I think we need to look into this and see how best this also can be introduced, because we already have the varieties available for this. Raw material is not a problem. So now the problem is that this is the right opportunity for us to push some of these things into the market by way of entrepreneurship. Now the seed village concept, I think in the case of paddy, in the state of Odisha, they have already started this. In fact, we had started tomato seed production in the Odisha region. I don't know how far it has gone, but I think probably this needs to be looked into with greater detail. Unless we can make these farmers produce the seeds, not only will they be getting very good income, but also the quality of the material with their involvement which gets produced also will be very good. I think this needs to be taken up by the northeastern region, be it an university or by the research institute. They have to pay great attention to this particular aspect. Now, the model was that we need to identify the technology, non-exclusive basis. I think this everyone knows commercialization, how it can be done and how mother plant can be supplied, and the institutes or universities can buy back from the concerned person, and they can multiply and distribute it. The planting material production, as I told you before, Dr. Karunakaran has done very good work with regard to jackfruit as well as with regard to tamarind. I think this needs to be extended to many of the fruit crops of the northeastern region. I don't think there is a dearth of diverse material in northeast. Definitely, it's not a problem. But only thing is, we need to make it as a participatory approach, and everybody need not go in for hybridization, selection, mutation. Even introduction of certain germplasm material can go a long way in improving that particular crop. I would request all my younger scientists to pay more attention to this. Why did we choose this model? I think this needs replication in many of the parts of Northeast because there is a limitation of skilled manpower. Improvement in fruit crops is a long time. I think Dr. Avatar Singh would definitely agree with me. Even after working for 20-25 years, getting one good variety is a problem. It would also help in promoting entrepreneurship. Now, another point I wanted to make was how exactly we can take these technologies to the farmer's field. I think many a time we are shy of taking the technologies to the farmer's field. My only request is, you have already, as youngsters or the CHES Bhubaneswar, you have already done wonderful work with regard to technology, be it including at IRI or in many other places. My only request to you is, extending the technology from the center of development to the center of application has to happen. This is not happening to an extent that we would desire it to happen. So there are several methodologies, because unless a farmer sees, he won't believe it. It can be organized in your place or at CHES Bhubaneswar or any other place. But the limitation is that number of technologies that you can project in a place is limited in one place. It can happen in many of the farmers' field, which would be really good. And I think every institute should have some part of its fund allotted for these field days in many of the farmers' field. Even our SC/ST scheme can be very well used for this field days, so that stakeholders from all the regions can be covered. One of the main advantages is that there will be very good interaction at the grassroots level. This has been our experience, and I would request all the concerned, even the young scientists, to have this kind of a field day in many of these plots. Now, a small slide on how exactly we need to go about in these places. In fact, what we need to do is, this is the right time for us to go for the government policies such that we have got startup programs. I think we need to take advantage of it. We have to identify as many nurseries as possible in the different zones. We need to pull in these FPOs who basically are thinking that they are only a marketing agency. They are not. They can become entrepreneurs. They can be involved in seed production as well as selling of many of our technology, as well as production of our technologies. In fact, technologies like icar-iihr consortium or any microbial consortium anywhere developed, they can be developed. They can be taken up by these FPOs once we train it. In fact, individual farmers also can be trained. KVKs can be trained, and they can become a place for field days, mother plant blocks, and demonstration plots. monitoring the technology by the technology developer is a must, using molecular tools in cases where technologies are there with regard, varieties are there as technologies. I told you before, farmers as custodian of genetic diversity is a must. Financing is available in plenty. Incubation facility for skill upgradation is already there in KVKs. I think now our Best Heart, which is one of the flag bearers, I consider it as a flag bearer of entrepreneurship promotion, and as well as for propagation, be it propagation, crossing, or anything. This is the nodal agency which can be used for skill upgradation. I think Best Heart would become then Great Heart. I think this has to be taken on a rapid scale. This has to be taken by many of the universities and regions, institutes, KVKs. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your
Thank you, Dr. Kundan.
For your talk, sir. You highlighted different dimensions of the research areas of in fruit crops. Now I request our co-chair, sir, Dr. S.K. Singh, sir, to kindly coordinate this session, sir.
Thank you, Kundan. I would thank you once again, all the office bearers of SPH, Dr. Govindachaya, and all the persons for giving me an opportunity to share my thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Dr. S.K. Singh, sir, you have the program?
Yeah, I have the program. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Sir, kindly, sir, coordinate, sir.
Yeah. Just 1 second. There's a phone. Thank you, Dr. Kundan, for giving me the opportunity to co-chair the session. And we had a very scintillating talk from, rather I should say, stalwart now, because he's retired, Dr. M.R. Dinesh. I mean, he has ignited us the key areas where the focus of the fruit scientists in the research and development field too has to be. And accordingly, he has given the work plan, because that should be the way how we have to move in horticulture research and development. Since the session is on genetic improvement of fruit crops, we have already been a little behind the schedule. So if you are there, when the House agrees, we can go with the next presentation, and it is an invited talk by none other than my senior brother, Dr. Murthy, BNS Murthy, the director of IHR, on a topic empowering Eastern farmers with appropriate crop and varieties. I hope he has joined so that we can have his presentation, and I am sure we are looking forward to have his views on this very important topic. Sir, please, Murthy sir. Dr. Kundan. Has sir joined?
Kundan, I think Sarah is meeting with another meeting. So we can go to the next. We can go to the next lecture, sir.
Sure. With that, if sir is busy, then we can go for Dr. A.K. Shastri, who is the director, NIPB, and he will be talking on a very important topic. That is, we are all interested in the aroma and flavors, especially in the fruits, and he will talking about the biotechnological implication of it. Sir, if you are there, I'll request to kindly share a slide and make your presentation, please.
Sir, he also may come later, sir.
Okay, okay. Then if that's the case, the third presenter listed here is a Professor O.P. Avasthi. He is the former professor of fruit science at IRI New Delhi. And his presentation is on mutation breeding in food crops. I request sir to kindly make his presentation in the stipulated 15 minutes time so that we can save on the time for the other presentation.
Okay.
Dr. Avasthi, please.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, very much. Your slide is visible. You can make it full screen and start.
Respected chair, co-chair, dear participants, a very good afternoon to you all. Well, I welcome you to my presentation on mutagenesis in fruit crops. Just to start with a brief introduction, it is a matter of pride that the horticulture production has surpassed the food grade production for the 5th time. And if you talk about fruit crops also, the fruit crops also, there is an increase in area and production. But when we talk of productivity, the productivity continues to be abysmally low, and it is almost 50% less when we compare to the countries like USA and Brazil. There's no doubt that significant strides have been made in the development of the cultivars or varieties through the various breeding tools, in which includes domestication and selection, hybridization, mutation breeding, and transgenic breeding. Well, when we talk of this thing, the domestication or stratification will take up first of all. Then in case of this thing, Charles Darwin in his book on the variation of animals and plants under domestication, he has clearly emphasized the importance of bud spores, particularly in fruit plants which are modified for certain traits independently of reproduction by seeds. And he targeted on some of the traits, particularly in case of peach and nectarine, where he concentrated mostly on the smoothness of the skin, that is fuzziness, leaf abnormalities, early and late ripening. In this context, I'd like to share my view on some of my experience on the clonal selection for lower seededness in Kinnu Mandarin. In fact, our target is to develop a low seeded Kinnu Mandarin. And our first attempt was a clonal survey, and all the Kinnu growing regions of India, including the lower hills of Himachal Pradesh, were surveyed. And during the course of survey for continuously 3 to 4 years, we could identify some low seeded plus trees. So these trees were constantly observed for 2 years. And from there, the bud would be selected. And then under IRI condition, it was propagated in situ on the Jatti Katti rootstock. However, when the plants came into bearing, none of the, the extractions which we collected resulted in the lower number of seeds. In fact, they were towards the higher side. But of course, they are lower than the mother plant, that is 30 to 35 seeds. So what I want to convey to the citrus breeders, that clonal selection in Kinnu Mandarin may not be an ideal strategy. So this took us to further ahead, and we went for the mutation breeding using the physical and chemical mutagens. Some of the advantages of the spontaneous mutation is the source of genetic variations, means the wider genetic base can be created, whereas the limitation is the lower frequency occurrence. So this is one of the major limitations of the spontaneous mutation. And then coming to the induced mutation, the uniqueness of this particular tool as a breeding tool is it is faster as compared to the spontaneous mutation or conventional breeding. Then it has the ability to create new gene, correct the defectness. Suppose if the variety is very spiny, we can develop into a spinous variety like the Sanki spine-free Mandarin, or it also enables to enhance the germplasm resources. Then some of the economic traits targeted in fruit crops through induced mutation or mutagenesis is the development of low-seeded seedless varieties. This is perhaps one of the most important traits which the breeders are looking across the globe. Then architectural modifications because of the shrinking land resources, increase in the popular pressure, and the various biotic and abiotic stresses. And when we talk of abiotic stresses, we have to seriously think upon the low or temperature or the frost or the chilling injury. Because some of the fruit crops like amla and including mango, they are very seriously suffering from the frost or the chilling injury for the last few years. So I think so mutagenesis or mutation breeding can be one of the options where we can develop the where we can develop the varieties which have tolerance to the low temperature or the frost. And of course, delayed fruit ripening could be one of the selected traits. Then some of the achievements in the fruit crops through the mutation breeding include the development of the apple variety. This was as early as 1963. And in case of cherry, maximum varieties have been developed through the mutation breeding. And up to 2022, almost 90 varieties have been developed in 20 fruit tree crops. And the recent release include the banana primer one, that is 2 for race for Panama wilt resistant, and this was released in the year 2019. Then these are some of the fruit crops which have been registered, including your papaya, that's Pusanana. It was released from IRI in 1987. Then Indian jujube also, the mutants are there, and then apple. Maximum work has been done in case of cherry. The mutants available are in cherry, followed by apple, and then in case of banana. These are some of the fruit crops which have been registered by the MVD. And then in case of citrus, almost 15 varieties have been developed through mutation using either physical the gamma rays or the chemical mutagens. And these are the traits which have been identified for, that is seedlessness, so star rupee is there, honju is there. These are some of the varieties, and including your kinnu also. Kinnu also, some of the this thing Mandarin 2017, it has been developed by gamma ray. Okay, high yield disease resistance quality. Then PA Kuni claims the development of the seedless variety in case of kinnu.
Your slides have stopped, Dr. Awasthi. Let me give a call. He has to reshare the slide.
Sir, I think so, Chairman, sir, there is a problem in the PC. Suddenly it has shut down. So I will cover afterwards if I have an opportunity. I can cover at the last or maybe tomorrow. So you can invite the next speaker.
Okay.
Because this will take another 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, I do believe, because today a lot of hiccups in the, the internet and also in the computer is happening. With this, we now request Dr. KV Ravishankar, his principal scientist at icar Bangalore, to kindly,
Good
share
evening,
his
sir.
slide.
Okay, I'll share.
Yeah, he is very much there. Accomplished biotechnologist and lot of work on genomics and genetic resources. Sir, I will request you to share your slide so that the audience can take benefit of. Yeah. Oh yes, it's there. You can make it full screen and we can start.
Okay. Can you see my slides?
Yeah, it's visual.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Singh, and all other my colleagues in ICR. So what I am going to do is next 15 minutes, I'll just brush through some of the genomic approaches for improvement of fruit quality and shelf life and nutrient content in fruit crop. Basically, I would like to talk about some of the techniques and how they are applied in some of the fruit crops. Because as we know, the fruit crop breeding is a very toughest one because of long juvenile phase and long generation time and high heterogeneity. And because of high heterogeneity, we have the outcomes are highly unexpected. So we need to look at the functional marker which are tightly linked to the fruit traits, and that will help us in breeding the fruits or any crops in a more efficient manner. So for that we need to have whole genome sequencing and molecular markers, and we need to have a multi-omic approaches, both the transcriptomic and metabolomics and also proteomics. So what are the things which we need for, these are the decision support technologies which we call nowadays. We have genetic resources like we have a germplasm collection, maybe mini core selection or mapping population or elite varieties or mutant population. Just before the doctor was talking about mutant population. So what are the genomic resources which are available for us to use in the fruit crops? Reference genome will be there, or the whole genome sequencing, resequencing will be available. Functional omics, that is both transcriptomics and proteomics will be available. And there are platforms like genotypic platforms and pangenomics. These all help you in genomic selection, early generation selection, or marker resistant backgrounds and all this. These are the, basically this is a decision support system. Coming to, oh, it's not moving. Okay, the marker system, as you know that earlier we were using RFLP, RFPD dominant marker. We have moved to the SNP markers nowadays over the year, but SSR markers are still very handy for the labs which we in the lab, the scientific lab. But people have moved to the sequence-based genotyping, and some people are using microarray-based genotyping also. You can see here. So coming to the next, what are the, how one can apply these genomics to improve tropical fruit crops? One is we can use genomics, as I told you, that's a general word, but we can use whole genome sequencing data, transcriptome data, metabolomic data, and proteomic data, and phenomic. That is also very important, as Dr. Dinesh told. We need to integrate that phenotype into all this marker data. Then for that, we may have the germplasm or mapping population, and then we will apply the genome-wide association mapping or modeling. Then we can get into the identify the QTL gene markers or regulatory elements which help in govern the fruit quality traits. Then we can use those markers in marker-assisted breeding or marker-assisted backcross breeding in transgenic or CRISPR-Cas techniques to improve the cultivars with the desired fruit quality. So this is the same way, which in a different way. I'll skip this slide. Okay, so coming to the fruit breeding, so F1 itself becomes a segregating population. Either we can go for QTL mapping or genome-wide association studies, and then we can improve fruit quality, either size, flavor, color, or maybe nutrient content or shelf life, or through molecular marker breeding or genetic breeding or new phenomena. And okay, so now I'll give you example of the transcriptomics which they have used. I'll quickly go through it. This is the, they looked at the peel color of the pomegranate, which is red colored and also white colored or green colored. So which the peel transcriptome peel color will also shows that the genes involved in the anthocyanin biosynthetic pathway are most important for the peel color. You can see here that I'm not going to result, but the results also show, and in case of the passion fruit also, the transcriptome analysis shows that the coloring is only coming from the either carotenoid biosynthesis or anthocyanin biosynthetic pathway. Similarly, the transcriptome was used to understand the early ripening and late ripening in the apple genotypes. So they had both the transcriptome data and also gene expression data, but they could identify some of the genes which are very much involved in the auxin biosynthesis. That auxin biosynthesis governs the early ripening or late ripening in apple. Coming to the banana shelf life. So we all know that the ethylene is used to enhance the ripening in banana, but in long transportation, we need to suppress the ripening for longer time without compromising on the quality of the banana. So now hexanol, which is an organic solvent, is used in banana, delay the ripening in banana. So I would like to know what is happening, and this is hexanol is 2%, 5 minutes dip, and ethylene that the general which we use it in the market nowadays. So that 1 ppm for 24 hours, and this is as such. But the ethylene enhances the ripening within the 4 days. But when you dip it in the hexanol, it takes 24 days to start ripening, at least 18 days to start ripening, and there is no compromise on the quality of the fruit here. So they looked at the transcriptome data, what's happening, how hexanol is regulating the ripening. The hexanol usually downregulates the ethylene biosynthesis and cell wall degrading agents. As we know that cell wall degrading agent is the driving agent for the ripening, like pectin methyl esterase or polygalactorinase or expansin genes. So these all genes are downregulated by the hexanol. So that's why you can have a banana till 24 days without much bad flavor or something. So, but you can have the transport also for the longer distances. Similarly, that I'm not going to in detail. So the green, yellow, red, teal colors we have studied here in our lab itself. So green color is basically because of the this is anthocyanin biosynthesis are down regulated here, and the carotenoid bonds are also down regulated. For yellow color is mainly because of carotenoid biosynthesis, and red color is because of anthocyanin biosynthesis. Similarly, we have in banana red, yellow color banana and red color banana. So these data all are coming from the RNA-seq analysis or transcriptome analysis. Okay. So coming to the another technology which we all using in enhancing the fruit quality is QTL mapping. Either we are using F1 population or QTL-seq. The QTL-seq is extreme bulks, either lower plant height, high plant height, or high TSS, low TSS. Among the F1s, segregating F1s, we take that and then we can compare with the parental, like the contrasting parent. So this is the one technology which most of the breeders are using now, and it is very handy to identify major genes or major QTLs in for the any traits. So see, this is the one of the example from the virus, that pair. So here they have crossed the pyrus with the different fruit shape. They could identify some of the regions. You can see here in the red color, some of the regions which are responsible for the fruit shape. Similarly, recent papers by Kun et al. Will shows that there are many QTLs which are involved in embryo type, the skin color in mango, and beak shape, pulp color, branch habit. These are the QTLs which we recently have been identified in mango. These markers, the QTL marker, one can use it to identify the seedlings in early generation. So you don't have to wait for till the fruits can bear. So another example is from the peach. So here it is for the fruit firmness. There are two types of the melting flesh and the non-melting flesh, which is very firm. And using both RNA-seq data and also using the QTL-seq data, they could identify the region which are responsible for this firmness. So there are two QTLs they identified. One is both are on the chromosome 4, and also they identified the genes. You can see the differences in the differential expression of genes. The most of them were involved in the hormone biosynthesis and response to auxin. So auxin is controlling the fruit form and you can identify the genes involved, what are the genes involved in the fruit firmness. So coming to the genome-wide association in plants, what we need to do is collect whatever the diversity available is, and also to do the sequencing, the genotyping and phenotyping, and also do the transcriptome, and also have a metabolome. You combine all these parameters using, there are softwares are available to interrelate all these parameters and identify the markers, and then you know what are the functional markers and the functional genomic, and you can validate in the next generation of training, what we call training segregating population. Basically, it is like simply like that. You have a SNP catalog for the whatever the population or the germplasm collection. Then you have to do the population structure matrix and phenotypic data. So all these combined together, one can identify QTLs or genes which are responsible for that particular trait. So some of the examples which I'm going to give you is here, the Prunus prestia, they identified the fruit quality for this blooming date, harvest date, ripening index, anthocyanin, flavonoid, relative antioxidant capacity, sorbitol, total sugars. They could identify the markers or SNPs for all of these characters at one go, because developing a mapping population, maintaining is a very difficult task in fruit crops, especially the perennial trees. So if you have a very good collection of germplasm, one can go for genome-wide association studies. So best example one can see here is the tomato, which I have taken. It's a very good example. I think everybody has to go through that. They have used 610 lines of tomato with all shape, size, everything, and they have done transcriptome for the during fruit ripening, and also they have done metabolome. They could identify how the selection has occurred and what are the genes got selected over the domestication and crop improvement. Earlier, the domestication occurred sometime 400 or 500 years back in South America or in the Central America. So the people have selected for the higher fruit weight. You can see that the gene or the loci which got selected is fruit weight. Then there was once the big fruits came, then people started introgressing wild species to improve the disease resistance and other characters, and they could identify what are the metabolites got selected during this for the disease resistance. And now people started liking for the color. So then the divergence has occurred, and there is a big red fruit color to pink fruit color. So there are maybe is one of the gene or the transcription factor got selected over the domestication now from the big fruits to the colored fruits. So this is the one can identify what are the genes get selected or under selection pressure, and what are the genes which are giving the resistance or the fruit quality. One can identify this in any crop. So one has to do that in our fruit crops now. So these are some of the examples where the draft genome assembly has been done. Many fruit crops have the draft genome assembly. So I'm not going in details, like for example, banana, citrus, papaya, guava, jackfruit, all have draft genome. One can use that for the genome-wide association study. This is another study where the people have done QTL mapping of the fruit firmness in strawberry. So you can have they have crossed between the less firm into the highly firm, and they identified the individual from the F1 generation itself. So this is a link. These are the link QTLs and different chromosomes. And similar way, the banana, the seededness or seedlessness has been identified. They have identified the 184 kb candid gene region in banana, which is governs the seeded and seedlessness through genome-wide association studies on chromosome 7. And similar way, they have done for the apple, the wax components in the leaf. So that is also governs the quality of the fruit. So one can identify, they have identified, you can see that even one SNP in haplotype on chromosome 17, if you cannot see to see, C to T, there is a simple change in this SNP. There are the vast differences in the wax content. You can see here the wax content. And they identified some genes which are negatively regulating and some genes which are positively regulating. So you can see the content of one of the component of wax, that is Hendria content, is the alkane in the wax component. That is, as the gene expression goes or increases, there is a decrease in the wax content. That is this particular wax component. That means this is negatively regulating the wax trait, that is particular trait. So one can identify that what are the genes which is positively regulate and which is negatively regulate. These genes are the required for the transgenic or genome editing. Similarly, in the apple, because we have a lot of work has been done in apple, in the fruit crops, that is a perennial fruit crop. So we can take this knowledge to our tropical fruits like mango and other guava and other things. Here you can see the structural genes are similar. This is the MIB, which regulates the color in the fruits color, the skin color in apple. So here the structural genes are similar, but there is a insertion of transposable element, LTR retrotransposon in regulatory element. It makes the fruit red. If there is no transposable element here, this option, that gives you the green fruit color. And what nowadays people are doing, they have a training population or then they keep cross and generate some new population, and then they apply the computation models to come to get the genomic selection values, that is called GEB, that breeding values. So this, using that, the predictive model, one can identify that one can have a genomic selection cycle, and you can have values for each of the genes or each of the SNP. Those is using that one can identify early generation seedlings. So what is happening now? We have a genomic selection or training population. Either it is a mapping population or germplasm, and we need to do genotyping or phenotyping by SNP. Then associate these markers with the phenotype and genotype. Then we have a breeding values, that is with each SNP. Then select individuals with maximum breeding values. Then make selection. This is the way the fruit breeding is going on. So the earlier conventional breeding takes more than 28 years to release a variety in apple. It is same in mango also. So, but because of genomic selection, one can try and release the variety with less than 10 years. So we need to apply this particular genomic selection methodology in most of our tropical fruits. And also, once we identify the genes which are responsible for each trait, we can go for CRISPR mediated, that is the editing technology. And already there are some examples are there. I'll quickly go through the example. See here, there are strawberry, there are edited plants show the high pollen availability, and you can see the better fruit set. And here there are one example in banana. They have edited beta carotene biosynthesis pathway, and you have a highly enriched carotenoid keratin content in the banana. And here they are edited the genes which are silenced, which is susceptible gene. By editing that, they have increased the resistance for this particular fungal in apple. And some more example I can use. Here we have a non-browning apple, so which they have edited the phenyl phosphate, which is required for the browning. So they have edited using RNA technology, and then they have developed a transgenic pink flesh pineapple, so overexpressing some of the genes, and they have also transgenic for the Sigatoka diseases, that is in banana, which is having, you can see the milder symptoms compared to the non-transgenic. So these are the example. Once you identify the genes, you can go to the genetic modification either through transgenic or through the cisgenic technology or through gene editing. And where do you get the information? Now, these are the crop databases available. One can easily go through this crop DNA database and identify, look for the genes which are there in these particular crops. So to end my talk, what I see is we need to develop genomic resources for the fruit crops, and using that we need to identify that allele specific development and functional markers, and using either genome association studies or QTL analysis, we need to identify the genes or QTL regions or genomic regions responsible for that particular trait. And we need to integrate different omics approaches and jivas, like as I already shown some example. We need to integrate transcriptomic analysis or genome association studies or SNP, all those things to identify the genes which are responsible for that particular trait. And then we can either use it in the crop improvement program, or we can use those genes in gene editing, cisgenetic or epigenetic approaches to improve our fruit crops. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi Shankar. A very, in this, we have a lot of students, and I hope that they have been ignited by your talk. Very informative, very concise and lucid way of presentation. Dr. Kundan, should we take some of the question at the end, or we like to have at the end of this invited talk series?
So, you can take sir questions, sir. One or two, sir. Kindly, sir.
Sure. Okay. Friends, we had the 3 talks. Maybe Dr. Murthy and Dr. Sashni may join a little later. We had the talk from Dr. Dinesh, Dr. Avasthi, and Dr. Ravi Shankar, and now who has presented on the genomics. So if there is few questions, 1 or 2, I don't want to have a series of questions, but 1 or 2 very specific to the speakers. It will be for the benefit of the house. So could I have something from the the audience here?
Sir, Dr. Ajit Sasane, Director NIPB joined, sir. NIPB, sir. So we can request him for his. He has joined, sir.
Okay. Then we can have his presentation quickly.
It is showing in the
Dr. Ravi Shankar to kindly unshare his slide, please.
It is showing his, sir. It's showing his name, sir. Director NIPB is there in participants, sir. So we can take a lecture, sir.
Okay. Friends, we have Dr. A.K. Sashni. He is the director NIPB New Delhi. Works on a lot of medicinal and aromatic crops, and he has got, what the topic is listed out here is biotechnology approaches for flavors and aromas in food crop. So I'll request Dr. Sashni to kindly open his presentation so that, we can have the presentation made for the audience, please. Sir, you are there?
I am here.
Very much there, sir. Sir, you can put it on the slide mode form, share form, and then we can have slide mode.
It has come on slide mode.
Yeah, excellent, sir. Excellent. It's there, sir. You can start, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Singh, and thanks to the organizer. I'll be taking precisely 15 minutes. Actually, as you told, I'm a misfit here. I have never worked on fruit crops. But
the traits which you work listed here, they are very important, sir. Without flavor and aroma, yes, there is no food.
So what I'll speak something on aroma, and little bit of my work, which we have done in aromatic plants, and which molecules are actually required for the aroma, and how we can compare into the crop in the fruit plants, and how we will go for the fruit plants. Many a times while breeding the fruits and vegetables, we forget these aromatic molecules, which are I think hello.
Please mute the disturbances now.
Okay, sometimes
Dr. Ruby,
Sometimes
can
we
you put
forget.
yourself?
Sometimes we forget about these small molecules, which gives us aroma and flower. And if we focus on all other things, disease tolerance, disease resistance, going for the yield enhancement, short duration crop, many things. But basically, in the market, if it is acceptable to the people, that will be flower and aroma, ultimately. And these are the molecules not to be neglected because they give us immune response also. So coming to the last slide, I'll tell that in the plant armory, terpenoids, alkaloids, flavonoids, glycosides, phenylpropanoids, lignans, polyketides, and saponins. These are present. These are different molecules you can call by their name, but these are the category of molecules which are present in the plants. And these are being produced as the armory of the plants. Not always armory, sometimes to attract also. So if you go to the primary metabolism and secondary metabolism, the red lines divides the primary metabolism and secondary metabolism. And I have listed down some of the plant species in the left-hand sides, aromatic plant species, which produce monoterpenoids, sesquiterpenoids, diterpenoids, and triterpenoids like this. But thing is that this aroma actually comes from these terpenoids, different type of mixture of terpenoids, phenylpropanoids, small fatty acid molecules, and sometimes the stringency is being given by the alkaloids, which do not, many a time they are not volatile, but they give flower, the stringency of the flower. Some of the flavonoids and isoflavonoids, they also give flower, polyketides, and the large molecules, different type of molecules, they give flower. Let us differentiate the aroma, which actually diffuse, and the flowers, which actually stage. And flower we can identify by our tongue, and aroma we can identify by our buccal cavity, receptors. So this aroma means sweet odor. This is a long time people were extracting aroma. In Latin, per perfumes means through smoke, which goes by the air. You may be knowing the Linda Buck and Richard Axel's Nobel Prize. So they have discovered different receptors. It is going very fast. I don't know. Okay. They have discovered some receptors, and these receptors, and left-hand side the molecules, other and molecules are there. Depending upon the binding of the molecules to these receptors, the stringency of binding to different receptors, that determines which type of aroma it will be recognized by our body, our nose. What happened? I don't know.
Basically, the slides are not moving, sir.
Yeah. So should I
You can, sir,
stop sharing and
unshare
sharing
and then share, sir, because there is some flicker in between.
Okay.
I could see. You can again share. Probably that will do. Because internet speed is some issue there, sir.
It has come?
Sir, now it has come.
That's Linda Buck and Richard Axel receptor. Which slides you are seeing actually, sir?
Sir, that I mean that Richard Axel and Linda Buck.
Yes.
Yeah.
Coming to the next
yes.
slides. I don't know. This is. Then the flowers. Sour flowers, umami flowers, salty flowers, sweet flower, and bitter flower. So this is determined by the tongue. So we actually starts our day by brushing a toothbrush in which carbon is there, the molecule carbon, which is antibacterial, but it gives a beautiful aroma. Then we take bath with a soap. Then we end our day with a arati and sleep. Sleep with lavender. And sometimes we go for the wine having different flavors. I hope the slides are moving. So India is a unique country. We love aroma and flavor and fragrances. So coming to the market of the aroma, we have different type of agarbattis, cosmetics, food flowers, sanitation and hygiene, perfumes. We use them, and many times we have the fruit flowers being used in different products. So then, how these flowers are being produced? These molecules are being produced. If I say different plant produce similar molecules, and the pathway exists in different plants, but some of the molecules are being produced in the pathway which are dominant in nature, which gives it a different type of aromatic flavor, and other molecules which are not dominant, they are trace in nature, but sometimes they are much more dominant than the dominant molecules. So these are little bit complicated when you go into the aromatic science. But thing is that many plants, they actually have synteny in their pathway, aromatic pathway. So and they are being produced in different part of the cell, and the whole pathway is not the molecules. All the molecules are not being produced in the same compartment of the cell. Like this, limonene is being produced in the plastic. It goes to the endoplasmic reticulum. Isopeperetonol is formed. It goes to the mitochondria. In mitochondria, isopeperetonol is formed. It is being oxidized. Then it comes to the cytoplasm. In the cytoplasm, the menthol to menthol is being formed. In mentha. So this is different species. What I told, the pathway exists in different species, but the carbon is dominant in Mentha gracilis. Linalool is dominant in Mentha peperita. So slides are moving, sir, or not? This is a pathway I am showing.
Moving, sir.
Moving.
Okay. Then these are the different pathways. Actually, somebody has programmed to move the slides faster or what? So this menthol pathway exists in many plants, but the different molecules are different in different species. So if you want to engineer, then you can engineer the menthofuran, which is not produced in Mentha arvensis, and not produced in Mentha arvensis, and from pulegan to menthofuran it can be produced, and the menthol become less. But when you go for the menthofural biosynthesis inhibition by RNAi or genome editing, then menthol production will be higher and menthofuran production less in Mentha peperita. So like this, you can have the aroma combinations in different way. This is just a confocal slides of viridifluoro synthase gene, which is produced in the cytoplasm. I will tell about this gene. Actually, the cost of viridifluoro is about $200 for 2 mg. This is a highly costly molecules. It's a hormone-like molecules which actually increase the lactation as well as very beautiful in smell. So what we did, the Mentha plant which produced 0.05%, now they are producing 25% in their essential oil by just simply manipulating the overexpression. So these are the plants. So high viridifluoro percentage is there in the Mentha plant. This is the we have analyzed whole NMR, and I'm not going to show the results and all this thing, but the plants are growing. Now we are taking in the transgenic trials. So in future we may extract the viridifluoro in high amount from the plant. This is NMR analysis. These are the genes which are being cloned, already cloned, the sesquiterpene biosynthesis gene. And I am telling about the viridifluoro. Sorry, 10 mg is $300. So we have a genomic resources, as Ravi Shankar was telling earlier. So we should have genomic resources. So we have aromatic genomic resources. From there, we can go to any gene and analyze the gene and clone the gene and go for manipulation of the genes in different, because synteny is there. The pathway synteny is there in different plants. Either increase their expression or decrease their expression. These are the monoterpene synthase genes which are already being cloned by us in our lab. And these are definitely responsible for different aroma in the plants. And another thing we have done in petunia flowers. So we have gone for the RNAi and found out the ADT gene, which is responsible for biosynthesizing, further biosynthesizing the pathway, benzyl pathway. The different benzoid molecules, they give aroma in different, and they have different order. Also, we have determined in petunia also that in paroxysm, the oxidative pathway occur, which is compartmentalized. And from the literature, I'm not going into that, increased red color and sweetness in watermelon already being reported. Then targeted knocking out of genes improves the quality of the grape juice. Then already pineapple, he has already shown Ravi Shankar. Also the browning, genetic engineering of eggplant accumulating beta carotene. In NIPB, what we have done, we have gone for mango aroma. So there are literatures available, and these are the mango flower already, synthetic mango flower already available in the market. Alfonso mango flower and different foreign mango flower we are already purchasing from outside. So these in literature, these are being analyzed. The flower is being analyzed for different country, and in India, Pune, my friend Giri, he has analyzed the mango flower of Alfonso. So these are the literature. What we have done with the help of CMAP and our tropical horticulture in Lucknow. So we have gone for analysis of Dasehri, Kasulkhas, Kishanbhog, Kesar, Chausa, Langra, Arunika, Mallika, Ambika, Fajri, and Prabhashankar. So we have got different molecules, which are the molecules, important molecules actually responsible for the mango flower. And how they are existing, what is their range in different variety of mango. So with this, we have different genomic resources already available, where mango genomic resources is already available, which is done by Dr. N.K. Singh. Now we are correlating the genes and the pathway of different molecules which are giving mango flower, which in combinations, not single. In singly, there will not be a mango flower. So they will be in specific combinations to give the mango flower a mango flower. So we are finding out these genes which will be going for synthetic biology in future to produce either in yeast or in bacteria, so these molecules, so that this can be extracted and we can produce mango flower. So genome sequencing I have already shown. So what should be the approaches in future for the, I'm not going up GWS and allele mining, QTL and all these things. My approach is direct. The molecules are there, their biochemical pathway, either we have to find it out and we have to go for the genes, mechanistically analyze the gene. So we will go for allele mining, identification of genes. Mainly those are master regulators by functionally validating them. Overexpression of the heterologous gene in a stress-inducible and tissue-specific manner. A robust transformation protocol. All vectors and techniques and tools for genome editing to be developed indigenously. We are doing that because there is a patent regime. So if we are using the purchase genome editing kits, then definitely we will have some problem in future. So we will have our own kit somehow to have genome editing in our own hand. And finally, I told the genome editing. So with these approaches, we will be going into future for different fruit crops. Not only this mango we have started, and we will be going different fruits like pear, peach, apple gradually, and find out their aroma and flower. And definitely we are going for the synthetic flower production in the in vitro. So that will be the biotechnology we'll be doing here in NIPB in future. I thanks all, again the organizer, and these are my colleagues in NIPB, and thank you very much for giving me. I am not an expert in fruits or vegetable, but I thought I'll be combining my knowledge in aromatic plant for fruits and vegetables. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I mean, it has been really a thought-provoking thing for our horticulturist community here in this gathering. And I know, I mean, how, I mean, they are important with these group of crop, be it the vegetables, be it the flowers, and flavor and aroma has to be there. So no fruits, or this is the first thing which a consumer take into consideration before buying a particular variety or a vegetables or flour for that, and host of medicinal and aromatic crops. So with this, I mean, thank you very much, sir, for sparing your time.
I see Professor Avatar Singh is there. Namaskar, sir.
Yeah, hi. Avatar Singh is there, sir. He will be the next presenter, sir.
Namaskar.
Thank you. Thank you.
These are not only for aroma and flower, these also give the innate immunity to the plants. So in this direction also we are working. So
yes,
thank you. Thank you very much. So can I leave now? If no question is there.
If the organizers, I mean, sir, I mean, Acharya, sir.
Sir, he has some meetings.
Wants to leave. He has got some other engagement, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. With this, if Dr. Murthy is ready, we can take him, or we can take him as and when he gets little free. Now I request, we will start with the lead papers. I request Dr. Avatar Singh, sir. He is a principal scientist at Division of Fruit Science at icar-iihr New Delhi, to kindly make his presentation on effect of colchicine in physico-morphological and reproductive characteristics of Kinno mandarin and Mosambi sweet orange. So, sir, please. It's visible, sir. Can you make it full slide?
Yeah, now it is full slide, sir.
Yeah, it's visible. Sir, you can start, sir. You are having 10 minutes with you, so I hope that you can finish it within time, sir. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon. I am going to present one paper on effect of colchicine on physicochemical and reproductive characteristics of Kinno and Mosambi. Now, why we are taking this? Polyploidy has played a vital role in the evolution of many crop plants. As we know, so many plants have been developed through polyploidy. Doubling of chromosomes complement results increase in cell volume as a result in total plant parts like whole plant or maybe fruits and other things. Here we can take the advantage of large fruit types in polyploids. Polyploids are success story because of having higher heterozygous than the diploid progenitors, less breeding medium. They have so many properties based on which we can say polyploids are better than the diploids. Moreover, genome doubling has potential to bring plant populations more adapted to adverse climatic conditions. Then citrus is widely grown in tropical and subtropical areas and in more than 140 countries. Then citrus fruits are good sources of nutrition and provide sugars, volatiles, and so many compounds for improving the human health and other things. Then despite their large fruit and higher yield, triploids are unusual because of inviable seeds. This is the property which we want to utilize through polyploidy breeding, because when we cross tetraploids with diploids, the resultants are triploids and triploids are seedless, generally due to the non-regular meiosis in that. Triploids are heterozygous and each hybrid is unique. This leads to high gene dosage, gene expression pattern ranging from adaptive expression to allele expression dominance. Polyploidy is associated with increase in stomata size. Then hybridization results in changes that contribute to better and faster adaptation of the novel environments, which we want to take into citrus cultivation in new environments. The triploids and tetraploids, they are easy to adapt there. Then citrus triploid seedlings are used grafted, are more tolerant to abiotic stresses in comparison to diploids. Now, development of polyploids or triploid, there are different methods like spontaneous methods or polyploidization through colchicine and other chemicals. Several parameters, including colchicine concentration treatment, they are the effects which we have to standardize through this methodology. Then putative polyploids are selected indirectly through morphological, physiological, and anatomical parameters. That is the topic of my presentation. Putative polyploids can be verified directly and accurately using chromosome counting. Ultimately, there are different methods on the basis of which we can identify the putative polyploids, but for the confirmation of tetraploidy and other types, we have to go for chromosome counting. This is the only alternative which we have to use. Establishment of methodology in polyploid characterization will help in plant builder to access novel phenotypes among the polyploids, which can be directly used as cultivars, or they can be recommended as parents for our breeding programs. The morphological and anatomic markers, they are easy to score, and that's why when we are having large population, we can use these markers for identification of putative tetraploids. And these are some of the markers which can be used Morphological effects commonly associated with polyploids are bigger flowers, alternated leaf width ratio, and density in stomatas. So you can say preliminary we have to use these characters. Then other frequently occurring characters include darker colored green, like chlorophyll content is also higher in case of then gene dosage effects. These can be studied through molecular markers. Of course, I am not going in detail, but somewhat I will definitely touch. Chromosome counting ultimately is the last step, followed by flow cytometry. Flow cytometry, it is having so many advantages because we can check so many samples within very short time. No need of dividing cells, and it is we can reproducible method for determining the fluid levels when we have to deal large number of samples. Exploring DNA polymorphism with genetic markers for identification of peptides can speed up the screening procedure. If we are having standardized markers, then we can go for this. And of course, these SSR markers particularly have been utilized by so many laboratories, and the profiles of diploids and tetraploids have been confirmed using. So it is giving, if tetraploid and diploid profiles are same, means they are from the autotetraploid. If they are different, they are coming from the allotetraploids. And moreover, these profiles through SSR, they can detect the Colchi mutants also. So we have utilized the production of Colchi mutants. Then factors affecting induction of polyploidy, colchicine concentration and duration, they are the major factors which affect the induction of this polyploidy. This approach is selection of spontaneous triploids, in vitro somatic like somaclonal variation, in vitro endosperm culture, somatic hybridization. All these methods they can be used for, but only the real method is through induction of colchicine, which we can produce stable tetraploids. Why seedless fruits? Of course, they have the advantage because they are preferred by consumers and they are helpful in processing industry, because if the fruits are having high number of seeds, they can cause bitterness in the juice. Then some examples of successful triploids in citrus. There are so many, like Tahiti lime. It was the first which was natural polyploids. Then so many hybrids have been developed like Oro Blanco and Below Gold in grapefruits, Sasta Gold, Tahi Gold, and Yosemite Gold in mandarins. Again, Tackle, Clara mandarins, Garbi and Suffer, all mandarin types. Then coming to my real topic now, citrus, it is widely cultivated, and in India, two varieties, mainly Kinno and Mossambi, they are the important varieties, but they are having major drawbacks in the form of high number of seeds. So with the help of this tetraploid breeding, we try to have we try to reduce the seeds, but for production of triploids, tetraploid is the primary requirements. So our first objective is to introduce tetraploidy in our population. Then the material methods like studies were carried out from 2014 to still date. They are continuing treatment of budwood with the different concentrations for different durations. We also treated the plants in situ. In situ plant treatment gives one, like on the same plant, we have two branches. One branch is treated with colchicine, other is left as such, which acts as control for the treatments. Then crafting of the treated buds, then planting of the treated plants, characterization, then identification of the putative branches, tetraploid branches, then regrafting, raising the second generation, and confirmation with the help of molecular markers, morphological characters, and flow cytometry. Then raising of zygotic seedlings for identifying tetraploids, and early flowering in pomelo seedlings, which can be utilized for future breeding programs. I will be showing through some slides. Like treatment of Kinno and Mossambi budwood with at lower colchicine doses and for less time. Buds sprouted very fast and there was a growth. Plant survival was much better in Mossambi compared to Kinno. So these are the variations which we got during treatment through colchicine in Kinno mandarin, same in Mossambi. Now in vivo or in situ treatment, I was telling that we can have two branches. On one branch we can give the treatment and on we can leave as control. So we can have simultaneously information on all the types. Like here clear cut differences. One is tetraploid, another is normal. So now characterization of these tetraploids, we can go through number of nodes. leaf chlorophyll characters, number of nodes increased, but internodal length decreased in majority of the tetraploids which we have produced. Leaf area, leaf fresh weight, specific leaf area, density of foliage tissue, they are all increased. Then leaf characteristics, leaf chlorophyll fractions, in most of these things, they improved, they increased in polyploids. Then stomatal characteristics, density of stomata decreased, but their the size of stomata decreased, but their density increased in the putative tetraploids, whereas fruit characteristics in majority of the tetraploids, the fruit size was comparatively less in comparison to control. Some plants exhibit acute dwarfness. Early initiation and termination of flowering was recorded in plants. Like these were the variations, different types of in Mozambique, in Kinno mandarin. Here, like we could get some seedless types through this colchicine treatment. Similarly is the case with Kinno mandarin. Now in molecule characterization, we have utilized 13 SSR markers and we characterized 19 putative colchicloids of Kinno and 11 of Mozambique. And out of 13 primers, we could get only 3 polymorphic primers. Similarly, in Mozambique, we could get out of 13 only 2 polymorphic primers. Based on the neighbor joining test, we could divide the total population of colchicloids in Kinno in 2 clusters. 2 major clusters, which were further divided into 4 groups. Similarly, in Mozambique, they were divided in 2 major clusters, again in 4 classes. With the help of SSR markers based on the principal coordinate analysis, we could identify some colchimutants also. Like in case of Kinno, K32, K2, K30, and K30C, they were the outliers, means they were not the true tetraploids, they may be considered as colchimutants. Similarly, in case of Mozambique, then M1, M13, and M9, they were the colchicloids. So here we can, with the help of SSR markers, we can confirm, we can compare the tetraploids as well as mutants. Then on the basis of flow cytometry also, we could identify some of the tetraploids in case of Kinno, but so we were unable to identify anyone in case of Mozambique. Overall, on all the basis of all the characterization on 25 characters, we divided the total population, and based on the number of characters which are directly related with hyperploidy, we identified 8 tetraploids in Kinno and 7 in Mozambique. So these were multiplied in the second generation, and in the second year itself, we could get good flowering and fruiting in these multiplied types, and we could get fruits for evaluation also. And here we could observe stability. Second generation Kinno exhibiting stability in most of the characters for which they were selected, like fruit weight was highest in control, rind thickness increased, identical putative tetraploids behaved as solid tetra, because when we go for replicated planting, all the plants in multiplication, they behaved same. Similarly is the case with Mozambique. So such type of altered leaf morphology we got in the second generation colchicloids, which are entirely, means the leaf size is almost double than the normal plants. Coming to cytological studies, we have selected the bud size which have to be used for identification of the tetraploids or counting of chromosomes. And we have, on the basis of these observations, cytological and 22 second generation colchicloids, comparative visual observation, 10 putative tetraploids of Kinno and 8 of Mozambique were identified based on the cytological studies. Now, the characters, the plants which were confirmed through different methods, we have identified as tetraploids, solid tetraploids. They were crossed with diploids for the production of real product, that is tetraploid and triploids. We have made crosses, and out of these crosses, in case of Mozambique and Kinno, we have harvested the fruits. Like these are the tetraploid fruits, these are the triploid fruits, clear cut. We are seeing the metagenia effect of this. Then we have harvested the seeds. These are the triploid seeds of Kinno, clear cut differences in tetraploid and triploids. Similarly, the case with Mozambique. Then we have raised this population. This is these 2 trays of Kinno tetraploids and these are the keynote triploid. Similarly, in lower side, we are having the tetraploid of Mozambique and triploids of Mozambique. So up to this stage, we have reached. Now we have to confirm whether they are triploids. We are going for flow cytometry and chromosome counting in these for their confirmation whether they are really triploids or not. Then here we have initiated another program also. In case of Pomelo, we have treated the seeds, and here we got very good information. Like when we treated the Pomelo seeds, within 4 months, we could get some flowering in some of the plants in the treatment, particularly 0.1% colchicine concentration. And when we checked their pollen grains, they were having the viable and pollens in them, which can be utilized for early generation testing. So we can say we are successful in this program. Polypolarization using colchicine has been practiced in many years. Colchicine still remains the prominent antimitotic agent. The morphological and anatomical characterization of polyploid studies would be more completely followed by assessment of polyploids through functional studies of the acquired characters. This is the drawback, means we have to go for this side. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for honoring the time. I know there will be a lot of questions, but we'll try to take, though it's the lead paper, with the paucity of time, we'll take it at the end. And with this, thank you, sir. You can unshare a slide. And
Okay,
now I
thank you,
request Dr. Jayaprakash, a principal scientist in the Division of Fruit Science here at icar-iihr, to kindly make his presentation. He's basically a papaya breeder, and that's what his topic is on: improvement, problems, strategies, and opportunities in papaya. Dr. Jayaprakash. Sure.
Sir,
Go to the first slide. It is on the second, actually.
Sir, slide is visible?
Visible. You can go to the first one. The title is straight away on the problems, actually. You can go for the slide
first slide.
Okay. Just a minute.
It is second.
Yes. Now it's there. You can make it full screen.
Now it is visible, sir?
Yeah.
Not really. It's not going into full screen.
That's a full screen. Just a second. Just a second. Sir, full screen is there, sir?
No, not. You make it again.
Went wrong.
Otherwise, you can just, slide sorter thing that you can cancel and little magnify it. It will do.
Yes.
No. Slide and little. Make it further little lower magnification. It will work.
Hope, sir, it's all right.
Yes, you can.
Yes.
So, good evening to all of you, respected chairman and other senior members and organizers. I will present on the papaya improvement problem, strategies, and opportunities. So, therefore, not much going on the importance of papaya, because all of you are aware about how much papaya is important for a breeder, for a farmer, for a consumer. In all the section and society, papaya is very popular. But there are some old inherent problems also, and how we can make a strategy, what strategy we are following at the moment, and how we can convert some of the problems into in the form of opportunity, that I will try to discuss in next 10 minutes. Papaya ring spot viruses and leaf curl virus is not a problem of only India. Of course, leaf curl virus is much more dominating in the Southeast Asia only. Otherwise, PRSP is a global problem, and there is no clear-cut solution or no resistant variety except the transgenic ones. Somewhere we have the certain tolerance or some of the yellow pulp group has the certain level of tolerant or delayed expression of PRSB symptoms. Otherwise, PRSB is a global problem at the moment, and loss can go beyond even 1,30,000 also, because sometime it was calculated in 2010 or 12, some publication was there, okay, that much amount was there. And if any symptom be learned at the seedling stage or before the flowering, then crop loss will be almost 90-95%. Leaf curl virus is also slowly becoming the problem. Earlier, we can observe only in the northern parts, because now whitefly has a increased its life cycle little bit because of the change in the climate. So once vector is there, definitely disease will be there. Then susceptibility to the insect pest and diseases, particularly the aphid, whitefly, and phytophthora and pythium based color rot are the biggest issues, particularly in the rainy seasons. Whenever moisture and temperature both are high, then it is a big problem. How we can deal it? Of course, anthracnose is another problem. Then low temperature stress is the biggest problem in northern India, central part of India, and parts of the western India. So how we can deal the low temperature through the breeding? Of course, seed quality is concerned, but major problem is yield production of the seed, particularly in the gynodiaceous varieties. That limitation is there. So these are the few pictures where I can see the leaf curl virus and leaf curl and ring spot virus and anthracnose and root rot are very good. Then this is the low temperature stress effect, adverse effect on the papaya plants, particularly in Delhi, around in UP, or you can go up to even Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan. All these states suffer badly, particularly between December 15 to January 31st. Lot of low temperature stress is there, and because of that, standing crop got almost 80% or 100% loss is there. So another problem is the flowering related. Still, we have not solved the sex expression and flowering related phenomena. Still, some of the basic studies are going on. So those who are well aware about the how papaya behaves in a trioecious manner, where we can observe the bisexual flowers, typical staminate and typical pistillate flower, and a lot of and several sex expression are change in the flowering, particularly ovary and position of stamens, and the its viability of the pollen grains. That is a big issue. Of course, gynodiaceous varieties are dominating in last 20-25 years, and gradually dioecious varieties are going out of cultivation. But we have to search out some of the stable gynodiaceous who can cultivate in tropical and subtropical both the zones, so that cultivator or farmers can get the better yield. Deformation of fruits, if you cultivate the particularly hermaphrodite plants in those climatic conditions where night temperature is lower or day temperature is quite high, then all this fruit deformation will take place, not only basically from the flower formation itself, and that will lead the pentardia and deformed fruits, etc., etc. So as far as sex expression is known, now papaya is considered one of the model plant for its sex chromosome evolution study. And Homo sapiens and Carica papaya, so many comparisons are available in the recent last 10-15 year publications in most of the quality journals. Particularly the Ming and co-workers has done a lot of work, and whatever concept we have learned over Story and Hofmeyr, now we have the concept of just like Homo sapiens, XX and XY concept. And some of the non-recombinant genomic region, because the whole genome sequence is available as far as Carica papaya is concerned. So that now YS chromosome, Y and YS chromosome, which is basically responsible for all these sex reversion or change in the expression of the sex, particularly with the male plants and bisexual plants. So this male specific region in the Y chromosome and the hermaphrodite specific region, these are the region on the 9th chromosome which basically leads the sex expression changes. Male and hermaphrodite have two slightly different Y chromosome, where 98.8% sequence homology is available. Genetical studies has been done last 40-50 years a lot, where we have some best combiners for a particular for TSS and fruit cavity. Then we have the good combiner for yield, particularly for Washington. Then heterosis obtained for hybrid yield control by non-additive genes. Red pulp color, of course, governed by this gene, and yellow is dominant ones. Metagenia effect was also noticed in 1998, but not very consistent in the different reports. Yellow pulp color dominance over orange, and green color of the fruit is dominant over yellow. These are the available inheritance is available. How stepwise papaya breeding priorities has moved in the globally, you can see that has started in 70s, that rigorous hybridization program started. We moved from uniformity to the fruit quality. Now they closely in the towards the 90s, we moved towards some of the cosmetic traits. Now heterosis stability is still in our country. We are working on heterosis stability and disease resistance PRSB. That work is going on. Almost all papaya breeding institutions are in the states across the globe. Then extended fruit storage and designer traits are the new aspect where a lot of work is going on, not from basically from horticulture, basically it is work as by physiologists or by molecular biology scientists. And bacterial dieback is a new serious threat where a lot of work is going on. Now we have to move who are the source of resistance, where we can get because carica papaya genome sequence is available, and as such we don't have any gene which is resistance for particularly the virus that we can introduce in our most potential varieties or genotype. So cauliflower, a lot of work has been carried out outside the India also. In India, ISR has taken the lead under the leadership of Dr. Dinesh, that they have developed the one hybrid, which is still some segregation issues are there. But because in the beginning we used to know that there is a lot of crossability issues there, but they have sorted out this issue through the use of sucrose solution and embryo rescue techniques. But you see the basic problem is there that pollen, that infertility or sterility is the major issue in the F1. You see the pollen viability or germinability is almost 88 to 98% in carica papaya and cauliflower, but its hybrid have around 0.5 to 1.4%. That basically is major hindrance to reduce the whole progeny population. So this was that paper has published in Science, or Dr. Dinesh and his team has contributed, and they used one of the good variety icar-iihr with cauliflower as a donor ones, and they finally developed one intergenic hybrid which is still under the evaluations. Then Vasconcelia crucifolia is another wild species was there where adaptability is very good, and not only PRSB resistance is there, even high sugar content is other trait of interest is there if we've succeeded. And a lot of work has been done by this Professor Radju from Griffith University, and with the subsequent backcross, they have developed a certain population which have the better sugar content also, and resistance against the virus also. But some problem was there, the whole population was not resistant. Out of 100, you can say hardly 18 or 19 plants were showing the resistant, and in the subsequent generation, once they move in the backcross 1 and 2, the resistance has come down, but still they have reported that they got 7 resistant genotype through this combinations. And Candida marcensis is another genotype. If you see the quercifolia and cauliflower, some of the institutes, particularly Philippines and Malaysia, they have reported that there is a susceptibility or some symptom on the PRSB symptom on this quercifolia and cauliflower, but Candida marcensis as till today, there is no symptom has been reported on this one of the PRSB, which it has other advantage of the cold tolerant. So we have this species in our institute in the Phytoton Facility Center. Only problem is there, its fertility remains active only when we have the cooler month. Most of the time, even when temperature is around 25, 28, it germinates around 56 to 75%, whether it is summer or spring. Summer means considering the hills position, because whatever experiment regarding this is from the hills, so that it will be a temperature around 25 only. So we have worked on one of the student of our division, that Naveen has worked that CVF gene, evaluated our own genotype also, and he compared the low temperature regime in controlled condition. So based on that, we can say that CPF gene or DRB gene can be used as effective indicators for low temperature tolerance if we will take any progeny for further evaluations. Then Parviflora is another species because of crossability issues. Now scientists are shifting themselves from those species where crossability is both the side. So Parviflora is one of the species which we are also using, where PRSB susceptibility is there, but good thing is there that it has the compatibility or crossability with the Condina barcensis also and Carica papaya also. And its pollen fertility remains even the hybrid also up to 45%. So this is that intergenic hybridization what we are doing, and how we have got good things that you can harvest the fruit from Parviflora within a span of 65 to 70 days. That fruit will be ready, so we can quickly go for the breeding. But limitation is there. We have to keep all these plants in the controlled condition, particularly in the subtropical zone, because icar is also working on that aspect. So beyond this, Monica and stipulata is another two species which is available with us, and there is a good thing that we can increase the shelf life of the fruit beyond the virus susceptibility. And Gaussiana is another species reported to susceptible to virus, but good for that. We have a lot of the problem of the Phytophthora, particularly one variety, icar-iihr, has a lot of susceptibility of Pythium Phytophthora. Other varieties are also susceptible. No one is resistant. So, but that variety is very good for fruit quality. So we can use this species for developing some intergeneric population. Then whatever recent development has taken place in molecular biology, that has indicated that we have to look beyond the Vasconcelia, where taxonomic studies suggest that this Cyclomorpha and Gerelia, these are the species which are much closer to Carica papaya than the Vasconcelia. So recent studies are coming on this line. So a lot of sequence studies they have done from chloroplast gene RBCL. So based on that, they say that we can use the cross combinations or in the future studied on this line, so we can get the better result. Heterosis is one of the aspects which was started earlier also, and still scope is there. So out of that, these two hybrids are one of the unique hybrids. Like Sinta is one of the best hybrids for self life and papel production from UPL Philippines, and icar-iihr is one of the best fruit quality. As far as fruit quality is concerned, icar-iihr is one of the best variety available in the public domain. So these two have been developed through the heterosis, and we are also working through our advanced inbred lines to exploit the heterosis and develop the new hybrids by using 9-5, 7-9, and 7-14 and 9-12. Mutation breeding, of course, work is so old, but nowadays mutation work is taken care by Dr. Kanaya Singh from our division. But beyond that, some target-induced local lesions in genome, that tealing is a popular word, that is being partially attempted in IHR also, and some of the private companies are also working on the tealing, particularly Namdhari Seeds is working on this aspect. While the scope is there, we can get those genotype which is not available. Suppose if we want a genotype which can complete the crop cycle even in the subtropical region between 9 to 10 months or 11 months, that is only possible if we go through the tealing only. So Plighty manipulation is one of the aspects where we can use the endosperm culture, and some reports are there, like the Thomas and co-worker. Dr. Pius Thomas has done also work on this aspect from ISR. Then some of the work from Kenya by Rimberia's group has reported to get the morphological and footing characteristics of anther-derived diploid papaya. So in earlier days that we were thinking that tissue culture papaya will be not successful, but now the private companies are coming forward to develop the diploid varieties, and they are using tissue culture technique for smart multiplication. Otherwise, problem was there in case of triploidy, how we will go for the multiplication. So another report is there from China, where they have developed the triploid genotype using endosperm derived plants. What will be the future thrust in the papaya improvement? Still a lot of variabilities are available. We have to explore not only in India, particularly in the Latin America, Southern America, where we have to do a lot of work to get its relative genera detailed study also. So we can use them in our breeding program. Then development of stable ground genotype for papaya is another important aspect. and development of early flowering and fruit maturity stable ground ICS line, so that we can complete the crop cycle as early as, so that we can get rid of problem of some virus and low temperature stress in the subtropical region. The new genotype resistant to biotic and abiotic research through the pre-breeding, the integration of genes from, as we discussed there, in the Western Syria, Zerelia, and Horowitza, in the light of new molecular studies available in the public domain. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Jayaprakash. I hope the students who are there in the participant, they would love to see that how the breeding approach in papaya has greatly changed, and what are the new challenges and what are the hopes when we are having the wild and the distant relatives. So due to paucity of time, I am not taking the questions now, because we got 10 oral presentations scheduled after this, because we are already very late, half an hour, more than half an hour late. So if there is one or two quick questions pertinent to the presenters, we can go ahead with it.
Sir, few questions are there that I will reply in the chat box itself.
That would be better. That, because some inter-generic hybridization and all those are there, I could see. So thank you, Dr. Jayaprakash. With this, friend, we come to the end of the invited and the lead talks. Now we are going to start the oral presentation, where I will request the presenters to kindly hear. The time has been scheduled for 5 minutes, but nonetheless, due to the time constraint, I'll restrict that. Don't emphasize too much on the introduction, and then straightway come to the materials and method, and talk about the significant what you have achieved at the end of the experimentation. So that would be much better. With this, now I request Dr. Daljinder Singh, he is from the Regional Fruit Research Station, PAU Patiala, to kindly make his presentation, please. Dr. Daljinder Singh, can you share a slide if you have?
Sir, copy. नहीं कुछ भी नहीं, मैं छाला हो रहा है कुछ नहीं। आपकी कॉन्फ्रेंस होगी तो पूरी कहाँ हुई यार? अभी तो नंबर ही मैंने, मेरे को लगा कि गलत है, मेरे को लगा कि मैं आज आप कल कहे थे ना कहीं चलने की। हाँ आज मेरे पास बाइक थी, बस होने वाली है। तो आपका हो गया, मेरा काम अभी ओरल चल रहे हैं।
Dr. Daljinder Singh, Dr. Daljinder Singh, can you hear me?
दलजिंदर सिंह साहब, पोस्टर में टाइम नहीं लगता, पोस्टर में तो बस हमें 2 मिनट का टाइम है बस। दलजिंदर सिंह साहब, 2 मिनट में कंप्लीट करना है। फॉर्मेलिटी दलजिंदर सिंह साहब, प्लीज
You have any presentation, PPT to share? Dr. Saab, unmute yourself.
Yes, sir. Hello.
You have any PowerPoint to be shared?
Yes, sir.
Please share it. We are waiting for you. Please.
Okay. Is it visible, sir?
No, nothing is there.
Wait,
you
sir.
Share the thing. It's still coming. You haven't shared. Bottom, you can see the share screen, the green one. First, you open, minimize it, and then go for sharing. On the desktop now. If there is a hitch, Dr. Singh, I'll suggest that you can wait for your turn.
Wait, sir. Wait for a while. Is it now visible, sir?
No, only your small image is there on the screen.
Is it visible now, sir?
Something came here. Yeah. You can start then. It is on the mobile, so you can start, please.
Yes, sir. Okay, good afternoon, the chairman, sir, all the dignitaries and the participants. I will not take much time. So my topic is to recent advances in crop improvement, challenges and future strategies of Gisphis mauritiana in the country. So as we know that bear is very hardy fruit crop. It is known for its high nutritional value and hardy plant nature. And there are about 300 genotypes supported in the country. And under North Indian conditions, mainly Umran, Snor 2 and Gola are grown on commercial scale. So recently, introduction of the thornless varieties, also known as apple bear. The two varieties are the Baukul 1 and Baukul 2, released by Bangladesh Agriculture University. And these are grown, are becoming popular among the consumers as well as the farmers. So at the our research station, that is Regional Fruit Research Station at Bharatnagar, Patiala, we have the oldest field gene bank of bear, and there are about 100 genotypes which are planted and at around about 70 years ago. So all the germplasm related to bear was replicated from here itself and supplied to other institutes and field gene banks. So here the commercially grown bear cultivars are, first is the Umran, which occupies almost 90% area of cultivation under bear crop, and it has a large fruit size, high TSS, and attractive golden color when at maturity. So fruit yield very high as compared to other cultivars and varieties. It is around 150 to 200 kg per plant. So it has better shelf life as the pulp texture is very much firm as compared to other varieties. So it is a resistance to fruit fly, but it is susceptible to powdery mildew, and it is much more prone to bird damage, especially the parakeets. So this is the image of the cultivar Umran. It bear very prolifically and it is very high yield. So the next is the Snor number 2. It is selection in Patiala district from Snor village, and it has spreading and drooping branches. Fruit is smooth and golden yellow. It has a typical flavor and very juicy variety, and it matures early as compared to Umran. So this is resistant to powdery mildew disease, and it can be utilized for breeding the resistant varieties. It is also resistant to bird damage, as there is no bird damage caused by these especially parrots, while this Umran is more prone to bird damage. So the average fruit yield is 150 kg per plant. So this is the image of Snor number 2. The third one is the Gola. This is early maturing variety among the indigenous cultivars, and it has very attractive round fruits with golden yellow scale, and but it is susceptible to powdery mildew and has low TSS and acidity as compared to Maran and Snor number 2. Now coming to the apple bear or Baukul. So this is an exotic strain with thornless plant nature. It has spreading behavior and drooping branches. Fruit size is very large as compared to other indigenous varieties. So fruit pulp is juicy and sweet at maturity. So, but the fruits are prone to fruit fly infestation. So the major issue in this cultivar is that under the central plains of North India, there is a problem of stone cracking, which leads to the deformities in the fruit shape. Either the fruits become dumbbell or flat. So they do not get fetch good price, or they at the market because of low preference by the consumers. So it has been observed that when we move from this humid climate to western zone or the arid zone, this problem declines. But in our conditions, about 90% fruit get deformed. So we can see that the fruit size is very large. It also bears very prolifically, but the problem of this stone cracking is there. So here we can see the comparison of all the cultivars like Baukul, Snor 2 and Gola. We can clearly see the difference in the fruit size. But when the fruit reaches maturity, the fruits of Baukul, the stone gets cracked. So this is the comparison of some of the few physical parameters of fruits and chemicals. So the fruit size in Baukul or apple bear is almost double as compared to the 2.5 as compared to other cultivars. And Baukul, one more thing is there that this apple bear it matures very early as compared to other varieties. So it fetches good price when the fruit is normal. So we need these varieties. So after that, there are some new varieties, bear varieties released by CIEH Bikaner, and they have released like Goma Kirti, Thar Sevika, Thar Bugraj, and Thar Malti. But Goma Kirti is also called as early Umran, but under our conditions, under Punjab conditions, it matures late as compared to Umran. So these varieties, they do not perform well under our condition as compared to Umran and Snow 2. So here is a Snow 20, a new promising selection which has been selected from the field, and it is a natural hybrid of Snow 2 and Umran. The fruits have erective golden yellow color and large size. The fruits have typical flavor of Snow 2 and a pulp texture of Umran. So the preliminary results also show that this is resistant to powdery mildew and bird damage. So in the challenges are also there because the bear fruit doesn't fetch good price in the market due to low consumer preference and difficulty to harvesting and annual pruning and bird damage. So the farmers or the contractors, they do not show much interest in bear cultivation due to these problems. And the new varieties, thornless cultivars, they are better, but the problem of misshapen fruits or stone cracking is a major bottleneck.
Dr. Daljinder Singh, please hurry up.
Okay, sir.
Please.
So this is, we can see that this is
the
a problem of misshapen fruit. So stone cracking is also there. The stone cracks in longitudinal as well as transverse section. So we need to develop the cultivars which have earliness in maturity, large fruit size, as well as resistance to powdery mildew and fruit fly. And also we need the cultivars which do not have a problem of this stone cracking. So we need to combine the favorable traits from all the cultivars in a single. That's all.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. You can unshare your presentation. We can have the next one. Can I request Dr. Ms. Preeti Singh from BA?
Yes,
Are you
sir.
ready, Ms. Singh? Yeah,
Yes, sir.
you can share
Yes,
your
sir.
slide. Your time starts now.
Sir, is it visible now?
No,
Now, sir?
you double click. You can make it full screen and start.
Okay, sir. Is it fine now?
Yeah.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Respected Chairman, sir, Dr. S.K. Singh, sir, dignitaries and participants. Today, I'm here to present my seminar on the topic process for yield and yield attributing traits in papaya. So papaya is a very important commercial crop of tropics and subtropics owing to its high nutritive value, its productivity, and its round-the-year production. In papaya, in India, it stands on the board in terms of production after banana, mango, and citrus. So the national productivity of papaya is about 41.81 metric tons per hectare, but it can go up to 60 metric tons per hectare with a high-yielding variety in a suitable environment. So for breeding a high-yielding variety and with quality fruits, heterosis breeding is one of the approach. And papaya as heterosis breeding is widely exploited in cereal and vegetable crops. And papaya is also a suitable crop for heterosis breeding as it is short-lived herbaceous perennial, cross-pollinated and seed-propagated crop with quick growth and round-the-year flowering and fruiting. So with this background, we have conducted our research on this, and for this, 6 parents have been selected, and these 6 parents were mated in 6x6 full diallele meeting design, excluding the parental combinations, and we obtained 30 hybrid combinations from this. And coming to the yield, so for the study, we had studied 7 yield attributing traits along with yield. So coming to the first yield attributing trait, days to flowering, we can see that the majority of the hybrids have shown negative heterosis, negative better parent heterosis for the trait, which is a desirable one. And the range for mid-parent heterosis ranged from -6.47 to 5.32, and for better parent, it ranged from -12.89 to 1.95. From the results, we can identify few of the hybrids which have shown a negative heterosis with higher value. Those are P-7-2 crossed with Pune selection 3, PS3 crossed with P-7-2, and P-7-2 crossed with P-9-5. Second trait is the days to fruit maturity, and the days to fruit maturity had followed the same trend, and it had showed a negative heterosis for majority of the cross combinations, and the range for mid-parent heterosis ranged from minus 13.12 to 4.63, and for better parent heterosis it was minus 13.49 to 3.3. So in this case also we can select some of the cross combination which can be further exploited for earliness, and those are P-9-5 crossed with P-9-12, P-9-12 crossed with P-7-9, and P-7-2 crossed with P-7-9. So coming to the next trait, so in this trait, the fruiting zone has been studied, and for fruiting zone, majority has shown negative heterosis. The parents with positive heterosis can be selected and can be exploited further for getting higher yield. And for that purpose, the bigger fruiting zone was observed. The positive heterosis was observed in the parent Nanha cross P-7-9 and P-9-12 cross P-9-5. In case of number of fruits per plant, the majority of the hybrids has shown positive heterosis, whether it be mid-parent heterosis or better parent heterosis, and the range for mid-parent heterosis range from minus 24.67 to 10.12, and better parent heterosis range from minus 13.30 to 25.76. And for number of for selecting better number of fruits per plant, the hybrids that could be selected are P-9-12 crossed with P-9-5, PS3 crossed with P-7-2, and PS3 crossed with P-7-9. Now coming to the fruit length. In case of fruit length, the hybrids have shown heterosis. Majority of them has shown heterosis in the negative direction, and the range for mid-parent heterosis ranged from minus 29.16 to 13.51, and better parent heterosis ranged from minus 29.97 to 17.07. In this case, according to the breeding objective, the parents can be identified if smaller fruits are required. So a hybrid with negative heterosis can be selected, and if bigger fruits are required, then a hybrid combination with positive heterosis can be selected. Same is the case with the fruit diameter. Majority of them had shown negative heterosis, negative better parent heterosis, and negative mid-parent heterosis, and the range for mid-parent heterosis was minus 36.28 to 14.77, and better parent heterosis it was minus 36.61 to 11.67. Now, in case of fruit weight, in this case, the range for mid-parent heterosis ranged from minus 15.73 to 33.52, and better parent heterosis ranged from minus 28.515 to 20.39. Coming to the
please
yield,
wind up. Please wind up.
Just 2 minutes, sir. So coming to the yield, in case of yield, majority of hybrids has shown positive heterosis, and which is good for the breeding purpose. And for higher yield, we can select hybrids such as P-9-12 crossed with P-7-2, P-9-12 crossed with P-7-9, and P-9-5 crossed with P-7-2. So from here, we can conclude that as we saw that the magnitude of the process was low to moderate, it was neither high in any of the cases. So for earliness trait, cross combinations that could be selected are 9-5 cross 9-12, 9-12 cross Nanha, and 9-12 cross 7-9. And for yield, which is a very important trait for the selection, the cross combinations such as 9-12 cross 7-2 and 9-12 cross 7-9 and 9-5 cross 7-2 can be selected, and it can also be concluded that the increased yield was due to the increase in number of fruits per plant. Okay. Thank you, sir. My presentation is over.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Preeti. You can just, take your presentation now.
Yes, sir. Yes.
You can just. Now I request Dr. Pratibha Sahu. She is
Yes,
from
sir.
IIWM Bhubaneswar to kindly make a presentation. You can make it a little full screen, no?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Just a few. Yes, sir. Is visible, sir?
Yeah, it's visible, and you can start.
Yes, sir. Good evening, one and all present here. Myself, Dr. Pratibha Sahu, food scientist working at Indian Institute of Water Management, Bhubaneswar. My topic is radiation-induced mutation in papaya. Coming to radiation, this is nothing but the energy in motion. It may be electromagnetic, particle, acoustic, and gravitational energy. So in electromagnetic, under electromagnetic, we are going to use gamma radiation. And coming to the papaya, gamma radiation in papaya, the objective of this research is to standardize the gamma dose for determination of LD50, and second is detection of mutants through morphological, biochemical, and molecular markers, and third is evaluation of mutants with regard to important horticulture traits. If we show the basic science of irradiation, usually we give in direct seed, either in direct seed or pre-soaked seeds. Pre-soaked 24 hours pre-soaked seeds. So the action will be, they will directly, the ionizing radiation directly act at the double helical structure of the DNA. But if you give the radiation in the water molecule, and in that water molecule will create some free radicals like H dot and OH minus, then that impact of radiation on the double helical structure of DNA will be much more. Using that basic science of irradiation, we are used two varieties of papaya, Ranchi local and Arcacia. One is dioecious and Arcacia is gynodioecious. Two conditions of the seeds. One is seeds pre-soaked in water for 24 hours and surface dried. Another is seeds immersed in water while irradiation. It means we have kept 250 seeds in a pouch with water and sealed it and kept it in irradiation chamber at Bhabha Atomic Research Center, Mumbai. Then irradiate it after 5 minutes. We kept for germination. So treatment will be 10 to, we have used 10 grade to 70 grade for pre-soaked seeds and 10 grade to 70 grade for seeds immersed in water. And the dose rate, the gamma radiation energy is 1.33 and 1.17 MeV per deciliter, and dose rate is 17 gray per minute. So in germination study, we go for germination study, and according to germination study, we found the LD50 as you can see in the graphs, y is equal to mx plus c. LD50, we found 4 LD50 doses in Ranchi local. For pre-soaked it is 28.35 and seeds immersed in water is 24. It means when the seeds are immersed in water and we give irradiation, the dose rate, less dose is required for LD50 value. And for Orchidaceae, it is 33 for pre-soaked, and seeds immersed in water is 23. Generally in irradiation process, LD50 is used, but nowadays nobody is using LD50 dose to calculate the irradiation dose. Nowadays GR50 and GR30 is used. It means growth rate 50 means 50% reduction in the growth. You see, in LD50 there is 50% reduction, means 50% of plants will die. Germination of the plant is not important, but the survival of the plant, germinated plant, is much more important than germination. So GR50, we have to calculate GR50. It may be according to the shoot length, root length, or vigor index, or survivability of the seedling. So we calculated GR50 for Ranchi local, it is 31.64, and seeds immersed in water, it is 28.28, and accordingly for Orchidaceae, it is 37 and 30. And calculated vigor index and survival percentage. You can see from conclusion of this objective one, that is standardization of gamma dose, we found that 30 gray for pre-soaked seeds and 20 gray for seeds immersed in water is the most effective dose with maximum possibility of reachable mutation. Then we go for M1 generation, but M1 generation is recessive and very less mutant are expressed. So, and it is the significant of M1 is only that is source for M2. So in M2 generation, we can observe the plant height and bearing height, then stem dia, days to first flower, number of fruits per plant, yield, and you can see the variation in the fruit shape in different doses. And again, physiochemical parameter, fruit weight, pulp thickness, and central cavity dia, fruit cavity index, TSS, those things. And we means in M2 generation, we analyzed and recorded all the data, and we have taken the dust characteristics guidelines according to PPB-FRA, and we found different shape in the central cavity, and the region of the fruit surface is different. You can see the one mutant it is totally absent and another it is present. Then shape of the stalk end, it is flattened, depressed, and infiltrate. And again, fruit shape according to characteristic number 9, dust and papaya, it is totally means a different shape of fruit we got. Then those mutant we confirmed by ISSR marker, and we found those mutants in the marker, and we put that in cluster analysis dendrogram, and those papaya mutant we put in 3-dimensional scaling vector principal coordinator 1, 1, 3. So from objective 2 in M2 generation, we got total 10 mutant lines. 2 for dwarf mutant, 1 for early flowering mutant, 1 for maximum fruit weight, 1 for lowest fruit cavity index, 1 for highest TSS, 1 for highest yield and maximum pulp thickness, and 1 for deep orange red. Again, in M3 generation, we evaluated those 10 mutants observed in the
Try to conclude.
generation
Try
for
to
important
conclude.
horticulture traits. So after this study, we got that Ranchi local variety in seeds emerging water condition at 20 grade had the lowest plant height, that is 95 centimeter, that is reduction of 49% over control, and lowest bearing height, that is 40 centimeter, at 40 centimeter fruit bearing started, and minimum number of nodes to flash bar 22, and the lowest length of middle internode 1.90 centimeter, and stem diameter is 6.47 centimeter as compared to all other mutants. And the Ranchi local grade 20, this is the number of the mutant line 21, and Ranchi local grade 31, 21 mutant lines are found best in terms of fruit quality and fruit yield and quality attributes, whereas one mutant line Ranchi local grade 30, 93 number was the best in terms of consumer preference, as it is having deep orange pulp and with low cavity index. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Pratibha. Now I request Dr. A.K. Panda from RPCAU Samastipur BR. Unshare, bas. That's it. Fantastic. Dr. Panda, please.
Yeah, sure. Good
If you
evening.
hear in
I'll
the
share it.
audience. Ashish, please go ahead.
Yes.
Make it full screen and you can start.
So, is it visible, sir?
It is visible. Yes, start.
Yeah. Good evening, respected chairman, co-chairman, and the organizing committee members and delegates. Here I am with my topic, that is elucidating the mechanisms of resistance to Panama wilt in banana. This is a pre-breeding study. So this work was part of my PhD work. It was carried out in TNU, Coimbatore. So before proceeding to this topic, I would like to convey you that everyone knows about banana, and everyone knows how difficult it is to breed a banana, because there are factors like heterozygosity, vegetative parthenocarpics, diversified genome constitution, somaclonal variations, poor breeding potential, that to male as well as female breeding potential, and aberrant flowering pattern, floral morphology. There are many factors. Then why should we go for pre-breeding study? Because since we have these many constraints, along with this, we have to breed a new variety. So we should finalize the breeding population. And when we'll elucidate the resistant mechanisms, we'll have two advantages. We'll have multiple windows open. That is one for resistance breeding, or maybe for biohardening or biopriming. We'll see what was the work here. First, since this work is related for resistance breeding and it is regarding Panama wilt, I would like to focus a few points on Panama wilt. It is caused by Fusarium oxyspermum cubans, and there are multiple races, race 1, race 2, race 3, and race 4. Only race 1 and race 4 are present in India. Race 1 is one old one. It is evident in all the native genotypes as well as the POM and SIL group genotypes. And nowadays it is time for race 4. It is really havoc. We are really worried about race 4. And it is particularly reported, it has been reported from North India. Then Fusarium being a soil-borne pathogen and it's a vascular pathogen. So controlling Fusarium is really difficult with any fungicides. So the exploration of this in-planter resistance, that is one primary tool. So with this background, I would like to take you to this experimental setup. This experiment was carried out. First point was isolation and characterization of fungus and confirmation that it is Fusarium. Then pot culture screening was done. Then elucidation of mechanism of resistance against this Fusarium oxospermum cubans was carried out. So there are basically three mechanisms was focused. First one, biochemical basis of resistance, then metabolomic basis of resistance. Another one is endophytic basis of resistance. So these are the total genotypes taken in the study. There were 5 resistant check, 5 susceptible check, and there are few these unknown genotypes that we don't know what is the reactions to Fusarium wild, and there were 4 pre-release cultures in TNU. So this was the first experiment where this Fusarium, you can see here, this Fusarium was isolated and it was morphologically and subsequently molecularly confirmed that this is Fusarium. Then subsequently it was used in a screening experiment. And I would like to draw your attention here that this is one new type of screening methodology we tried here. Mostly they used to try with sand maize media or by forced inoculum, the conidial solution. But here I tried with this rhizome bit. We chopped off the rhizome and inoculated with Fusarium. So one uniform and rapid growth we obtained in a very short span, and it was spreaded in the potting mixture. And here, this is the evident, this is the result of that screening trial, where we can see in first one is the susceptible set. Here we can see in all the plants, there is an external symptom as well as internal symptom. And here in resistant also, there are no symptoms. And there are few symptoms as well as clear. And based on this leaf disease severity index and rhizome disease severity index, the genotypes have been grouped into 2 clusters. You can see here there are higher the severity index, those are susceptible. In this first cluster, those are susceptible, whereas in second, these are resistant genotypes. So next one is biochemical assay, how these biochemical enzymes, these defense enzymes, phenols, peroxidase, ammonium lyses, or this glucanase, how they are related with Fusarium infection. We can see here after infection, there is a more increase in activity of this resistant enzyme, of this defense enzyme in resistant genotype as compared to subsequent control and the susceptible genotypes. I will just this heat map, I justified my statement. Like I told, it is percentage change in the expression of those enzymes is higher in case of resistant genotype. So based on this scale, we can see this higher group. These are all are resistant, and this activity is low. This heat map, this is one kind of novel innovation we did with the data interpretation. Here we can group different resistant and susceptible genotypes. And this is the third approach and completely new attempt we attempted here. That is metabolomic basis. How? So for this first inoculation, we took the sample and from the rhizome metabolites, and by GCMS we characterized it. So we got, there are different sets of metabolites, like 35 metabolites we got, and 2 were common. And these metabolites can be used as these metabolites what are predominant in these resistant genotypes, like in squalene. It can be used as a vaccine in susceptible in future. I will discuss this thing in future, what can be done. And this is the third third mechanism where this implantar resistance is being modulated by endophytes. It is justified because the endophytes were isolated from different plant of the genotypes. And we can see here, for examples, I have grouped 3 genotypes. This is Quintalendron, this is one resistant one, and this one Yagambicame, this is one non-resistant one, and Nepovan, this is susceptible one. We can see here in this resistant genotype, we have a higher inhibition of these by these endophytic bacteria against Fusarium, whereas in susceptible it is very low. So these endophytes were doing somewhere this, they are governing somewhere the resistance. So in total experiment, the key findings were that we got few resistant genotypes. We got a range of incubation period that varies from 60 to 81 days. That is in susceptible Athiacol, it got 60 days, whereas in Sanachan Kadali, it ranged up to 81 days. And we got the expression pattern of defense enzyme.
Please conclude.
Yeah,
You're already gone into 6 minutes.
A few seconds, sir, it is concluded. Then we got one these metabolites pattern also in resistance. And what we can do with these findings? First thing, we can go for biotechnology. We can use our biotechnological tool targeting these specific genes for this defense enzymes, so it can be improved by precision breeding tool. Then metabolites can be used as plant vaccines. These endophytes can be used in biopriming. So this is an integrated way of management of fusarium can be possible, and we can develop one variety by using this pre-breeding tool against this fusarium mold. So after this, I would like to acknowledge this team, and this is all about the work. Thank you, sir, for this.
Thank you. Thank you, Ashish.
Thank you.
Please unshare a slide.
Yeah, sure, sure.
Call the next speaker, Dr. Manoj Kundu from BAE Sabor. Please be ready with your presentation.
Yes, sir. It is visible, sir?
Not yet. It is still loading. Yeah, you can make it full screen.
Yes, sir.
You can make it full screen. It's not yet. No, some issue is there. Maybe the speed, internet speed. Please share it fast. You're losing time unnecessarily. I'll request all the future presenter to kindly open this slide. The PPT, keep it ready. Double click. Some issue is there, I think.
Yes, sir.
Are you able to make it full screen?
Yes, sir. I am doing here full screen, but it is not working actually.
Yeah. You can do one thing. You can just minimize this side sorters, and then you can go for the presentation. Don't waste time. Anna? You can use this screen only, but go to the first slide and start.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
So it is visible. Okay, so
yeah. You can see. You can rush through your slide. Yeah.
My good evening to all of you. My topic for the presentation is gamma irradiated pollen technique as efficient tool for plants in citrus. Actually, this is my PhD work carried out in IRI, New Delhi. And all of you know that particularly in perennial crops, food breeding is a very tough job, particularly due to this problem of heterozygosity, along with other problems. But among them, heterozygosity is the biggest problem, because all of you know that every fruit crops are cross-pollinated in nature, which so the in breeding program, the insect it creates the uncertainty in the F1, which genes will be carry forward in the next generations or which will not be carry forward. This is very uncertain. So for this, overcome these problems, it is very important to go the development of inbred line before go for any target breeding programs. And if we go for inbred line development, it will take 6 to 7 generations. It means near about 35 to 40 years for developing only that inbred line. Then after we can go for any target breeding program. So it is a hectic job and also time consuming. So to overcome these things, one possible way or effective way or innovative way, you can say that if we go for inducing haploid to every crop, then also we can go to develop homozygous line in that crops in a shortest possible time period. So with this hypothesis, we my research work was conducted to develop or induce haploid plants in citrus through gamma irradiated pollen technique, with the objectives that to study the effect of gamma irradiation on pollen viability and germinations, followed by their effect on seed development pattern, and ultimately the induction of haploid plants and ascertain of ovule age for maximum recovery of haploid plants. And the first objective, we have selected 2 pollen parents, Citrus sinensis and Citrus limata, and 3 doses, gamma irradiation doses, 100 to 300 gray, along with control 0. And after irradiation of the pollen grains of these 2 pollen parent, we one set of pollen irradiated pollen was used for in vitro germination, acetocarmine test, and in vitro germination test, as well as another set was used for in field for crossing program with pomelo. And from that we can see that in vitro germinations and acetocarmine test and plenty of growth was observed, and from this it was found that the irradiation viability was reduced significantly with the increased irradiation doses. And however, in both the pollen parent Citrus limata having
Dr. Kundu, your that voice is very poor.
Okay.
Speak loudly.
Okay, sir. In case of acetocarmine and FDA germination test, it was found that it was reduced gradually with the increasing irradiation doses, and among these 2 species in Citrus limata having higher resistance at higher irradiation doses as compared to Citrus sinensis. In case of pollen tube growth, again similar pattern was observed, and then in second objective we have crossed the Citrus grandis, actually the pomelo one, with these 2 treated pollen parents, and it was found that seed development and fruit setting was observed, and it was found that the fruit setting was again reduced gradually with the increasing irradiation doses. And in case of the seed development pattern, normal number seeds was reduced gradually in 200 and 300 gray irradiation doses in both the cross combinations, and in 400 gray irradiation doses we have got no seeds in both the cases. You can see from this image that in 300 gray there was no seeds, but in 400 gray we have not get any fruits. So but in case of control there is lots number of seeds are there, and even the seed development pattern is also varied significantly. This is the normal seed, these are abnormal seeds without endosperm and embryo, and this type of short structure was observed in case of these high irradiated fruits. And in case of but our objective is to get maximum number of seeds so that we can recover maximum number of haploids. It was the objective in any breeding program. The target for any breeding program is to harvest the seeds, but in our cases we have not get maximum seed at high irradiation doses, so we go for ovule culture so that we can have maximum number of plantless regenerations. And that's why we culture the ovule at different growth or stage of the fruits, 20 days after pollination to 50 days after pollinations, and also whatever the seeds we have harvested at the maturity also cultured under in vitro conditions. And it was found that the seed from this ovule culture, the maximum recovery of plantlets was observed in 50 days after pollination ovule cultured plant cultured fruits. and as compared to 20 days and 35 days after pollination's ovule culture. In both these cases, there was no only 1 or 2% planters was recovered, but in ovule culture at 50 DAP was around 12 to 15%. And for mature seeds also, we have got maximum lots of plantlets. And then we go for cytological analysis, chromosome analysis of these, all the plantlets, whatever regenerated under in vitro condition, we go for cytological analysis of these plantlets. And it was found that 2 plants we have got in which there was the 9 number of chromosome, because citrus is actually having haploid number of chromosome 9, and it is actually diploid. So 18 number of chromosome is there. So in maximum cases, we have got 18 number of chromosome. You can see from these pictures.
Please conclude. Please conclude. That's
yes.
You are already.
We have got 9 number of chromosome, and we have again analysis the hybrid of these plants, and it was found that these 2 plants in which the haploid number of chromosome was found, in that cases it was the bending pattern was similar to the mother plants only, not the bend of the pollen parent does not come here. You can see here, and also here in these 2 plants we have got such type of non-hybrid results as compared to others. And at maximum we have cultured these number of ovule cultured plants, and seed cultured plants for chromosome analysis. Among them we have got only 2 plants, and from this we can conclude that for maximum recovery regenerations of plantlets in citrus to meet ovule culture, recovery of ovules at 50 days after pollination has been found optimum as compared to lower age fruit. And for haploid inductions, it can be concluded that citrus candidate pollinations with irradiated pollen at 300 and 400 degree irradiation doses, followed by in vitro ovule culture, is the optimum for haploid induction in citrus. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Kundu. You can unshare a slide, please. Now I request Dr. Nusrat Praveen from icar Bengaluru. Kindly.
Yes, sir.
Make her present. You are there, please.
Yes, sir.
You can share a screen.
Sir, is it visible, sir?
Yeah, you can make it full screen and you can start.
Yes, sir. Okay, good evening, everybody. I'm Nusrat Parveen. My topic for today's presentation is exploring the potential of gamma irradiation for developing dwarf rootstocks in polymorphic mango variety Nekkere. As you all know, India is the largest producer of mango, producing about 50% of the world production, and the eastern states of India like Bihar, Orissa, and West Bengal are among the major mango producing states of India. However, the productivity remains as low as 8 tons per hectare, and there are several factors, but some of the factors that lead to it are the low planting density, as we do not use any descript rootstocks, especially in the northern states of India. So the lack of genetically uniform rootstock is one of the major hindrance, and for this, one way out is to use polymorphic varieties, because as you know, they are true to type owing to the nucellar seedlings, as well as have deep taproot systems, so they can become a good rootstock. And some of them do have traits like salinity tolerance, and some are dwarf also. So taking this into the consideration, we devised this research work, and our aim was to induce dwarfness in Nekkere, which you know is a cultivar from South India, and it is having some level of salt tolerance. It's basically having chloride exclusion property, and but one thing is that it is very vigorous. So we wanted to create some variability for plant stature. So the experiment was induction of mutation. Now many of the speakers have already told so much about gamma irradiation and its effectiveness.
Skip this. Please skip this.
Okay, sir. So we did these things. First, you can see the variability in the population which we got, and from this we selected the desirable mutants which were showing dwarfness and did the morphological characterization. This is first of all, we validated them using the volatile compounds, and as you can see, the monoterpenes like phellandrine and cysosamines, as well as the sesquiterpenes like gurganine and alpha-humulene, could differentiate between the mutants and the mother plants and control seedlings. So this is the chromatogram. You can see the similarity of chromatogram between the mother plant and the control, while the treated ones were different. Next, we also did molecular characterization, and as you can see from the data, we got some H0 value greater than He and a negative fixation index in case of treated population that suggested that there was enough heterogeneity in this population as compared to control and mother plants. So after, you can also see this dendrogram here, the mutants and the mother plants and control distinguishedly separated from each other. And after this validation, we selected some putative mutants and went for a morphological variability. So first, the most important trait here, which we considered, was plant height. And in this case, as you can see from the table, the control, you can see the minimum plant height was 33.5, while the maximum was 56. And these are 1-year-old plants. So you can see how vigorous this plant was, but then it reduced up to 33 maximum plant height in case of mutants in the irradiated population, that is 35 gray, and the minimum was 11.5. So further, we also selected like leaves, number of leaves and leaf size. So here also the leaf size reduced very much in case of the highest doses of irradiation. Next, we also did a stomatal parameter reading, and you can see the mean stomatal length and density decreased from the mother plant to the 35 gray, that is the highest irradiation. And along with this, the stomatal length and width also varied. So it is important because stomata is directly associated with certain traits like the photosynthetic ability, gas exchange parameters, transpiration, which ultimately affect the yield of the plant. So you can see the variation in certain mutants of the Neckerae, stomatal variation, densities, and size. Next, we also did the concentration of plant hormones, basically ABA and IAA. And here you can see the picture of some of the mutants which we got here. In this picture, you can see that the branching started at a very less number of internode. And these kind of plant, this is like a pre-selection criteria for selecting the plants for dwarfness. And so we could get some plants which were very dwarf after 1 year also. And the concentration of ABA, as you can see here, it increased in the dwarf plants as compared to the mother plant and the control. Here, mother plant is the plant from which we selected the kernels or the fruits for treatment. And so finally, concluding, we could get enough variability for plant stature as well as stomatal parameters by different doses of irradiation. And the highest variation or the minimum plant height was observed in 35 gray irradiation treatment. Now, this treatment was where the highest death was also there. The survival rate was very low, but we can select a few of the plants and then multiply them vegetatively, and we can get the desired plant. So the next was ABA was there, and now we can conclude that induced mutation could be effectively employed for developing dwarfing rootstocks, which are very much important if we want to consider high density plantation, as well as this volatile profiling, because it is very specific to cultivar and resistant to environmental changes. And SSR markers could be used to validate the genetic variability. And these mutants or the putative mutants could be evaluated further and then can be used in rootstock breeding. So I would like to acknowledge my advisory committee, PG School, icar-iihr, and IHR, and DST for financial support. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You can unshare a slide. Now I request Kuldeep Singh from IRI. Kuldeep Singh, is he there? Okay, if he's not there, then I'll request Kuldeep Kumar Shukla from OUAT Bhubaneswar. Kuldeep Kumar Shukla, is he there? Okay, if he's not there, then next Nand Kishore Kanade.
Yes, sir. Sir, I'm here, sir.
Okay, then. Okay, Nand Kishore, you can share
Yes,
your
sir.
screen, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is visible, sir?
Yeah, make it full screen.
Okay, good evening to all of you. Today
Can you make
I'm
it full
presenting.
screen? Still, I mean, Nandkishore, can you make it full screen?
Okay, sir.
From bottom, you can see that here. Na? You can just click it.
Sir, from my side, it is full, sir.
Okay, okay. Then, I mean, you can start then. Why to waste time? You can start. Yeah.
Good evening to all of you. Today I'm presenting my PhD research work. Leaf volatile as a biomarker for identification of nucellar and zygotic seedling in polyembryonic mango genotypes.
Slides are not moving. You
Now,
just
sir?
unshare it and then share it. Probably it is stuck up. Nandkishore?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 1 minute.
Press. Can you move your slide up and down? Just check that, then you can do.
It is moving, sir.
No.
किशोर
Here it is
एक बार
stuck up in the
अनशेयर
first
कर लीजिए
place.
और फिर से शेयर करिए.
Unshare and share it. Now share again. Yeah.
It's visible, sir.
Yeah,
It's visible. Just see the slides move.
Okay, sir.
ठीक है.
Yeah. Okay. Just start.
Mukherjee classify the cultivated mango into two types, monoembryonic and polyembryonic. There is a need to pay more attention in polyembryonic mango cultivars that have high productivity and tolerance to abiotic and biotic stresses, especially in countries like India, where all the commercial cultivars are monoembryonic. There is urgent need to develop a reliable method to differentiate zygotic from the nucellar seedlings.
Next. It's not going. Yeah,
Material
now it is.
method, I use the volatile profiling, the fully expanded plant part used for the mother plant volatile and seedlings. Then GCMS method you use for volatile profiling. These are the mother plant and their seedling used for volatile profiling. In genotype Chengavaraca and turpentine, seedling from two stone was used. Stone 1 having 4 seedling and stone 2 having only 1 seedlings. In Totapuri, we use 3 seedling for leaf volatile. Then this is the result of Chengavaraca. The volatile profile of Chengavaraca and its seedling shows that the last emerging seedling from stone 1, the trans-Asciminone volatile was the major volatile compound detected, but this compound was recorded in negligible quantity in mother plant and seedling from the stone 1 and stone 2. The correlation studies also shows that the volatile compound between mother plant and seedling from stone 1 and stone 2 indicated positive relationship with each other, except the last emerging seedling from the stone 1, that is the C1P1S4. Then PCA biplot of Chengavaraca and its seedling from the stone 1 and 2 shows that the chemical profile of last emerged seedling from stone 1 was significantly different among mother plant and rest of the seedlings. Then volatile profiling of turpentine and its seedling shows that the volatile aristolene and alloaromatine was detected in high quantities in last emerged seedling from stone 1, and its level in mother plant and rest of the seedling was very negligible. The correlation of plant volatile revealed positive and significant relationship between mother plant and all seedling from stone 1 and 2. The seedling stone 1 which is emerged last show non-significant correlation. From the PCA biplot of turpentine and its seedling depicted that the last emerged seedling from stone 1, that is T1P1S4, are in one group and mother plant and rest of the seedlings are in other groups. Then volatile profiling of Totapuri and its seedling shows that the Totapuri mother plant only detected the beta pinene and it's not found in the seedlings. The correlation data shows that the mother plant volatile aroma profile did not show any significant correlation with any of the seedlings. These are the this last emerged seedling. It's showing zygotic seedling. This is different volatile profiling. And finally, I will conclude my topic. The volatile profiling of mother plant is exactly similar to all the seedling from stone 1 and 2, except the zygotic seedling which emerged last, that is stone 1, from open pollinated seeds of polyamorous genotype studied, namely Chengavareka and Turpentine. The last emerging and weakest seedling was zygotic, while rest are the nucellar in polyamorous mango genotypes. Volatile profile of Totapuri mother plant was different from all its seedlings. Leaf volatile profiling is an effective biomarker to distinguish the zygotic seedling from the nucellar one. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Anand Kishore. Thank you.
Sir, I am Kuldeep Kumar Shukla.
Kuldeep, okay. If you are there, you can make your presentation, quick presentation within time frame. You can share a slide, please.
Yes, sir. Visual, sir.
Yeah, you're visible. You can make it full screen.
Yes, sir. Sir,
Yes,
slide
yes,
is visible.
Start.
Yes,
Start.
sir.
It's there.
Good afternoon, everyone. Most welcome to all of you. I am Kuldeep Kumar Shukla, PhD, Research Scholar, Department of Food Science and Horticulture Technology, OIT Bhubaneswar. I have presented our research topic, influence of PMS on germability, survival rate, and physiological traits of dragon fruits. Dragon fruit, Hyloceras species, is exotic tropical plant that belongs to Cactaceae family. It is originated tropical America and South America countries. Recently, Pitaya is a great interest to researchers and farmers due to high cost-benefit ratio, resistant to insect and disease. High abiotic stress, less requirement of nutrient and water compared to other foods. Mutation is sudden which are the characters in any organism. Mutation is two types: spontaneous and induced. Spontaneous mutation naturally very less frequency compared to the induced mutation. Induced mutation is significantly used to induce genetic variability in fruit crops. Objective to develop genetic diversity in dragon fruits through the chemical mutagens. Influence of the chemical mutagens and the parameters in the dragon fruits. Method and material. The experiment is conducted on the red dragon fruit, Selenus monocanthus in the genotype of dragon fruit, CHD upon Central Horticulture Experiment Station, Aigania, Bhubaneswar, 2021-22. The seed of Selenus monocanthus species were treated different concentration dose and different incubation period, and design also is for the CRD replication of 3 and number of the seed per replication 98. The seed was treatment with showing of the uncontrolled seed. Here I mentioned the number of treatment and EMS concentrations and exposure times. Here activity I mentioned dragon fruits and extraction of the seed of dragon fruits, seedling for the treatment, and shifted the seedling for the next tree, and also mentioned treatment for the only for the analysis purpose. A graph also represented in between the germination percentage and treatment concentration and incubation period. When increase of the concentration, so increase of the germination percentage, and high concentration of the germination percentage and high treatment incubation period also increase, so reduce of the germination percentage compared to the controls and others. Survival rate also less effective of the mutagens compared to the others, but high concentration of incubation period and controls and treatment also reduce of the survival rate. Chlorophyll is extensively and most precocious used for the identification and use of the mutations, and treatment of the EMS, so increase of the concentration of treatment, so increase of the chlorophyll content by high content, and so the reduce of the chlorophyll content compared to the controls treated plant or high content of the chlorophylls. Prolines also indices of the stress resistant of the plant and stress resistant of the plant, but control very less amount of the treatment, 0.1% treatment, also high content of the proline, and compared to the higher concentration, so increase, and the incubation also increase. Proline content is reduced compared to the controls, also high content of the proline in the less amount of the treatment plant. Carbohydrate also increase of the concentration, so increase of the carbohydrate, but high concentration of the treatment, and incubation period also increase, so reduce of the carbohydrate content. I here effective of the treated plant in the protein content. Control is very high content of protein compared to the treated plant. When the increase of the concentration of the treatment and incubation period, so increase of the protein content, but high concentration of the EMS treatment and incubation period also high, so reduce of the protein content. Flavonoid also increase, the increase of the treatment and incubation period also increase of the flavonoid, but high concentration of the treatment and incubation exposure time also increased 2 hours into the 4 hours when reduced of the incubation period, and the treatment also flavonoid also improved T8. Phenolic compound also introduced for the dwarfness of the plant when increase of the concentration of the EMS treatment, and incubation period also increased. So increase of the phenolic compound, but high concentration of the incubation exposure times and EMS treatment. So reduce of the phenolic compound and EMS treated plant, and so less content of the phenolic compound compared to untreated plant. Chemical mutagens also influence the germinability, chlorophyll content, and biochemical properties of the dragon fruit. Higher concentration of EMS, effective germination percentage, survival rate, carbohydrate, protein content in dragon fruit. EMS also exhibited potential inducing genetic variability in dragon fruit. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Kuldeep. Now I request the last presenter of the session, Ms. Janila Pravina, if she is there from IHR Bangalore.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Janila,
Thank
okay,
you,
okay, okay. Kuldeep, unshare your slide, please. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Is it visible,
Yeah,
sir?
make it full screen and start. It's not full screen. Can you make it?
Yes, sir.
Oh, it's not. But you can start, no problem. We can see the slides. Ah, it's there. Start. You are stuck up, I think.
A very good evening, all the dignitaries, the one and all present over here. I am J. Pravina from the department. I am audible, sir. Hello.
Yes, yes. Please go ahead.
I am J. Pravina, PhD scholar from the Department of Fruit Science and Horticulture Technology, OUT. Today, I am here to present on the topic is role of pollen on the physicochemical characteristics of selected guava genotypes. Before coming to presentation, I want to tell in gist about the topic. Is guava is a open self-pollinated crop, but as per reference, there is somewhat there is cross pollination also possible. And in processing industry also, there is more demand of red pulp guava varieties as compared to white pulp because they are nutritionally rich. And so for an experiment was conducted by using red pulp guava varieties, it is used as a pollinated variety for the crossing program. As you know, guava is a most important tropical and subtropical fruit crops and also called the apple of the tropics as it is an excellent source of vitamin C, pectin, calcium, phosphorus, and vitamins like thiamine, riboflavin, and pantothenic acid. But the major region conflicting the guava production is wilt, that is fusion species, and many physiological disorders like bacterial canker, fruit cracking, and which hampers the fruit quality. Hence, to develop a high-yielding cultivars with improved eating quality and processing quality, which is a major guava pulp, pink and red guava pulp, are more potential to the human diet than the white pulp processing. So, keeping the above facts in view, an experiment was conducted in the UBKV West Bengal, where the
Chairman sir, we are unable to hear properly. Chairman sir.
Yes, yes.
We are not able to hear properly.
White pulp varieties, which is L49, Alavaseda.
Yeah, it's audible to us. Please, Pravina, please go ahead. Huh. Continue.
Hello.
Yeah, continue. We are able to listen to you.
Continue, sir.
Oh, again, it's cracking.
Shall I continue, sir?
Continue.
Okay, sir, thank you.
It's an issue of speed, actually.
So an experiment was conducted in the UBKV where the red-fleshed guava variety is used as a pollinator for the white pulp guava varieties like L49, Alavasafeda, Anprabha, Dukhaja, and Baraipur local. So the experiment was carried out by using 3 types of
Dr. Kundan, I mean, you can see. Ravina, are you able to share your slide?
Okay, okay.
Some issue is there, I think so. Dr. Kundan, it's some issue.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
So with this, sir, I think we completed this session 2.
Kundan, last presentation is not over yet.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello, sir.
She's still presenting actually. Her slides got stuck up somewhere. You share a slide. Ravina, please share your slide. Yeah, yeah. Go to the materials. Yeah. You can go to the results now. We have seen the. You can move your slide. No, your voice is cracking.
Am I audible, sir?
You're audible, but your voice is cracking. You can go to your summary and conclusion. You can get the essence of your presentation.
For making crosses in the hybridization.
You're not audible. Your voice is cracking. You can change the slide now. Ravina, please change your slide. It is stuck up in one position.
Hello, sir.
You are stuck up in one slide, slide number 4.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm changing, sir.
Now you can go directly to conclusion.
Conclusion, that will give the essence of your study.
Yes.
Ravina, are you able to share? Because internet speed is some problem with her. Dr. Kundan?
Chairman, sir, I think you can, you have given her enough chance.
Yeah.
And she is having some technical trouble. So I think we can wind up. There is
Dr. Kundan? Dr. Kundan?
Sir.
I don't know. Is Dr. Murthy available now? Or we can take his presentation later on.
I think Chairman, sir, is not there, sir.
Okay. Then thank you. That means we should conclude it. Friends, let me tell you, this was the second session. And oh my God, again, the slides have come. You can go to the last then. Pravina, go to the last conclusion slide so that we can read the thing. Yeah, thank you then. Ravina, you can unshare a slide so we can conclude the session. Ravina, please unshare a slide. Yeah. Friends, we had a scintillating second technical session on genetic improvement of fruit crops. I am thankful for the organizers, and I mean, it was a great opportunity to know the research which was going on, and the young, especially the young, the faculty and the students who are doing the research. I'm thankful to Dr. M.R. Dinesh, the former director of IHR Bangalore, and the rapporteurs here, with as Dr. A.K. Jha and Kanupriya. I don't know whether she could join finally or not, but let me tell you that this was the, the session where we had almost touched the crops of the region, which are potential, and also we got the lead from Dr. Dinesh's lecture, which was, it is something futuristic because we have to plan the research in that direction. Taking forward right from the rootstocks, then how to go for the extension, plant propagation, then, varieties for processing. It was excellent, talk. I should say it's a futuristic, and one should. Then Dr. Sasni touched the topics on flavors and the aromas, how, they are working, especially the leaves from the ornamental and the medicinal crop to the fruit crops, and that's what the flavor in mango, which is all a major crop here. Then, of course, the application of mutation breeding, of course, there was some hiccups, but it's a very valuable tool. This technique has hardly been properly used in India. Of course, our neighbor China has used it to a maximum, and you can see the varieties listed in the IAA list, which is, it has got the maximum in the category. Then Dr. Ravi Shankar's, the talk, it was on genomics, and particularly the application part of it, and what are the leads happening. What, most of the, the references from Europe or America, and a lot of them from China too, because the research is catching up, and how to make the breeding far more easier to with use of this genomics and the molecular tools. Then Dr. Avtar Singh, of course, presented a very good talk, because citrus seedlessness is a major concern, and especially working on quinoa and Mozambique, which are used for juice making. So crushing of the seeds lead to a lot of bitterness. So that's a concern, and that's what they're looking to use of polyploidy, and how to use it in the breeding. It's a pre-breeding type of work. Excellent. Then papaya, of course, talked by Jaiprakash, sum up what need to be done in the futuristic, the problems which are cropping up. It is a very important cash crop, short duration, but a lot of remunerative. So again, he showed that how the way forward can be using the different gene pool and the different strategies, and even the use of F1 hybrids. Oral, let me tell you that we had, 10 scheduled, of which 9 were held in person. And let me tell you that very interesting to note how the researches are being shaped up in our NARS. And it could be seen that even in ICR Institute, the young scientists, the SAU scientists, they have listed, who have presented here, were very informative. And I am sure the House will agree with that. They have got some takeaway points from there. The lead, especially, where I could see that a lot of things happening in the use of mutation breeding, especially they have touched even the new crops like dragon fruit, and also rootstock. Dwarfing is a trait. So we are interested in especially dwarf type in papayas, especially what we are looking at. Such type of, and use of polyploid breeding, haploids, double haploids. These are, these were just theoretical, what we used to know 20 years back, but now they have been started being using in our breeding system, and the students and the scientists, they are working on it, especially to ease the production, dwarf stature, efficient rootstocks. That could be, the next breakthrough happening in fruit production, because productivity has to be increased, quality need to be maintained, productivity plus intended use, whether it's for processing or export, it has to be done. So with this, I thank the organizers for giving me opportunity to be there this afternoon. I am ably be supported by my reporter, Dr. Anjani, and I especially thank Dr. M.R. Dinesh to taking me to take this responsibility, because he was busy otherwise. This had been a very scintillating afternoon for me. Thank you, Dr. Kundan and his team. Dr. Acharya, please.
Thank you very much, sir, for conducting this technical session. It was a little bit long, and our presenters are also waiting. So on behalf of organizing committee, we are very much thankful to our chair, sir, Dr. Dinesh, sir, and our co-chair, sir, Dr. S.K. Singh, sir, who is from New Delhi, and sir has beautifully conducted a technical session too. And in that session, we had the invited lecture, lead lecture, and oral presentations. So thank you very much, sir. From core of our heart, we are very much thankful to you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir.
And Dr. Anjani, please. I mean, he has to do a lot of writing of the points.
We are very much thankful to reporters, Dr.
Thank you, sir.
Anjani and Dr. Kanupriya, who are, I
Thank you,
think,
sir. We will do the writings and then pass it on to you for your vetting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
So thank you very much, Dr. Anjani and Dr. Kanupriya, for writing all the proceedings of the session. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are very much thankful to our poster presenters who are waiting since 6 p.m. Now time has come. Now we will have a poster session, and I will request Dr. Deepa to kindly coordinate this session.
A very good evening to all of you. So it is the time for poster presentation session. So we have with us Dr. Avtar Singh, Principal Scientist, Division of Fruits and Horticultural Technology, Indian Agriculture Research Institute, New Delhi. And we have with us Dr. T.K. Hajarika, Head, Department of Horticulture, Mizoram University, as evaluators. So I would like to apprise you, our evaluator, that in this session we have 16 poster presentation pertaining to the theme 1, which is exploitation of genetic diversity, and theme 2, which is genetic improvement, and theme 6, that is precision horticulture, protected cultivation, and organic farming. Now I would like to request our evaluation committee to take over the session. Thank you very much. Respected Dr. Avtar Singh ji, sir.
Okay, thank you, madam.
Sir, each presenter will have to wrap up his or her poster presentation within 3 minutes, sir.
Okay. Okay, shall we start? Dr. Hajarika? Are you here? Dr. Hajarika?
Sir,
Madam
we are
Deepa?
unable to contact him. Sir, he may join later, so kindly proceed.
Okay, okay, sir. We can start now. We can ask the first participant.
Take the first one, na?
Yes.
He's not there. Take the second one then in the list.
icar-iihr.
And Deepa, please announce that they should keep their presentation ready, open and keep it ready to save time. Otherwise, they are starting their computer then. So let the presentation be on. They keep in the minimize mode so that straight away coming out. Second one, announce the name. Otherwise, it will take a lot of time.
Yes.
Megha is there.
Kindly present your poster.
Megha is not there.
Okay, we can move to second. Sudeep Kumar. Hello.
Sudhir Kumar Yadav, sir, we have
Sudeep is there.
From our side, we will be displaying otherwise. Okay, he is there.
Can I present, sir?
Yeah.
ಗೋಲ್ಡ್ ಹೆಂಗಿದೆ ರೇಟ್? ಫೋರ್ ಏಟ್ ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗಿತ್ತಲ್ಲ?
May I request Uday Kumar to present his poster? We have displayed your poster. And the participants who have unmuted their mic, kindly mute.
Anuradha. ಅದೇನ್ ತಪ್ಪಾಗಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲ?
Hello. Hello.
Anuradha 9731.
Yes, carry on.
600.
Sudhir Kumar Yadav. Are you there?
Hello. Move to SK Datta.
Yes, second speaker.
Who is there? SK Yadav is not there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Then share your poster.
Sir, can you share slide their side?
Sudhir Kumar Yadav ji, your presentation, that poster is displayed. You kindly start your presentation.
Ma'am, can you share slide their side?
Yeah, it is visible now.
No, madam, it is not
It
visible.
is already shared. We have
No,
already
it is
shared
not.
the presentation.
Slide is not open.
It is not visible, madam.
Slide is not
visible.
Okay.
Slide is not visible. Mr. Yadav,
We are
your
looking
slide
into
is
it.
not visible. Jim.
Sudhir Kumar Yadav ji, you are requested to share your slide presentation, please.
Yes, ma'am. The slide is not visible.
Excuse me, madam, can we have this session tomorrow in the morning at 8? Because our office will close at 8 now. We have to move.
Yes, sir. We shall move to the other presenter. I request Sudeep Kumar Datta.
Yes, thank you, madam.
Sudeep Kumar Datta ji, please
Yes,
share
yes,
your
yes.
presentation.
Yes, I am, madam. Is my slide visible, ma'am?
Yes.
Yes,
it is
yes,
visible.
Dr. Doctor, it is visible.
Kindly go
Yes,
ahead.
yes. Thank you, madam. Respected chairman of the session, co-chairman, convener of this session, and organizing secretary and chairman of the conference. A very good evening to all of you. Today I am presenting on the molecular and metabolic characterization of tree bean, that is a Parkia roxburghii landraces of Northeast India. So tree bean is a perennial species. It is a multi-purpose legume tree, and it is exclusively grown in Northeast India, especially in the states of Manipur and Mizoram. So it has a rich nutritional benefit, and it is a cash crop of this Mizoram, Nagaland, and Manipur, and it's a very expensive medicinal plant in those states. A single pot can fetch around 60 to 70 rupees per pod, and a single tree can give 60 to 70,000 rupees income per annum. So there is a huge genetic diversity of land races for different pod characteristics and metabolites in these states, and there is lack of data on the nutritional parameters of these species, and these species are genetic reservoirs of medicinally important compounds like thiazolidine for carboxylic acid.
Leave introduction, go to results.
And yes, sir. And we don't have any molecular data on this tribene species. So looking into this background, we have got two objectives: to identify the differentially expressed genes in the healthy and declined affected trees using transcriptomic approach. And second objective was to emphasize on our nutritional and antioxidant properties. So we have done the field survey of tree beans in the state of Manipur and Mizoram, and also we have collected land traces from Nagaland, Tripura, and Sikkim, Assam, and Arunachal Pradesh. And we have done the biochemical analysis for nutritional parameters like total soluble sugar content, total protein content, phosphorus, potassium, zinc, iron, and manganese, and also antioxidant assays. So we have found a very good range of these biochemical constituents in these land races, and I have shown this in the table. And also we have done for the first time one transcriptome study of this tree bean land race, and we have selected the healthy and declined tree bean land races, and we have found the differentially expressed genes in those land races. And you can see in the heat map, those are the genes which have differentially expressed. The red ones are the negatively down-regulated genes, and the green ones are the highly upregulated genes which were found in the tolerant plants than the declined plants. And also we have found some of the major compounds which are there in the Parkia roxburghi germplasm with the biological activity, and most of the compounds, they have antioxidant activity, antimicrobial activity, anti-inflammatory activity. So that is why it is a good medicinal species, candidate species for study. So in conclusion, the one of the good thing which we have developed from this study is we have developed one molecular marker database, that is a tree bean transcriptome database, which is we have named it as a ParkRox transcriptome database. And the next slide I am going to show that database, which is online, and you can access the different molecular data from this database, which is free to use. And so that is what in brief we have done in this project. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Datta.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, please share your slides.
Presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah.
So I have only one query.
What
was the basis of selection of this healthy and declined trees?
Sir, healthy and declined tree we have confirmed through pathological culture test, and we have visually we have identified the trees. Then we have collected the fungus from the trunk, from the leaves, and then we have cultured, and we have confirmed the fungus, and then only we have designated as the declined and non-declined trees.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Dattaji.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Next presenter is Sanchana Jain.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay.
Try to wrap up your presentation within 3 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. Whether it is visible, ma'am? Hello?
Visible.
Yes.
Kindly go ahead.
A very good evening to everyone present here. Myself Sanchana Jain. Today I'm here to present about the exploitation of genetic diversity in the fruit crops, a review. As we all know, genetic diversity, it is the genetic variation within and among the population of a species. This is the primary basis for the adaptation to the future environmental uncertainty. This represents the basis for the world food security. In this poster, I have comprised some of the interesting and valuable germplasms that are existing in fruit crops. The first one is Mangifera sylvatica. This is the most closest species of Mangifera indica, which is the cultivated one. It bears the small-sized fruits, but which comprises the large-sized kernels, which provides a significant nutritional property. This kernel will produce a butter that will be used as an alternative for the cocoa butter. The another species is Mangifera cassia. This is widely cultivated in Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, and Philippines. This fruit is excellent ingredient for creamy juices And this acts as a spice base for the preparation of a product called sambal. This is a relish made with the fruits and spices. This is the common product in Indonesia and Malaysia. And the next species is African mango, that is Irvingia gabonensis. This is locally called as Dika, Ogbono, or bush mango. These fruits are highly valuable for its fat and protein-rich nuts. And these fruits can be processed into several products like jam, jelly, juice, and even the wine can be prepared from these kernels. And the pulp is used for extracting the black colored dye that is used for cloth preparation. The next very interesting crop is jackfruit, that is Siddu jackfruit. This is a variety, the farmer's variety that is identified in icar-iihr. It has an attractive coppery red colored flakes and it is gaining importance nowadays. And the next crop is watery rose apple, that is Syzygium aqueum. It is cultivated in Assam, Meghalaya, and West Bengal. The fruits are big and flattened at both ends with juicy and spongy pulp. They can be used as such or they can be processed into beverages. And it has several protection against oxidative stress, free radicals, and could be used as a good candidate for treating the oxidative stress related diseases. And the next interesting crop is elephant apple, that is Dilenia indica. This is native to tropical Asia and China. This is used because of its medicinal properties. It has laxative, anti-diabetic, antidote actions. And this fruit pulp is used in the preparation of products like jam, jelly, and it can also be used in the preparation of curries. And another species in the Dilenia, that is Pentagina. This is locally called as karkat. And this can be cooked as a vegetable and also used in the preparation of chutney. And the whole plant is valued for its phytochemical properties. The root decoction of this plant is an antidote, and the bark powder is anti-diabetic, and the leaf powder is used to treat the breast cancer. So it has a higher potential in the future days. And the next crop is star fruit, that is Averhoa carambola. This is commonly used as a salad and fruit platters, and also to garnish the cocktails, drinks, and beverages. It has diabetic and it has several properties like anti-diabetic and antioxidant, anti-hyperglycemic, anti-obesity properties. And the next one is Averhoa bilimbi. This is principally cultivated for its medicinal purpose. It is used in treating various ailments and it has antibacterial, antiscorbutic, astringent properties. Coming to the conclusion, in the future, due to the changing physical environment, global warming, and drastic transforming of socio-cultural scenario, these wild species are going indistinct and they are simply disappearing. So there is immediate conservation initiatives are very much required to conserve all these wild species so that we can use these in the further breeding programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanchana.
Okay.
Next poster. Next
Okay,
poster.
thank you.
Dr. Hajarika.
Yes, sir.
Oh, can I leave now? I have to go. Actually, I have some issues.
Okay, okay.
So please take
Okay,
care.
sir.
Eh? Okay,
Yes,
thank
yes.
you. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Next presentation is on antifungal activity of different extracts of Caricia mollissima and endangered fruit species of Western Ghats of South India. For this, I would like to request Savita V.
Good evening, ma'am. I think my screen is visible to everyone.
Yeah, it is visible.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. So myself, Savita, I'm from Karnataka, basically. So here I'm going to speak about a new species, a fruit particularly, which is endangered species of Western Ghats. So yes, I'm speaking about Caricia mollissima, so which is one of the endangered species of Western Ghats. So this particular fruit is actually, I have taken this fruit for my PhD study. So as a research scholar, so I was actually searching for a subject so that I can explore more about it. So when I was going through about all those species and I was going through my research review of literatures and all, so I got a species called Caricia mollissima. So this particular fruit is used in a particular place by the rural people. So on a very special occasion. So that is might be because of some reasons. So that made me that encouraged me to know about this fruit well. So that's the reason I took this fruit. Searched a lot about it, but I got to know only about the botanical aspects of this particular species. So then I collected, then I'd been to a place called Kasargod, which is native to Kerala. So then I collected this sample of mature fruit of this species Caricia mollissima. So here I'm only presenting about the result which I got when I checked for its fungal activity, antifungal activity. So here to check the antifungal activity, so I have used this diffusion method. So where I have taken a antifungal drug as a for the control the preparation. So I have taken itraconazole, so which gave me the result of so here for the control, I have used itraconazole, and I have used different extracts, different solvent extracts also. So then I have taken different concentrations of those extracts. So I have taken methanol extract, aqueous extract, and ethyl acetate extract. So by this diffusion method, so I use this fungus called Candida albicans, which is the fungus which causes candidiasis, a fungal infection in humans. So through this diffusion method, so I prepared this petri dish by using LB agar, and then spread this fungus, and then by using the Boer method, so I
Madam Savita, you come to the results part.
okay, so I got good results with ethyl acetate extract of Caricia mollissima. So when in comparison with antifungal drug also, so I got a very good result. So when I used 30 ml of itraconazole, that is antifungal drug, I got 13 mm of 13 mm of zone of inhibition. But when I used 10 ml of ethyl acetate extract of this Caricia mollissima, I got 12 mm of zone of inhibition. And when I used concentration 2, that is 20 ml, 20 ml, so I got the result of 14 mm of zone of inhibition. So so I conclude that this particular fruit has antifungal activity, and in future further research on this specific fruit can help us to know more of about the biological activities, and it can be used as a drug. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Savita. Moving on, now I request K.N. Mahesha to present his poster, which is on significance of root stock breeding in fruit crops. Are you there, K.N. Mahesha? We shall take the next poster presentation, which is on genetic improvement and novel approaches in fruit crops. For this, I would like to request Sampurnanand Singh.
Yes, ma'am.
Kindly present.
Can I visible, ma'am? Can my slide be visible, ma'am?
Yeah.
Respected dignitaries, good evening to all of you. Myself, Sampurnanand Singh, PhD scholar, JV Pant, Agriculture University of and Technology. Today, I will present a poster presentation on the topic of genetic improvement and novel approaches in fruit crops. The novel breeding technique in crop plant are developed with improvement in gene silencing, molecular technology, and it integrates with mutation breeding to make genetic variation in complicated traits. Many targeted species change are often through with mutation breeding. Comparing to standard breeding, there are some techniques there are so many techniques which is used for improve, which is used for induce the mutation and change the characteristics of different food crops, like CRISPR technology, cisgenics, intergenics, and RNA interference, and some gene editing technology like CRISPR technology, and mutation breeding also important for the gain mutation in different food crops. And there are some studies which is used by CRISPR technology to induce the mutation in different fruit like sweet orange, apple, and grapes. In sweet orange, they reported that the gene CSPDS is mutant by the use of CRISPR technology, and in apple PDS gene, and in grapes VV-PDS gene. And finally, they concluded that the biotechnology techniques have undergo rapid develop, adding novel and valuable tools for plant breeding. These techniques make it possible to create desirable crop cultivar in fast and more efficient way to meet the demand for improved crop support, sustainable agriculture productivity, and in order to create for ever increasing world population. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next poster is on mutation breeding for fruit crop improvement by Vinay Kumar. Sampurna, kindly unshare your slide.
Okay, ma'am. 1 minute, ma'am.
From here we can.
Binoy Kumar, try to complete within the time limit. Huh?
With the permission of Dr. Avtar Singh, I would like Dr. Avtar Singh, sir.
Sir already left. Dr. Avatar Singh sir already left.
He has already left Lipa. He has got medical issues. He cannot sit for long.
Yeah, yes, sir. Okay.
So you continue with the presentation. I am
Yes,
there.
yes, you continue.
Vinay Kumar, are you facing any difficulty in sharing your slides? We have got your slide. Otherwise, we will share from our side. Vinay Kumar, are you there? Can you hear me? Next presentation is on in vitro regeneration of strawberry through seed. For this, I would like to invite Nim Sherpa. Name sharing Sherpa. Moving on to the next presentation, which is on genetic improvement and novel approaches in fruit breeding by Pratusha Bhagwati. Pratusha? Next poster is on morphological and biochemical analysis of grapeberry exposed to abrupt environment condition by Javlekar KV. Next presentation is on mitigation strategies to overcome climate change in fruit crops by Vijay Raghavan.
Yes, ma'am. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yeah. Kindly.
Yes, it is visible.
I'm Vijay Raghavan. So, my topic is about mitigation strategies to overcome the climate change in fruit crops. We know that climate conditions like temperature, relative humidity, and rainfall is everything is important for the production and production of the fruit crops. So we have conducted a research observation in the Mallika, Amrapalli, and Nimsagar mango varieties in West Bengal, which is in the Mohanpur region. According to the observation, due to the climate change, some of the rainfall and relative humidity level has changed from the 2017 and 2020. We have compared both the years. By comparing that, the Himsagar variety, which is the native to the West Bengal, performs well than the late variety Amra Mallika. Since the pollination is affected by the relative humidity and rainfall, they produce a low production, and Himsagar perform well. On this, I may conclude that to understand the phenomena of the climate change impact in fruit crops production, we should go for the phenological studies, sequential observation, and recording, which are necessary. Adaptation of the native cultivars and resistant rootstocks. This can be majorly useful for the mitigate the effect of climate change, and in the developing the resilient varieties of food crops which can withstand various stress, and exploring the underutilized crops also helpful for increasing the fruit crop production in India. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Vijay Raghavan.
Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me. Ma'am, myself, Vinay Kumar, ma'am, my computer is hanging, so that's why I'm going to present another ID, ma'am.
Vinay Kumar.
Yes, ma'am.
Vinay Kumar.
Yes, ma'am.
Share your presentation without any further delay.
Ma'am, it is visual.
No.
Ma'am, it is visual.
Not yet.
Not yet. I think we have got your presentation, so we will be sharing.
Can I call you after some time?
Is it
Yeah,
okay?
actually, I'm evaluating that
We
seminar.
have got this presentation.
Ma'am, now it is visual.
Yeah, it is visible.
Thank you, ma'am. Respected dignitaries, good evening to all of you. I am Vinay Kumar, PhD scholar, GVPOD, Pantnagar. And today I am going to give a poster presentation on mutation breeding for fruit crop improvement. Mutation is the process of exposing seed to chemical radiation or enzyme in order to generate mutant with the desirable trait to be breed with the other cultivars. And mutation can be induced by physically or chemical mutation. So such a mutation is known as induced mutation. And optimum dose of mutagens is one which causes maximum frequency of mutation and maximum killing, and it will be close to lethal dose 50. And mutation is the two types. One is the spontaneous mutation, another the induced mutation. Spontaneous mutation occurs in the naturally by the interfering with the DNA, and induced mutation is induced by the chemical or physical mutagens. And here there are some character which can be induced by the mutation, like breakdown of dormancy in case of fig, grape, papaya, strawberry, and loss of self-increment in case of cherry, and parthenocarpy and seedlessness in case of apple, pear, banana and banana, plantain, citrus, fig, grape, and also allopolyploid in case of banana, plantain, blackberry, raspberry, blueberry, and in case of sweet seed and almond, and non-estrogens in case of apple, pear, and offshoot in case of date palm and rooting apple. And here are the some varieties which are developed by the mutation breeding. In case of pomelo navagan and pomelo number 4, it will be induced by the developed by the gamma radiation. And in case of papaya pusanana also developed by the gamma radiation. And here the supporting study is done by the effect of EMS on the morphological parameter of mutated mutant population of cultivar Akka Puneet. They got good high, ideal plant height, stem growth, and primary branches when they it treated with the 0.8% EMS. And here the conclusion: it provides an opportunity for the improvement of the trait like dwarf plant earliness, tolerant and resistant to various disease and pest within the short period of time. In vitro culture combined with the induced mutation had been proven to be speed of the breeding program to produce genetic variation for multiplication, and gamma radiation mutants show better response in terms of growth parameters as compared to chemical mutagenesis. Thank you.
Thank you, Vinay Kumar.
Thank you.
The next, kindly unshare your presentation. Next poster presentation is on morphological and molecular characterization of in vitro regenerated mutants in banana by S. Amulya. S. Amulya?
Yes, ma'am. Oh, is it visible, ma'am?
It is visible. You go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, one and all. Myself, Amulya, currently pursuing my doctoral program in Division of Fruits and Horticulture Technology, IRI. I'm here to present my poster on the topic morphological and molecular characterization of in vitro regenerated mutants in banana cultivar Rajapuri. Banana is a vegetative propagated crop grown for various health benefits. Rajapuri cultivar belonging to the genomic group AAB is a sturdy dwarf plant relished for its sugar acid blend. Mutation being a rapid breeding technique helps in production of variants. A thorough screening of these mutants is very important as the frequency of the mutation may be very low. Coming to the material methods, 58 mutagen treated plants, both physical and chemical mutagens. Physical mutagens like gamma rays and chemical mutagens like EMS, BAP were treated. And these plants, along with one check cultivar, were subjected to the morphological characterization as per the DUS guidelines, and among them, 50 mutagen treated plants were characterized using 15 ISSR primers, and statistical analysis was done using Genelix and Darwin 6 software. And the phylogenetic tree construction was, the tree was constructed. Coming to the results, among all the morphological traits studied, the plant height, leaf chlorophyll content, number of suckers per hill, bunch weight, and compactness showed greater variation compared to the control plants. High yield were recorded in the mutants developed using gamma irradiation of 35 to 40 grays. When compared to the chemical mutagen treated plants, physical mutants showed higher level of polymorphism. The principal coordinate analysis at the dendrogram construction resulted in formation of 3 main clusters. The cluster 1 consisted of 10 mutants and one check cultivar. Cluster 2 included 16 mutants, and cluster 3 was formed with 24 mutants. Coming to the conclusion, the ISSR markers proved to be effective in detecting that physical mutagens were more effective in inducing mutation in comparison to the chemical mutagens in Rajapuri banana, and the dendrogram analysis was successful in separating the mutants based on the genetic variation when compared to the mother plant. Conservation of these new genotypes would further help in identifying other desirable traits for their possible use in the future breeding program. Thank you.
Thank you, Amulya. It was a crisp and nice presentation. Moving on, I would like to request Suchiprata Chamua, and the presentation topic is production constraints of strawberry in Kalimpong and Darjeeling districts of West Bengal. Suchiprata. Next presentation is on assessment of coconut hybrids for yield and quality in Odisha conditions by Pratyut Kumar Nayak. Pratyut Kumar
Am I
Nayak,
audible?
share your slides.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, share your slides, please.
Yeah. Is it visible?
We can hear you, but
Is it
your
visible?
slides are not visible yet. We have got your slide.
Okay, ma'am. If you display it, I can
Yeah,
start
now
the
it's
presentation.
visible. You present your poster.
Okay. Good evening, one and all. I am Pradyut Kumar Nayak of Food Science and Horticulture Technology Department from OUT, Bhubaneswar. I am going to present my poster on the topic assessment of coconut hybrids for yield and quality in Odisha conditions. To begin with, I want to state that the productivity level in coconut growing regions of Odisha is very of a local tall variety that is coupled with non-adaptive scientific production technology, and identifying suitable coconut hybrids to a particular agroclimatic region plays an important role in achieving higher and sustainable yield. As the development of new varieties is a long-term process, the immediate step is to evaluate the already released variety. So, keeping in this point in view, the present investigation was carried out for identifying better performing coconut hybrids, that is tall into dwarf and dwarf into tall, for cultivation in Odisha region. I had taken a total of 8 hybrids along with one check, and the experiment was carried out in all India coordinated research farms. The hybrids were ECT MID, LCT COD, LCT GBGD, WCT MOD, ECT GBGD, 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 COT, and as a check. There were 3 replications and 9 treatments, and 6 plants were taken for each treatment. And according to the result, the palm height and the stem girth at the age of 15 years varied significantly among the different coconut hybrids, as we can see in the table. And the cross combination ECT cross GBGD and GBGD cross ECT recorded the lowest palm height, while ECT cross MOD recorded the highest palm height, and the girth at 1 meter height was highest in ECT cross the LC cross GBGD. The girth was significantly lower in GBGD cross ECT and GBGD cross PHOT hybrid. This might be due to the dwarf female, that is GBGD is a dwarf variety, so due to it might have a. And
Pradyut Kumar Nayak. So this is the last poster presentation by Pradyut Kumar Nayak. So we have reached to the last or end of this session, and I would like to request.
Not audible, ma'am. Am I not audible? Hello?
Hello?
Ma'am, am I not audible?
Okay.
Excuse me, ma'am, am I not audible? Actually, I am able to hear you.
Your voice is not very much clear, but I think other people may be hearing you, so you conclude it.
Yes, you please conclude it. You are audible.
Okay, sir. Only a little bit left. Sir, if you see
internet quality also, if you see that highest amount of internet but also for Chandranath purpose in Odisha condition.
Sorry to interrupt you, Pradyut, but your voice is not audible, and so I would like to ask you.
Thank you.
Okay, so this was the last presentation from the Pradyut Kumar Nayak. So at the end, I would like to request Dr. T.K. Hazarika, Head Division of Fruits from Mizoram University, for sharing his views.
Hello.
Sir.
Hello.
Am I audible? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Madam Deepa, am I audible?
Hello.
Yes, sir. You are very much audible.
Yes, yes.
We can hear you, sir.
Okay.
Sir.
So, yes,
Hello.
so first of all, I'd like to congratulate the organizers for, yes, yes. Pardon?
Continue, sir. We
Yes,
can hear
yes. No, somebody is showing the slide. That's why actually, I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, that I'd like to thanks all the that organizers, and it was indeed a very good poster sessions, and we have that very good posters. Actually, although we have that 16 presenters total, but out of that, I think that around and that that 7 presenters, they presented their that research findings, and I'm really that very much that appreciated to see that the findings of that very recent advanced research in horticulture, especially that tropical and subtropical fruits production technology. Although actually that 1-2 slides were there basically on that review papers, but except that other papers are really that very excellent presentations. I'm really thankful to all the that presenters for that sharing their that very recent and very good research works. And my sincere thanks to Madam Deepa for spending her that valuable times. Thank you very much, Madam.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of organizing committee national seminar, I would like to thank Dr. Avtar Singh ji and Dr. T.K. Hazarika ji for chairing this session. We are very much grateful to you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now we shall move to the next poster session presentation. I request Dr. Kundan Kishore sir to come over the day.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Deepa. Now, first of all, I will request the evaluation committee comprising of Dr. Vikas Das sir. Dr. Vikas Das sir. Dr. K.K. Srivastav sir. Dr. Vikas Das sir. Dr. K.K. Srivastav sir. Okay, they will be joining later, so no problem. So first poster from Neha Thakur. Miss Neha Thakur, are you there? Then Miss Neha Thakur. Okay. Then Sagarika Sahu. Sagarika. Okay. Then Dheeraj Bhattacharya. Dheeraj Bhattacharya. Okay. Then Ankita Dhiman. Ankita Dhiman. Okay, then Santosh Kumar. Santosh Kumar. Okay. Dolly Sahu. Ritanjali Meher.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I
Okay.
am present.
Sir,
Yeah.
please. Ritanjali Meher.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Just a minute. I am sharing.
Please, sir. Okay.
Sir, my screen is.
No, your slide
Hello.
is not visible.
Hello.
There again.
Hello, sir. My screen is visible, sir.
No, slide is not there. No. Your poster is not there, please.
Just a minute, sir. I am trying again.
That's fine. Go ahead.
Sir, it is visible now.
No.
Sir, can you please share from your side, sir?
Okay, now it's visible.
Okay, sir. Okay. Good evening, respected chairman, sir, co-chairman, and the organizer. Myself, Ritanjali Meher, PhD research scholar from Viswabharati University, West Bengal. So my topic is the effect of the plant growth regulators on the growth and yield of the sweet pepper. So plant growth regulator, you know that it has many effects on the plants. Like there is some promotional activity, it also inhibit the growth and effect on flowering and fruiting behavior of the plant. So in this experiment, it was conducted in the Raigada district of Odisha, where there is very low production in sweet pepper, and I have taken the Indra variety of sweet pepper for my experiment, and my experiment consists of the 7 treatment, and it was designed in randomized block design, and with 3 replication. So that plant growth regulator which I have taken as my treatment is the GA350 ppm, IAA 100 ppm, NAA 50 ppm, BA 5 ppm, 240 10 ppm, and the BR 10 ppm. So among this growth regulator, it was sprayed on the plant as a foliar application during the flowering period of the plant. And in the result, it was found that BR at the rate of 10 ppm, it has affected the plant height, and it has attained the highest plant height. You can see in the table number 1. And among the growth regulator, the 2,4-D, it has attained the maximum value for the single fruit weight, that is around 78.8 gram, followed by the BA, which BA at the rate of 5 ppm, and BR at the rate of 10 ppm. And if you see the yield attributing characters and yield of the growth regulator, so from this BA at the rate of 5 ppm, it has obtained maximum number of the marketable fruits, as well as it has the highest yield of the 10 ton per hectare, which is means around 5 to 6 ton per hectare if we cultivate without applying any growth regulator. So in the conclusion, I can say that BA can be at the rate of 5 ppm can be means recommended to the growers of that Raigada district of Odisha for means it's a foliar spray to be applied over the sweet pepper. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ritanjali. Now, Dolly Sahu is there? Okay, Dolly Sahu is not there. Okay, Suman? Suman Seat? It's okay. Lakshmi Priya? Lakshmi Priya? Okay. Then Neha. Okay. Then Ramya
Yes, sir.
Sri. Oh, Neha, okay, please.
Yes, sir. Can I present my screen?
We are getting too many blanks. Okay, good. Carry on. Okay, Neha, please.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Neha, please.
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir. I am Neha and I am here to present my topic of effect of chemicals of seed germination and seedling growth in papaya. Papaya is most important fruit crop in tropical and subtropical region, and India holds first rank in world among production. As we know, papaya has low erratic and incomplete seed germination. Seedling suffers from poor development, and also high frost is also one of the reason among all. So, by using chemicals for pre-treatment in papaya, it breaks dormancy, improves germination, and growth development. The present study was conducted on two varieties, Red Lady and Pusa Delicious, by using chemicals such as GA3, kinetin, potassium nitrate, and thiourea at different concentrations. And it was soaked for 48 hours and sown in polytrays in controlled glasshouse condition during the month of October in NBPGR, New Delhi. And this experiment was laid out in factorial block design. And in these, the parameters included are seed germination such as 50% of seed germination, and seedling vigor such as plant height, stem girth, petiole length of primary root, speed of germination, seedling quality index, and physiobiochemicals such as leaf relative water content, net photosynthetic rate, chlorophyll content, total carotenoids, total phenols, and sugars. In this study conducted on seed germination, seedling growth, physiobiochemical parameters, thiourea 1000 ppm got superior results in variety Red Lady, and in Pusa Delicious GA3 100 ppm found superior, and also potassium nitrate 1000 ppm, GA3 100 ppm were also found better in variety Red Lady. Overall, Red Lady was good and gave better results in controlled condition. As it was concluded that the two chemicals such as thiourea 1000 ppm and GA3 100 ppm in variety Red Lady and Pusa Delicious, these were the superior among all. And so by use of the chemicals in seed pre-treatment showed promising results over control treatment, and it can be adopted to enhance the seed germination, seedling growth, physiobiochemical, and also it can improve the yield. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Neha. Now, Ramya Sri, please unshare your slide. And now, Ramya Sri. Ramya? Okay, Seetal is there? Ramya Sri, are you there? Okay, no problem. Then Seetal is there? Okay, no. Shiv Kumar? Ramya Sri is there. Okay.
Yes,
Ramya?
Yes,
Yes, sir. Yeah, sir.
Sir, my slide visible?
No, sir.
Now, sir?
No. Just wait. Okay, fine. Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Myself, Mude Ramya Sri, currently pursuing PhD in icar-iihr in New Delhi. I'm here to give my poster presentation on the topic effect of post-shooting bunch sprays and covers on yield and quality of banana cultivars. Banana is an evergreen perennial monocotyledonous and monocarpic herb, belongs to the family Musaceae. Banana, being a gross nutrient feeder, requires high amount of fertilizers for proper growth and development. to produce quality bunches. Any limitation in supply of nutrients at shooting stage reduces the bunch size and yield. Hence, providing nutrients at last hand opening stage and month interval along with the bunch covers are used to conduct the experiment. Experiment was carried out in a split plot design having use of bunch covers as a main treatment and sub-treatments are control 2% SOP, micronutrient combination, Arca banana special, SOP along with micronutrient combination and SOP along with banana special. Vegetative bunch, finger, yield, post-harvest and organoleptic analysis was done using the 3 replicates and values are expressed on the fresh weight basis for both the cultivars Grand 9 and Rajapuri. From the results, the figure 1 shows the highest bunch weight in B2S6 treatment with a 22.15 and 12.92 kg in G9 and Rajapuri respectively. From the figure 2, it is shown that the treatment B2S6 having the BC ratio of 4.76 and 5.56 in Grand 9 and Rajapuri respectively. The increase in the BC ratio due to the higher hand weight, bunch weight and quality fruits without blemishes. From my study, it is concluded that the post-shooting bunch sprays of nutrient solution containing the SOP and an Arca banana special along with the bunch covers increased the yield in both the cultivars Grand 9 and Rajapuri, which was closely followed by 2% SOP and 0.5% banana special in both the cultivars. Overall, from my study, it is concluded that banana bunches sprayed with sulfate of potash, Arca banana special, along with the polypropylene spun-bound non-woven fabric, banana bunch covers enhance the yield quality in both the cultivars Grand 9 and Rajapuri, which gives the attractive fruits and it will be attractive to the consumers and ensures the highest BC ratio. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Shiv Kumar is there? No? Then Manohar Lal Meghwal. Okay, Novin Chamling.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please, you share your thought.
Okay. This will stop the screen.
You just this is okay. Novin, you okay? Go ahead.
So, will you able to see my screen?
Okay.
Okay, good evening, respected delegates and all the participants. I'm Novin Chamling, a scholar of fruit science from Uttar Banga Krishi Vishwavidyalaya. Here to present my poster presentation on morphophysiological changes in Darjeeling mandarin seedlings, Citrus reticulata, in response to boron under aluminum stress condition. Darjeeling mandarin is one of the commercial food crop grown in Darjeeling district and Kalimpong districts of West Bengal, which is now undergoing decline in production due to some abiotic and biotic factors. One such abiotic factors is aluminum toxicity found in acidic soil prevalent in this region that has triggered the deficiency of micronutrients, for example, boron or zinc. And due to structural similarity of aluminum and boron sharing common effects on root growth inhibition, a strong interaction between them is expected. Hence, this trial was conducted to see the effect of aluminum toxicity in Darjeeling mandarin through boron application. This experiment was conducted in Uttar Banga Krishi Vishwavidyalaya. Here, firstly, seed was raised in the pot trays containing sand and fertilizers Hogland solution whenever necessary. 5 weeks after germination, uniform seedlings were selected and their roots was washed with distilled water. Yes, sir.
Just highlight your results.
Okay. According to the result obtained from my experiment, the treatment tree with 10 micromolar boron found to have significantly superior root architecture with maximum total root area, root tips, root segments, and root diameter. Whereas under aluminum toxicity condition, T7, that is 10 micromolar boron plus 1200 millimolar aluminum, showed improved root architecture compared to only the toxicity condition. Thus, applications of boron at 5 to 10 micromolar boron proved to have enhanced root system in the seedlings, like other parameters like plant height, number of leaves, leaf area, leaf and root relative water content, biomass production, chlorophyll and carotenoid content was found significant in T3, that is 10 micromolar boron, and T7. This shows that seedlings with better root architecture, increased absorption of water, nutrients, and minerals, hence efficiency overall growth and development. This may be due to the hindrance given by boron in the uptake and mechanisms of mobilization of aluminum, thereby elevating the effect of aluminum toxicity and active defense system in response to elevated oxidative damage. In my conclusion, here I conclude that applications of boron at the rate of 5 to 10 micromolar can improve the root growth and physiological characteristics of Darjeeling mandate seedlings under aluminum toxicity. Further studies on molecular mechanisms how of boron-induced elevations aluminum toxicity should be explored. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Naveen. Now, Mahavir Suman is there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please share your side. Mahavir Suman. Be very brief,
Yes,
just highlight your results.
Okay, sir. Visual, sir?
No.
Hello?
Mahavir, please share your slide. Mahavir? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Please share.
Sir, can we share from your side?
Please unmute.
Hello.
Naveen, please unmute.
Okay, sir.
Mahavir.
Yes, sir.
Please share and unmute yourself.
Sir, visible, sir?
No.
Sir, it is take time. Sir, can we share from your side?
No.
Yeah, it's low. Yes, sir. It's visible. It's visible, sir.
Mahavir, can you present? Just you speak. We are not able to see
sir.
you. You can speak, no problem.
Okay, sir. Good evening to all of you. My name is Maya. I am going to present my presentation on topic regulation on quality of pomegranate system. So this is my PhD research work. I am going to present here. I have like 3 levels of NA application, each of 0, 50, 100 ppm, 150 and 250 ppm, and fertigation through deep irrigation at 75% and 100%. So, treatment 27 and in 3 application and plants 162. Had a pre and post flowering stage, and fertigation was applied in 4 equal split dose from 1 July to 1 October. And the duration of my research work was 2 years. And the table shows here effects. The individual effects of various plant pressures and fertigation treatment. Maximum solar diameter, diameter, fruit weight, volume, and all other physical parameters was found under the fertigation. 100% recommended dose of fertilizer through drip irrigation. While, however,
please.
Okay, sir. Based on the overall effects of the different treatments, it may be concluded that the individual effects of different plant growth regulators and function was found significant, but not affected the physical quality of pomegranate. In the interaction effect, physical quality parameters was significantly better under the treatment N2E1F2, which consists of Na 100 ppm, ethyl 150 ppm, and fertigation 100% recommended dose of fertilizer. Hence, the treatment N2E1F2 may be considered worth for application in pomegranate for better harvest of the crop. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Sujit is there? Sujit Kumar Patel? No? Then Amulya?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So is it visible, sir?
Not yet. Not yet. We are waiting. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Very briefly describe.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So good evening, everyone. Myself, Amulya. I'm here to present my poster on the topic nanotechnology for input management and fruit crops. Fruit industry faces a lot and like a wide range of problems like use of excessive fertilizers, pesticides, herbicides, etc. Nanotechnology is visualized as a rapidly evolving field with great potential to revolutionize the agriculture system. So coming to its application, nanotechnology in seed science, seed nanopriming to improve the germination and quality of the seedlings is being applied, and due to which the uptake of nutrients increases, and it increases the resistance against stress condition, and it can promote the reactive oxygen species production, and nanocoating with the nanofilms, nanocoating and nanofilms for seed using elements like zinc, platinum, helps to protect the seeds from the disease and pests during storage. Coming to the nano fertilizers, here the fertilizers are coated with the nano particles, and which facilitate in the slow and steady release of the nutrients. Since they have high surface area, there is high solubility and dispersion. It reduces the frequency of fertilizer application and its accumulation in the soil. Coming to the nano plant protectants, here also it is having the same mechanism like the pesticides and fungicides are encoded inside the nanoparticles, and it involves smart and controlled delivery of the nano formulations, and it prevents residue development in the soil. Some of the nanoparticles like nano gel pheromones, which can be used in pest control, and it is better over the conventional pest control. Nano sensors can be used for early detection of the diseases. Coming to the nano herbicides, here the target specific herbicides are encapsulated with the nanoparticles. This reduces the phytotoxicity of the herbicides on the crop and reduces the reliance on the toxic herbicides. It involves one smart delivery mechanism where the specific receptor in the root is aimed of the targeted weeds is aimed, and this enters into the system and translocates to the part that inhibits the glycolysis of the food reserve in the root system, which will make the specific wheat plant to starve and starve for food, and it gets killed. Coming to the nano nanosensors with immobilized bioreceptors probe that are selective for target analyte molecules are called nanobiosensors. The application of nanotechnology and currently synthesized nanomaterials for the detection and diagnosis of plant pathogens can be utilized. Coming to the conclusion, nanotechnology is a novel science having applications spanning over all aspects of crop production. Protection plays a vital role in increasing the growth and yield attributes of fruits. Nanomaterials have higher efficacy that does ensure the slow controlled release of active ingredients and decrease the soil pollution. They are also target specific and hence show high performance. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Amulya. So with this poster session ends here. Session 2. We are sorry that it extended up to 8:40, but we had no option. We are very much thankful to all of you, those who joined up to 8:40. Okay, so thank you very much. Now with this we conclude this session 2 as well as the day first session. Tomorrow we'll meet again. Tomorrow at 9:30 our technical session 3 will start, and we will meet again, and we request you to please participate in our technical session. Tomorrow we will not have any poster presentation. Day after tomorrow we have the poster presentation, but you did a good job, and your presentations were also very nice. So thank you very much, and very good night, and we will meet tomorrow again. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, sir. Good night, sir. Thank you, sir.
Good night. Good night.
Good night.